The World Tour here in Chicago has reached its second day of competition, and only 4 rounds of Living Legends separate our competitors from that top 8. Sam O'Byrne, Brian Gottlieb, you ready for some more Living Legend action?
100%. I think we had a great introduction to the format on day 1, but now we're playing Living Legend for high stakes. We're figuring out who understood the metagame, who chose the right deck, who built their deck in the right fashion. And those stories are going to play out throughout the day here on day 2.
We're like totally floating in uncharted waters. We have never had this many rounds of Living Legend to determine a top 8 in this game's history. We are seeing the cream rise to the crop in a way that has just never happened before. You know, in the future there will be callings. You never know where this format will lead in terms of high-level competitive play, but for right now, this is the first time we're getting to see these decks have to compete over this length of time. We're going to check out the metagame and the conversion in just a second. We'll see what's going to start the day doing well, but I'm really curious what that top 8 is going to look like.
Yeah, I will say there's a star of the show here this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. A hero that has converted very well and has been the talk of the tournament since we started. It was the most repped deck in the field, and I think it has lived up to that hype thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's just go ahead and see how this all started. Let's look at the day 1 meta. We talk about a star of the show, and right there, top left of your screen, we are seeing Bravo star of the show, Earth, Ice, and Lightning. Earth, Wind, and Fire gonna go ahead and take this here, the #1 most represented deck, and did very well, which you're about to see in the day 2 conversion. But looking down throughout the list, a lot of heroes did come to play, even some heroes still very relevant, still hanging around in Classic Constructed.
I think that's the coolest part, is there are a lot of heroes that are viable in this format. It's not only these absolute terrors of the past. It's not the Starvos. It's not the Chanes. It's not all these heroes that have this infamous reputation. There's real upgrades for heroes that are already present in the CC metagame. Although one of those CC heroes really failed to impress actually here in Living Legend thus far, and it may not be the one you expected.
It may not be. Let's check out the day 2 metagame and take a look at the right side of your screen there, because, you know, of course, you can see 17 Starvos making it to that top 48 cut, but only 3 of the Tamer of Purpose. Zen, somebody that has been an absolute terror. 24 Zen stepped into the Living Legend arena, and only 3 are fighting for a chance in that top 8, and I think most of them are in this round with the lose and out.
Yeah, Sam, that's a bad conversion rate, like actually bad. And I think a lot of the talk going into this tournament was there's 2 decks. There's Starvo and Zen. First of all, I think that's just incorrect. I think it's a flawed assessment from the beginning, but now you're really seeing just how flawed it is. And I wonder if it is true that Zen starts to get squeezed out, if that means there's more room to go ahead and adjust to Starvo. And I think we already saw some starting seeds of that in our day 1 competition. And it's funny I say seeds because I saw some very effectively pitch stacking Chanes handling those Starvos very well. And I also think there's Prism lists out there that are really well tuned to a Starvo meta. And by the way, are no slouches against Zen either. And I wonder if that's where a lot of that failed conversion came from, was that decks that were actually leaning towards Starvo were able to go ahead and pick up a good Zen matchup as well.
Let's talk about some good conversion rates, decks that we might not have expected to be here. And when I talk about a good conversion rate, and I say only 2 decks made it into this day 2, you might not be like, well, what are you talking about? But there were not that many Florians that came here to this calling at the World Tour in Chicago. We got 2 of them fighting for their slot in the top 8.
They're both doing quite well, I think, in those early days of the tournament, and in range of making a top 8 run. Again, it feels like another deck that is quite well set up to take on Starvo. I've spoke to some of these Florian players. They basically said, pair me against Starvo all day long. I'm ready to trounce this hero. When I get up against, say, a Viserai, a Zen, things get a little bit more uncertain, but you can give me Starvos all day.
And I like what you said. If Zen starts to get pushed out, honestly, even Viserai, that's not an incredible conversion rate. It was one of our most represented decks, only 5 making it into the day 2 here at the calling. So if some of these decks are looking to be a little less popular, maybe a little less viable moving forward, what does that open up to take on the star of the show? Now, for our next round, we are going to feature our undefeated player, and it's actually not a Starvo. And when all things said and done, we have got a Rune Blade at the top of the tables. We've got Jimmy from Canada on Chane, bound by Shadow, taking on Ian Holland, a good Irish boy, flown all the way from that great country to come here and take on our first feature match of the day.
just to play a little bit of the Living Legend format with, I believe, a Rosetta Thorn tattoo rolling up on his arm.
Oh, sick.
And the Marvel Rosetta Thorn down there in the arena.
Well, let's dive in, folks. It's time for our first round of the day, round 8 here at the Calling in Chicago. Let's see how Jimmy wants to start things off. Looks like he won the die roll, so maybe going first, you have to imagine, wants to establish some soul shackles. And for Ian, you see that blood sheath Skeletta over there, the talk of the town when you're playing. Honestly, not even just Viserai, Briar running this blood sheath as well, getting to discount some Mount Heroics, discount some big attacks. First action of the game looks like it's going to be that soul shackle just to start the train here and put a Minnowism back in the deck.
Yeah, we're going to be keeping a close eye on that Bloodsheath Skeletta for sure. That is the big pickup for Viserai in this Living Legend format, in combination often with Sonata Arcanics. We saw a massive Sonata on our stream yesterday. I believe Sonata for 11 cards revealed and 5 hits along the way. Is Ian going to be able to convert that super powerful, majestic chess piece in the same fashion?
2 red Minnowisms heading to the bottom of the deck. Chane, a hero that can use Belittle and Minnowism as well as anyone. Just a little bit of filtering from both players there to get some cards out of the hand, get some cards ready for this first true attacking turn of the game. As Ian, your Viserai player, starting things off with that powerful specialization. We are becoming the Arc Knight, folks. Rune Flash headed to the bin. Let's find a non-attack action.
Yeah, pulls forward a Deadwood Dirge there. Interesting. You know, we so often see Become the Arc Knight go ahead and grab that Mordred Tide. That's the card we expect a lot of times, but it is actually going to be the Malefic Incantation here.
What a card.
As the pull. Yeah, I think there's just a really nice range of powerful options for Viserai now, and there's so many ways to smooth out your turn and make sure you're getting the rune chance you need either in this moment or in the future.
Malefic Incantation just does so much work for so many heroes. Such a new axis for these rune blades to play with auras, with the latent aura destruction potential that a lot of these heroes have. And if you can have a rune chant sitting around at the end of your turn, so much more is possible for so many different heroes in multiple formats. Seeing why it's an all-star, not only in Classic Constructed, but here in Living Legend as well. Rune Rager Swarm going to be the follow-up, coming along with that rune chant. And now rune chant made in the back thanks to that incantation.
Rune Rager Swarm also, especially in conjunction with Malefic Incantation, that was the big unlock for Viserai. That's the thing that has put this into a CC Terror and an LL Terror, adding that card. It's just about consistency. It's about routinely going ahead, producing these rune chants. I will tell you, Sam, this may sound a little unbelievable. There were moments where Malefic Incantation was even stronger back in development. It did not have that once per turn clause.
Whoa!
That didn't last very long.
Whoa!
Yeah, that was bad.
On attack, make 3 rune chants. On attack, make 4 rune chants just before we finally tuned it on down. Rune Rager Swarm looks like that damage is going to be taken. Arsenal and pass for Ian. First Soul Shackle rip of the game is an Art of War. That is not what you want to see if you're in the Chane player slot here, but looking like we have another one in the hand already. You know, I started playing this game, Tales of Aria. I never got to play Chane when he was C legal. I wonder, you feeling like this is a good time to rip as an Art of War as any? Do you want those Soul Shackles to build up a little higher?
I think Art of War in Chane is a little different. You are able to go ahead and use it to just do your core thing, banish cards. It's not about going a card down. It's basically just card positive. And there you see Soul Reaping going ahead and entering the banish zone. So I think you just basically don't have the luxury of saying, I'm going to pass this Art of War in the future. You know, in other decks, maybe you're trying to pitch deck it. Yeah. In Chane, you'll just lose it to your Soul Shackles. So you basically fire off when you find them and go ahead and see what you can get out of your turn in that moment.
Looks like the die representing +1 on the turn, not the go again that often these Chane decks used to go 3 to 4 Chain Links wide in conjunction with that hero ability. It's just going to be +1, it looks like, on the turn. Let's see when the die is represented. If it goes up to a 4, yeah, this is just like the classic Art of War, not the Art of War you're seeing in decks like Chane and Leviah where they're looking for that action point. We're getting that red Minnowism pitched at the very beginning of the game. Interesting with these Belittle and Minnowism packages, you know, you have to set up that Soul Shackle pitch stack sometimes, probably not in this matchup. When you start searching and shuffling that deck, the pitch stack does not stay the stack for long.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be very aggressive here with our shuffling as we're headed to a heavy Belittle hand. Get lots of value out of these Minnowisms.
No blocks, taken 436 all.
An unorthodox Chane hand, I would say, but I think a fine one. One that's going to produce nice damage output for Jimmy here.
Yeah, being able, most of the time, these belittles that we've seen, other than in this deck, the Miniwisms that are grabbed are resources, fodder to power up the rest of the turn. But when belittle can just grab you 3 points of value and a non-attack to power up something like a Rosetta Thorn, which of course does have go again thanks to that Chane hero ability, something that, boy, did I read it wrong for years and thought it was only attack actions.
Nope, that is a powerful one. It's free to go Rune Blade or Shadow action. Of course, Rosetta Thorn meets that qualification. And now, very important, Jimmy has done arcane damage on the back of that Rosetta Thorn, and I believe I see a Succumb to Temptation in hand.
Bounding Demigon going to be the follow-up. This is going to be 4 damage thanks to that Miniwism and the Art of War here. Sniffing out the potential Succumb is Ian Holland, putting 4 block in front of this.
Yeah,
now,
very good read.
Very good read. You're able to still gain your action point with the Succumb because you played at instant speed, but that's going to cause Jimmy to just keep the card in hand. This is what we talk about when you have, he's got a Rosetta Thorn on his freaking forearm, right? This dude knows Runeblade. He knows what he needs to play around in these scenarios. That's leading our first seed undefeated player to have to, quote-unquote IP, keep a card in hand. And maybe Ian is now even more sure that that was a Succumb to Temptation in the hand there because
but there's
of
a
what that
problem
represents.
here. Yeah, and this was misrepresented, Sam. There is, in fact, a buff here headed to 5 instead, and that is going to go ahead and change the defense here. Good catch from our players.
The Bounding Demigon getting its own effect there, getting the +1 from playing a non-attack on the turn. Now Ian's having to give a little more of a think, and it looks like we might just be still committing the same amounts of block, but just adding the Spellbound Creepers.
Yeah. Iron Rot Jordan's going ahead and getting in the mix, and Ian's read remains the same and remains correct. He has to go ahead and prevent that Succumb. And honestly, he picked up a little bit of information by the fact that the turn just ended there. So sure, I'm going to go ahead and give the Iron Rots there.
Still able to keep 1 block each on the Grasp and the Scaletta, and has that Face Purgatory. Both players got the extended art. Become the Arc Knight turn 1, become the Arc Knight turn 2. This time we're discarding an attack action to get a non-attack action just like the turn prior.
Gotta assume this one's a Mordred Tide, right? You're able to go ahead and benefit from that Malefic Incantation.
36 faces 32, right? Yeah.
Gonna be that Revel in Runeblood.
Yeah, interesting. Just looking for the spike here as opposed to output from the Malefic. Obviously, hand texture has a lot to do with what the best option is here. If it wasn't going to be a super wide, super rune chant heavy hand, Revel makes a lot of sense.
I still remember when that card was spoiled. And I remember seeing the art for the first time, being like, what? That seems really good.
It in fact was. It's very good.
Blue and Runerager Swarm this time. Going to come along with the 2 rune chants, just become the Arc Knight a read.
So for 2 and 1.
2 arcane damage, 1 physical damage. Go again. And of course, creating that rune chant on the back, thanks to both the Malefic Incantation and the Viserai hero ability for the rest of the turn. See if Jimmy wants to give any blocks here. When you can make a good read, like Ian has done in a game of Flesh and Blood, it makes for your decisions to, ripple over multiple turns. Now, if you think that Succumb to Temptation is in the hand, you don't know if it's in the arsenal or not, but if you see it blocked, you can eventually start to make different plays. But until Ian sees, if he thinks, the Succumb is in the hand, until he sees it pitched with, played, or blocked, he's going to be thinking about it for this turn and his subsequent turns.
I am at the mass. Take 1 to 35.
It looks like maybe Succumb was flashed a little early there. We have it already gone past the point, perhaps?
He just, the AB makes that it cannot be played as an instant there. Ian, he had to come on the brain. He knew what Jimmy was trying to do on the last turn. Maybe doing a little bit too much succumbing in his own head, because now it just has to be played as an attack or non-attack action at, action speed here. But now the Scalita's going to come in, and this is going to be Sonata Arcanix discounted by a significant number thanks to all of those rune chants.
Yeah, now that Revel makes a lot of sense. Just going ahead and going for the Sonata here. Needs to go ahead and line up a few attack actions, and this turn can get out of hand real quick with good reveals to this Sonata. Looks like 7 cards coming off the top. Could potentially put 3 of those back into hand and cause a lot of trouble for Jimmy. And you expect most of them to be fine getting go again. It's what Revel has done for this deck.
Nice call from Jimmy there as well, pitching into the AB even when there was just
oh
the
no.
attack.
Oh no, that is a horrible split. Disaster on the Sonata Arcanix. Only a blue Rune Rager Swarm headed to hand for Ian, and the attack's going to be okay, backed up by those Rune Chants, but that Succumb is basically dead now. And wow, what a turning point in this game. Ian invested a lot of resources, giving up that Scaletta at this point in the game, and no real value.
No, none whatsoever. You want to see multiple Rune Rager Swarms grabbed off of a Sonata Arcanix. So this is a deck that can, make a million Rune Chants and make a Sonata that looks through the whole deck. But in this type of aggressive matchup, Ian feeling a little priced into just going for it with the 9 that he had available to him, discounting the Sonata, of course, so that the X can be so much more than 0 because we had no cards to actually pitch on the turn. But boy, howdy, is that not something you want to see there. This is just going to have to get pitched into the Rosetta Thorn here, meaning that Succumb to Temptation virtually got you 1 point of value from the Viserai ability, and that's it.
Not great. Not great at all. You understand why Ian went down this road. Odds were in his favor.
No doubt.
I didn't find something nice there, but look, Runeblade life, man.
Yeah.
If you're going to tattoo a Rosetta Thorn on yourself, you know what you're signing up for. Sometimes you will just get betrayed.
The deck needs non-attacks and attacks to function at its highest capacity, and sometimes too many of one or the other show up at any given time.
I'll take the 9 Rune Chants. I'm going to go down to 26.
9 Rune Chants taken down to 26. Now 2 and 2 to follow that up. There goes the Succumb, so Ian no longer has to play around that once he checks that it's in the pitch zone.
From Rosetta going down to 24. So 24 faces 32. Yep, sounds good.
24 plays 32 is the call, and if you are Jimmy, our undefeated player, breathing a sigh of relief there after that turn.
Look, you look at these life totals and you go, okay, Viserai's ahead. Certainly Viserai is able to do 24 damage. It's a very explosive deck, but the reality is Chane only gets stronger and stronger as the game goes on, and your window is actually very tight. You need to go ahead and get your damage in early. You need to make sure you get the most of those first few turns of the game, and Ian absolutely has not, and the game has turned very much in Jimmy's favor after that weaker Sonata Arcanix turn.
This is what Chane can do. Block a little bit, still took a number of licks off of the big Sonata Arcanix and those Rune Chants, but now able to just establish another Soul Shackle. Only 1 hit on the Riftbind there, and the Erase Face is going to threaten all class and talent types of those cards, meaning for the rest of that hand, Viserai's ability would not be online because Viserai would not be able to see Rune Blade on any of those attacks. That's going to buy 2 blocks from Ian, which means now all of a sudden Ian's turn is looking a lot worse, which means Chane has even more chance to set up and find some nice hits off of those 3 Soul Shackles.
Erase Face has felt so important in this Living Legend format. This feels like the premier 2-6, not Command and Conquer. Sure, Command and Conquer's out there, it matters, but Erase Face has just been stealing turns from folks all weekend long.
Deadwood Dirge looks like going to hit the arsenal there. It's just going to be a pitch of a Succumb into the into the grasp of the Arcanite. Soul Shackle's going to reveal just 1 hit. It's a yellow bounding Demigon, 2 premium cards, and the Tome of Findall and the Command and Conquer hitting the banish zone there from those shackles. But it's a full 5-card grip here from our Chane player. What's he going to be able to put together to put the pressure on? Down 9 life, but has the tempo, has the shackles. Let's see if he grabs the advantage.
Jimmy has a lot of non-blood debt cards in the deck, a lot of quote-unquote misses, but it's just kind of a trade, right? Maybe you give up a little bit of that Soul Shackle explosiveness, but you just get better turn-to-turn plays with things like Belittle Minnowism, with the Erase Faces, with the Command and Conquers, and the Tome of Findall that we see revealed here.
Here comes Belittle revealing that Bounding Demigon. Yep. It's going to go ahead and reveal, grab Minnowism.
Expect we're looking for a resource Minnowism here.
This one, going to grab
it
the
is
red.
Okay.
He's got 2 floating. He's feeling like that's all he needs. Such a powerful ability that this Belittle card has. Boy, I remember playing with it. Hell of a drug.
Yep.
Hell of a drug. The little bearded man.
Reason this one is now only hanging out in the Living Legend format. Feels like an appropriate, powerful relic from Flesh and Blood's past. The type of thing that a format like Living Legend should be about.
Absolutely. It's kind of exactly what I was feeling watching. Is like, this is powerful It's consistent, and it allows for a lot of decks, because it is generic, to unlock various strategies. We expected a blue minimalism on this turn, right? We saw a red. It has all of these different applications, especially in these Runeblade decks that want to grab attacks and non-attacks. And it looks like we're going to see a Spellbound Creepers activation on the turn. One bind counter hits the boots there for the Minnowism to gain an extra action point, because, of course, this non-attack action was played as an instant. Its go again is going to resolve without taking your action points. The go again says, all right, time to give you an action point, meaning an extra one banked on the turn. This Minnowism playing at regular speed. Time for a Chane activation to follow that up, so that this Rift Bind is going to be pretty large, have go again, and be buffed up by 6 thanks to these Minnowisms.
Iron Rod Jordan's actually doing their intended purpose here. Spellbound Creepers finally producing some action points for a Runeblade. And it looks like all those action points are going to be leveraged extremely well on this turn cycle for Jimmy. Double Minnowism Riftbind coming in for a big 11.
Ian, down to 19.
All right. That's the turn.
Have to imagine was going to keep 5 cards to try to clap back, and Viserai can absolutely vomit out Rune Chains. 23 is not an unthinkable target for this deck off of the back of something like a Mordred Tide. Have to see if Ian was able to find it on his next turn or something of a similar power level, but looks like we might just be following up with the Bounding Demigon here if we are Jimmy.
Yeah, we're running a little low on go again, but we have gained that action point, so we expect still 2 more salvos to come from Jimmy. It is going to be the Bounding Demigon here, coming in for 3. It's a few options here. Looks like it is going to be Thorn.
2 and 2.
Rosetta Thorn for 2 and 2, keeping a card in the hand. Looks like keeping 2 cards in hand.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bit of an IP penalty here, but still a powerful turn from Chane. It's hard to call it an IP penalty when you play 2 cards out of the Banish Zone.
Yeah.
It's more of a selection moment. Ian's given up on the 9th Blade Dream. Going to go ahead and get a little defense value.
Yeah, interestingly, they're blocking at the end of the chain, blocking on that Rosetta Thorn for 2. Maybe just once he finally feels like he's seen exactly what Jimmy is going to offer. Just wants to get the block value, even though he only blocked an attack for 2 when he had the chance to get that full 3 points of defensive value, was more valuing the information gained from using it at the end of Jimmy's combat chain versus committing it early and wishing he had it later on a disruptive piece.
Just didn't know where the turn was going to go. It was very uncertain early on. There were a lot of options, a lot of cards in hand. So maybe a little bit of loss of efficiency there, but you had to be ready to cover some disruptive options for sure.
Here comes 3 with go again. Rune Rager Swarm finding a rune chant from the Malefic Incantation and also finding the go again. AB of the Invert Existence. No defense value on that card, but Arcane Barrier is another way to find defensive value out of your game pieces. See if Jimmy wants to do any more blocking. Does have 4 shackles, so you have to imagine he's going to be able to find some game actions, and that Unhallowed Rites is hitting the combat chain. Chain being closed here, as per the call of our Irish player. Looks like we're going to be Grasp, but the Arknight here into the Deadwood Dirge. So here's a way to get some more rune chants. That's also going to create an extra rune chant because of the Viserai ability. And now Amplify the Arknight comes in for 10 points of offensive value, coming in virtually for free, though it did cost a card out of your hand in order to create that extra rune chant needed.
All AB2.
Yeah, no arsenal here for Ian. It feels like all the momentum, all the setup that Viserai is known for, it's kind of fallen flat at this point. It's just a turn-to-turn, put together the best offense I can, and that offense is not really matching up with Jimmy's.
Yeah.
With Jimmy's constantly expanding hand, frankly.
2 damage prevented again from that Invert Existence, and then 3 over the top. So Jimmy down to 18, playing 14. Here come the 4 shackles. We've got 2 hits. Let's see what the 4th card is, and the Succumb to Temptation is that final piece, but Seeds of Agony and Bounding Demigon, 2 pretty nice hits, even in the yellow and the blue pitch strips. Still good hits, doing a lot of what this deck wants to do.
All of a sudden, Jimmy is back to a virtual 4-card hand despite defending. And again, I just want to be clear, if you haven't seen a lot of Chane, this problem just gets worse and worse as the game progresses if you're sitting over on Ian's side of the table.
Bounding Demigon here. Looks like this one's coming from the Arsenal. 3 with the go again from that chain activation. Jimmy does have to find a source of arcane damage to keep those spellbound creepers around. That 1 bind counter is binding these creepers to the mortal realm, and if you cannot provide them with enough arcane, you will not be able to keep them around. I was wondering if we were going to see the face Purgatory on either of these turns. Looks like this is going to be an activation, just an attack for 3. No, he's bringing it back. He wants to check the graveyard because, of course, Ian is also going to get to draw here as he forces Jimmy to discard. And Ian kind of looking through, wondering what are the cards he could be drawing here. This is an attack and a potential block just to rip that final card out of Chane's hand.
Yeah, just such a massive overblock here, but going to be able to go ahead and channel it into the Spellbound Creepers to avoid the discard, get as much efficiency out of it as you possibly can.
Which does allow for that Seeds of Agony to be played as an instant, because this had to be done during defense for the Face Purgatory to actually happen. And if we're defending with the Face Purgatory, it means we're attacking if we're the Chane player, meaning Spellbound Creepers is alive, is online. And that means we're going to be able to bank another action point here for this Bounding Demigon.
And Seed's going to do its thing. Demigon fired off here.
Face Purgatory doing a little bit of attempting of hand fixing, but honestly a really nice workaround from our Chane player, able to still get the card used out of the hand, find pitch for the Rosetta Thorn and the Spellbound Creepers, and the 2 arcane damage. No arcane barrier represented for our Viserai player, so now the Spellbound Creepers get to stick around. Only 2 bind counters means a Rosetta Thorn activation keeps them for yet another further turn from here.
Man, blue in hand for Jimmy at that moment where Face Purgatory was used, so important. It got so much value. It unlocked those Spellbound Creepers, and then it capped with a Rosetta Thorn, turned on Rosetta Thorn. I don't want to say it backfired on Ian. I understand why you want to push in that particular scenario, but Jimmy just had the perfect play around.
Yeah, had the pitch necessary to follow up with the Rosetta Thorn, and with this play, Ian down all the way to 7. Going for the Rattlebones to banish an attack action from the graveyard. Just going to be that Rune Rager Swarm, so going to be able to go 3 into 2 and 2 with the Rune Chance made from the Malefics and the Viserai ability.
Again, feeling a little anemic, and that sets Jimmy up to just... It's really entirely up to him. He can go ahead and defend if he wants, or he can keep all of these cards in addition to 5 cards being banished and try and just end Ian's time here in the feature match area.
2 more Rune Chants, 1 from Viserai, 1 from Malefic. 5 total damage, 2 arcane and 3 physical. 2, 2, and 2 going to be following this from here. So 11 points of offensive value that are going to be presented from Ian Holland. Jimmy can take that on the chin, has armor to spare as well, and a Vexing Quillhand ready to add some offensive pressure to Jimmy's next turn. Have to wonder if he's going to be able to push enough damage with those 5 Soul Shackles to maybe just close this thing out.
Yeah, it's likely. But Jimmy wants to map out the turn, make sure those cards are being used efficiently. You don't want to IP yourself if you can avoid it. Even if you are in a dominating position like this, you should still cover where it makes sense to. But Jimmy does feel comfortable just taking the damage here, reaches for the pen.
Thinking
At least
about,
from the Rune Chance, we're taking the damage.
yeah, thinking about that 3 physical here, looking at the combat chain. Gonna take the 3 as well, so down to 13. Now here comes 2, 2, and 2 from that Rosetta Thorn. It may be gorgeous, it may be full art, it may be Marvel, but it still has the same effect. That's going to be a 2 block from the Dyadic Carapace, so 4 arcane damage look like it's going to be taken. We're going to be down to 12 from there, but getting that 2 block out of the Carapace while he can.
I think it may have been an empty Thorn there. I don't recall if we had a non-attack action on the turn.
The Rattlebones.
That's right.
Grabbing the Rune Rager, yeah.
Yeah, we did clear.
They've got to update those life totals, but I believe Jimmy should be down to 12 after all that arcane. Good hits here off the Soul Shackles.
I also believe it doesn't matter, Sam. I think that
Yeah, totally.
absolutely Ian on the ropes here. Seeds of Agony kicks off the turn for a non-attack action. We have resources. We have threats. Everything feels rolled up here. We have Belittle, revealing.
Shadow Averser going to go ahead and most likely just grab the red. If there's even one left.
I feel like
think
we've
we
used
placed
them all.
all 3. Yeah.
I think we're out at this point.
2 on one turn and 1 on the next. Yeah. Grabbing that Bluminism here for either a +1 point of value or resources. He already had the blue. It is another Bluminism in the pitch zone.
doing it properly all game. I think I'm dead this turn, but
Yeah, Ian doubting his chances of surviving this turn, and unfortunately, I agree with you.
I think
Ian.
you might be dead too, my brother. Here comes 3 physical you got to think with, and the Seeds of Agony looks like it's bringing an Arcane as well.
sorry.
So down to 6 from the Seeds.
I'm trying to think about how I don't die, and I don't think there's a good answer to that question.
How do I stay alive?
There's the 3 block. Just got to put the Chane player. You have it sometimes. Every now and then you can steal victory from the jaws of defeat. I've had some Icelander games where I'm at like 2 and they're at 35 and you yet come back. Ian here trying to find a similar ending to this story. But Spellbound Creeper is going to be activated for the 3rd turn in a row here.
Creeper's doing work in this game for sure.
And look at this, just that blue Minuism, yeah, only gets you the +1 value, but also because of the Creeper is going to gain you that action point.
Yeah, this is Creeper's turned up to 11. This is why this has become one of the most important pieces in the Runeblade kit. And we joke, we call it Iron Rod Jordans. But yeah, Spellbound Creeper is absolutely carrying that match, getting all the action points necessary.
Yeah, and you can...
And it shows the erase face at the end. You know, you have to feel for Ian. You go ahead and you do your setup. You pop that Skeleta. You're confident that things are just going to start rolling in your favor. And then your deck absolutely betrays you.
Listen, Ian's X and 1, or X and 1 going into this round, now X and 2, but clearly a lot has been going right for him so far in this calling. And listen, Living Legend, it's a powerful format, and in any TCG, you need things to break your way. You need to find some luck, and the deck is clearly built to be consistent, to have the good outcome happen more often than not. And then sometimes, even though you're on the coverage match, even though you're in the feature match area, your deck just says, no, not this time. I'm going to show you 7 non-attacks, buddy.
Variance, a huge, important part of TCGs. You want to mitigate it all you can, but every now and then, it's coming after you.
It's coming after you. So congratulations to our Chane player, Jimmy. X and O still on the day with the
Last
Bound by
undefeated
Shadow.
player.
Pretty exciting stuff. We'll be following him, of course, throughout the weekend. He might even be locked for top 8 at this point. I think.
Very, very close.
Yeah, he's
if
either
not locked, he's very close. Certainly one more win does it.
So we've got some exciting things for you here before we get to our next match. We've got a giveaway of Scarf for Scarves, which is going to be happening all weekend long. And don't worry, we'll get to that in a second because we do have some exciting details. Let's go into and look back as we unveil the web of chaos. Remember the reveal from yesterday. Arachne Marionette. This hero is going to give your attacks with stealth that are attacking a marked hero +1, and when this hits, gains go again. Objectively insane. At the beginning of your end phase, if an opponent is marked, you become a random agent of chaos.
I went back to my hotel room last night with about 10,000 messages asking for information about Agents of Chaos. We're in the countdown to Chaos, friends, and we're counting down to something. I will say, though, how about a first look at a Chaos card? Not going to do it right now, but by the end of the day, you will see a Chaos card.
I love to hear it. Shouted as well is Wardy Therianto, one of my favorite artists in the game, just doing nasty work on this card. Just absolutely nasty work. Some of my favorite art I've ever seen, certainly in this game. Checking out the Web of Deceit here. Also got Iswardi on this one. The young hero, not looking all that young, looking as dangerous and scary as the adult version. Gonna be drafting, gonna be playing sealed with this bad Mama Jamma. We've got the countdown to chaos coming up, folks. December 17th is when it all begins. Or I imagine some people out there are hypothesizing of what type of information is going to be revealed during this countdown. Will you spill any beans? Will you give us any tidbits? What can we expect? Or is it just going to be too much chaos to even understand?
Yeah, it's hard to fathom the ways in which chaos operates. And look, maybe it's so chaotic, I don't even know. That's a possibility, Sam.
Take a look here. As the hunter becomes the hunted. Arachne, as we know, the huntsman went ahead and took down the Emperor during the events of Dynasty. And now as we return from the Uprising to Volcor, we see that the entire forces of the Empire are trying to strike down the assassin. But as the Marionette has shown us, they have some tricks up their sleeve and many agents looking to do the dark and dastardly work. And as you can see, these are a bunch of agents of chaos. So these are, I guess, who we're going to be becoming throughout our games as we play the Chaos Assassin hero. And I do say we because it looks so cool. I simply am going to have to play this hero in our classic constructed format. And as
I don't think you're going to be alone. I think a lot of folks are itching to pick up this Arachne.
And as you alluded to, as we have heard, there will be the first look at a Chaos card from the Hunted coming up later today. We'll drop some more hints throughout the day, but that's all you get for now. But only thing I'll say about it is it's super cool, and it's been a long time coming, and I hope you'll stick around for that in a couple rounds before the top 8. But now, happy holidays. Scarf for a scarf. We both kind of went festive. You went pink. I went red, a little festive energy here because
I'm feeling the holiday spirit. I went to a lovely caroling event a few weeks ago. My wife and I, we don't usually go all out for Christmas. We're very low-key around the holidays.
Sure.
We're going all out this year.
Oh, my God.
Giant tree, presents all over the place. Can't wait.
I can't wait to get my present. Let's see what the giveaway is. This is going to be Ronnie. You Sonata giveth, Sonata taketh.
Facts, Ronnie.
Facts,
we saw it there.
In that game, Sonata did not giveth.
No.
Sonata gaveth a single blue Rune Rager swarm, and that was not enough to
Merry
take down.
Christmas. Enjoy.
Exactly. You know what that is? That's coal in the stocking,
Yes,
my
it is.
man. Coal in the stocking. Congratulations to you, Ronnie. For those of you at home, we're going to be giving away these exclusive, hard-to-come-by promos all day long, every single round. All you got to do is just be active in the chat. Talk about the game. Talk about what you're excited about.
Talk about Arachne.
Talk about Arachne.
Why not?
You'll make this guy happy. And then every single round, we're going to be giving away these Scarf for a Scarf promos. We've got more great action for you coming up after this because there is only one Aurora that has made it into day 2. And she won her last game, I believe. So
she's in striking distance of that top 8.
she's going to go ahead and be our next feature match. I know you want to see some ball lightning action. We'll see it in just a couple minutes. Right after this.
Welcome back to the Flesh and Blood World Tour here from the Calling Chicago. I am Brian Gottlieb. That is Pankaj Bhajwani. We have an awesome match for you. Not only do we have our lone Aurora left in the field, we We have a calling champion. Jacob Clements coming over from the UK. He's got a taste of that victory, looking for more here in Chicago and trying to pick up another trophy to add to the mantle.
From Limited into LL, he's really flexing his chops here with how he's able to perform in two very, very different formats. So we've got Aurora versus Starvo coming up. Now, Starvo been a bit of a bane of the format, if you will. Let's see if he's able to keep that up against the Ball Lightning, Sting of Sorcery, Arc Lightning stuff that Aurora's going to try and do.
Yeah, sounds like our players are ready down in the feature match area. Let's go down there and check it out. And there you see on the left-hand side, it is calling champion Jacob Clements coming to us from the UK, taking on Abigail Welday, the lone Aurora left in this LL tournament. You know, Aurora really showed up at the Team Cup at Worlds. There was so much Aurora in the room, not being represented the same way. What's been your experience with Aurora in this LL format?
Ball Lightning has been a standout in this deck, particularly when paired with Arc Lightning. We already knew back in the day, Ball Lightning paired with Sting of Sorcery was something Briar used to employ to get over Oldham's defenses. Aurora has that on top of Arc Lightning as well. That combo package, so to speak, is incredibly, incredibly strong. Question is, can it stand up against the disruption that Starvo is going to present?
Taking things off with just the grasp here, making a rune chant.
Move to end.
And that's going to be it on turn one. So a little bit of setup for Abigail.
Speaking of setup, that's a Ball Lightning going to Arsenal and a Ball Lightning remaining in her hand as well. So if she can find the Arc Lightning or Sting of Sorcery, we could see an explosive start right out of the gate.
How about this explosive start, Ponkage? It is time for a little casino into the crippling crush.
A pretty good card with some crayons.
Once again, we've seen this time and time again. No filter given to the Starvo, but the Starvo says, nope, I just naturally had it. Here's a crippling for 13, dominate. Go again, not going to matter so much. No resources to swing the hammer. But Abigail did find that Sting of Sorcery with that double Ball Lightning. She hates that this is the moment.
Yeah, has the
give up
combo rolled up, but unfortunately Jacob hits the lottery, finds the three of a kind, and drops that crippling crush. Massive 13.
And remember, this is two random cards. You cannot say, okay, I'll take the damage and keep my two combo pieces. You have no say over what cards you get to keep. I also want to point out that Face Purgatory on Abigail's side would theoretically be very useful in a situation like this, except this Crippling Crush has Dominate. You can't even turn this card on because you can't block with two cards and turn and use the Face Purgatory effect.
A truly unfortunate start to this match for Abigail. We've seen a lot of folks crumble under the pressure of an early Starvo activation. The tempo just starts rolling from there. They're disrupted. They never really get a foothold in the matchup. Is Abigail about to befall the same fate, or is she going to shove everything on the table in front of this crippling crush and escape the crush effect?
Do remember, Crippling Crush is a crush effect. You need to deal 4 damage. Currently, only 3 leaking over. Abigail giving up the Face Purgatory, giving up all that fridge block. That's a one-time use in the game. She's saying, yo, the Sting of Sorcery and the double Ball Lightning is worth it to give up my armor fridge. And on the bright side for her as well, Starvo, no Arsenal, means that Crown of Seeds is offline, which also affects his consistency on getting another fuse on the following turn.
I really love the decision here. We talked about how you can go ahead and just ride this tempo to victory, and Abigail says, I don't have a lot of time. I need to go ahead and make the most of this hand. Shove it all in. Let's see what happens.
That's when it's over. Sting.
Sting of Sorcery coming down.
This is the Arc Lightning at home, so to speak. Will give all attack action cards that Abigail controls a 1 arcane damage rider, and thanks to Ball Lightning's effect, that 1 arcane damage actually becomes 2.
And then 2 physical here.
Not bad.
2 cards left in hand.
Very combo-esque, Ponkage. We've seen a lot of this with Flicker Wisp, Arc Lightning setups. Really easy in LL to go ahead and present this consistent arcane damage.
I have to also point out the Stalagmite sitting on Jacob Clements' side could possibly present a thorn, a little bit of Frostbite disruption on Abigail's side. Aurora not very known to have, an overflow of resources, so to speak. Frostbite could be a little bit tough to deal with, but given Abigail's block on the previous turn, she's probably already accounted for that possibility.
Makes sense to me.
See a bit of defenses coming out from Jacob Clements' side. He has opted to go ahead and AB, pitch a card to AB. Again, pointing out no Arsenal there, no Crown Seeds activation over here. His defenses aren't the best that they could be.
Love to take a look at the rest of Abigail's hand here. It looks like a second copy of Ball Lightning.
I'm down.
Yep.
Static Shock, the last card in hand.
Just deal with that now.
So
Get it out
actually
right
a
now.
little bit vulnerable to that Frostbite. Now you think about it, you know she want to resolve that Ball Lightning, but might be forced to go ahead and pitch it should this Frostbite come through.
Yeah, and it looks like Jacob is reaching for it. I guess we're still at defenses right now. And is Jacob going to make the right call and push the Stalagmite in for the first time in this match? Will save quite a bit of life if he does make the read.
It is a tough call to make to some extent. Abigail's, in a sense, pulling off a bluff. When you see your opponent push the fridge in front so aggressively, you expect them to play around your Frostbite. So he's still making the call. He's taking a gamble, saying, nope, gonna call you on your bluff, so to speak.
I sort of like this just based on length of game, Pankaj. This game's not going to go on forever. And if you even think there's a possibility you have a window to make a difference with those Frostbites, take it. Take the risk. At bare minimum, you're still saving 2 life here.
So this isn't affected by any of the various
Correct.
weapons going on.
Neither
And that
of these
block
help.
definitely worked out for Jacob Clements. A second Ball Lightning would have loved to come down and amplify even further the effect of the Sting of Sorcery. Unfortunately, had to go to the pit zone.
Jacob is just going to defend with the fruits. Yum, yum. And then the final attack, this Chane,
Take one.
going to be a Static Shock. One of that prevented via Arcane Barrier, but still an additional one coming through on the back of Ball Lightning. But a clean cover here on the sink below. So a lot invested there from Abigail. Not a lot of output gotten in return, Pankaj.
Yep, just 2 damage leaked through and a stalagmite block as well in exchange for giving up the entire fridge. But tempo is on her side right now. Let's see if she can keep that train going, force the Starvo into the defensive posture.
Very true. You can't only fixate on the turn-by-turn wins and losses. You have to think of the big picture. And Abigail being able to go ahead and present pressure and take defending cards from Jacob means there's going to be no casinoing on the next turn, and he can't just chain disruptive effect, disruptive effect, disruptive effect.
It's kind of crazy how much Chrono Seeds, Chrono Seeds does in this matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Every matchup, Abigail. It does so much in every matchup.
I don't think that's true.
All right, starting with another Ball Lightning is Abigail.
I would have loved
And if we just take a look at Jacob Clements' hand real quick, I do believe he has found the fuse.
Yeah, on the back of a double elemental card of Pulse of Eisenloft. So going to be able to go ahead and get the fuse should he want on the next turn cycle.
We also saw a new Earth card from Rosetta in the form of that Cadaverous Tilling. We actually also saw him pitch a Felling of the Crown earlier for that Crippling Crush earlier in this game. And that's been a little bit of a point of contention in Starvo lists and LL. A lot of them have been debating whether these decomposed cards are worth it. Remember, for Felling of the Crown, you want to already have decomposed once to get the plus effect on it, which means you're forced to play other cards like Cadaverous Tilling, some are even on Rootbound Carapace, to get the full value on that card. And some people have deemed that that entire package is just not worth it, given everything else Starvo is doing.
Yeah, I was on the side of it wasn't worth it until the Jarl deck came out. And once you're able to update your equipment, certainly Gauntlets of the Boreal Domain, but I've also seen the Jarl chess piece in some of these lists as well. Now it feels pretty easy to find the Decomposer you're looking for, and that means Starvo can just play a bunch of 3 for 8 turns. And I think that's opened up another window to go ahead and be quasi-defensive again. You don't have to go all in on these casino gambles. You just go ahead, defend, play your 3 for 8, and slowly take down your opponent's life total.
That's true. The 2-card plays on Starvo were lacking, so to speak, before Rosetta.
I agree.
But yeah, with Felling, and even with stuff like Fruits of the Forest, like still he has more access to more decent 2-card plays.
Yeah, it looks like Jacob is pretty committed to just taking some damage thus far. There is an electromagnetic somersault in Arsenal, so going to be able to defend and buy back. There we see 2 cards being reached for here.
I'm going to block 6, and I'm going to somersault.
Oh no.
Sad face.
Sorry, just kind of skipping because I know
You're good. Move to Arsenal.
Somersault, one massive upgrade from Rosetta for the Starvo list. A lot of Starvos have been very excited about the card, and we see exactly why. It is so incredibly flexible. It allows you to defend better and also recur some of those threats which have been restricted in the ban list.
Yeah, essentially a D6 on that turn. Now, there is some downside. You can get caught out with a multiple somersault hand. That is really ineffective. But when somersault sings, it offers something very, very special for this Starvo deck. Also special is 11 Go Again, Dominate with Spinal Crush effect coming behind it.
Another one of those devastating crush effects for Aurora. There was a crippling crush in the spinal as well. Thankfully for Abigail, this one's not getting somersaulted back. And there's no Icy Hammer to follow as well. But the Icy Hammer, the Frostbite not going to matter so much when you've been crushed by Spinal Crush.
I will say that at least Aurora, should she play a Lightning card, has a resource sink in the form of her hero ability. There's also the Grasp of the Arknight. So there's some ways to go ahead and mitigate these cards into some value.
Surely you don't draw
There are
cards
also
out
plenty of
the
instants in Aurora, and this is something
Oh, good point.
Azaleas sometimes struggle with against Aurora in CC, where they hit them with a red and a ledger, and Aurora says, okay, here's a discharge and an E-strike for 10. Like, okay, I just played one action, but I still converted my hand very, very effectively.
Yeah, but it,
Yeah.
I
Normally,
mean, normally this doesn't have go again.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like, no go again. But I'm like, no, this is real this time. I mean,
Yeah, actually doesn't have go again for
I'm free
once.
to block the stalagmite here. I think it's the line.
Gotta love the little bit of banter our players are having on the feature table.
No blocks.
No reacts.
28.
Starfall is able to just do its thing here, and that's going to be it for the turn. So interesting. Didn't want to go ahead and use any of those setup pieces, and I think it's because the cards of Abigail has in hand. I believe I saw an Arc Lightning at the ready, so just looking to set up for a future combo turn.
I think she's recognized the name of the game for her is to set up those massive turns, and she cannot win the trading game against a Starvo. She needs to have spike turns, so to speak, Brian. So keeping the Arc Lightning had the line to go ahead and activate Aurora, as you were saying, go ahead and make an embodiment of Lightning. But she's saying this card is way too valuable for my overall game plan.
That speaks of someone who's very experienced in this matchup. I think Abigail knows exactly what she wants to do. What Jacob wants to do is not say yum yum. He's saying yum yum. 9 dominate Fruits of the Forest, followed up by a Winter's Bite. Winter's Bite red here.
Yeah, and this is devastating for Abigail. I think she was prepared for a Frostbite. She was prepared to play around that, but not prepared to have to give up a card time and time again. Even that earlier Sting of Sorcery double ball lightning turn, she wasn't able to keep the full grip because of the Crippling Crush. She still had to give up 1 card in hand. This Winter's Bite is asking that same thing of her. She hasn't been able to do a full 5-card combo play because of Starvo's disruption. That looked like an anemic turn from Starvo, so to speak, as there was no disruption on the attack. But Jacob saying, nope, here's a Winter's Bite and possibly a Icy Hammer after this as well. Just throwing a wrench in Abigail's plans.
Yeah, putting together some nice disruption here is Jacob. Over on Abigail's side, yeah, Arc Lightning, Ball Lightning, Gone in a Flash, Current Funnel, the hand presently.
Oh, that's a hand she would have loved to keep.
Was not meant to be Ponkage. Instead, she's going to have to figure out a new configuration of this hand. How can she get the most from it?
Discard Gone in a Flash.
Gone in a Flash hits the bin, and it is Icy Hammer behind. And you saw a bit of a scrunched face there from Abigail. Was hoping it was just not going to be the follow-up, but it is.
Does have the blue this time to counteract that Frostbite. But these early turns of the game, Brian, have definitely been coming up Jacob Clements' ways.
It's so hard to keep track of everything, yeah. Not a paid actor.
You can see the frustration in Abigail's face.
Yeah, there's really no way to not have this impact your turn. At this point, you're down to only 2 defense on the equipment. That's not an option. You have a card plus a piece, but again, that's another card out of hand. And Aurora has to put multiple cards together.
And we have to point out the resources that Abigail has been expending to try and do these combo turns. Despite them already not being full 5-card hand combo turns, she's had to expend so much of her life total. She's at 20 to Jacob Clements' 28, and she has almost no armor left, Brian. Only 2 block left between the Grasp of the Arknight and the Dire de Carapace.
And this like 16-ish range is where Starvo can realistically present lethal to you on a turn cycle. Scary spot to be in. That's its own form of disruption. As soon as the life total starts demanding cards, things can get out of hand.
Yeah.
Other pieces of disruption, I do believe. Has Jacob Clements drawn into a Blizzard? He has. That's just yet more disruption that you, on your own turn, that you might not be expecting. You could play around Stalagmite, you're thinking of that one. But if a Blizzard suddenly comes out on top of that Frostbite, that could once again just stuff down Abigail's turn here, which she spends so much to keep.
Yeah, did keep the blue, so Current Funnel at the ready thus far, but That's kind of a temporary solution, Ponkit, should more disruption join the fray, particularly in the form of that stalagmite.
Yeah, it's Blizzard plus Stalagmite will force a full other card from Abigail to continue the turn.
Yes, yep.
Prevention effect is floating here.
This has been AB'd.
Ball lightning kicks things off here. The mini combo is rolling once more. Only one card left in Arsenal
Clearly my arsenal's bad.
for Abigail.
I'm not sure if we got a peek at what that was. So I have to point out, unlike the Sting of Sorcery, the arcane damage from Arc Lightning will transfer over to the Starfall as well, but the Ball Lightning extra damage will not go to the Starfall. So that one would just be a 1 arcane damage rider, thanks to Arc Lightning.
Yeah, not an action card. Ball lightning does not apply. And I think an interesting decision here from Jacob. You can just go ahead and sit on that Blizzard if you don't think this turn is going to be that bad for you, and potentially arsenal it for a future more problematic turn. And I think you're inspired to do that because of the felling of the crown that he presently has in hand, able to play that 2-card 3-for-8 setup that we talked about previously.
Yeah, although, once again, the awkwardness of that card and why some Starvos have opted not to put that in their list is that this would be the first time he's decomposing, which means it wouldn't get the +4 effect.
Good point, Pankaj.
It would just be a 2-card 4, which rips a card from your opponent, but definitely not as good.
It feels like
as a
disruption
2/8.
is the name of the game at this point, though. The damage offered, less important, just making sure you never give Abigail access to that full output that Aurora is capable of.
Oh, I have to correct myself. I think the Ball Lightning will affect the Arc Lightning because the damage is actually the source of damage is the Arc Lightning, not the Starfall. So the 1 damage rider will actually get increased because that's the source, and Ball Lightning cares about action cards that deal damage.
Good call out, Ponkaj. Players just sorting out a quick judge call here. I believe it should only take a moment, and then we'll be back to the action. How does it feel so far, though, Ponkaj? To me, I think Abigail has been so close on so many turns, just able to potentially find that damage source, and then Jacob always has that last hurdle that she has to overcome thus far.
It's always just that extra piece of disruption on Jacob's turn, or the Stalagmite block on the first time. Basically, Abigail has never had the full 5 cards that she's wanted to. She has found those pieces, though. We saw Ball Lightning and Sting of Sorcery. We're seeing Arc Lightning and Ball Lightning right now. Just he didn't have that extra card, and that's why Jacob Clements has that 10-point life lead right now.
Feels like the redundancy is absolutely there for this deck now. There's so many Ball Lightning, Sting of Sorcery, Arc Lightning, so many ways to go ahead and present this extra damage.
To be fair, I mean, I was also pretty sure my one worked the way it did. So
And that Arsenal did not come out for Abigail over there, so didn't manage to capitalize. Once again, expended quite a bit of a life total. That's a finite resource, Brian. Expended quite a bit of it for a rather anemic combo turn because of the disruption from Jacob Clements.
Yeah, and Jacob is just going to go ahead and take the Winter's Wail here. That'll be the form of disruption. Frosty 4.
Take a look at what Abigail's working with over here. Does have the Sink below to stop the 4.
Nice cover from Abigail, able to avoid that Frostbite and reset the hand. This feels like a very important moment for her chances in this game, Ponkaj.
Now, this is LL, so while there are some power cards like Ball Lightning, there are still even more that we haven't seen yet, Brian. Channel Lightning Valley, a card that this list definitely runs. We have been speaking about how she hasn't been able to pull off, bigger hand sizes combo turns. Channel Lightning Valley could be one of those cards that helps her get there.
For the first time, this game has found potentially a chance to go ahead and play unimpeded. Sure, a Sink Below had to be given up. That's what it's there for.
But no Frostbite to speak of. Definitely very massive right now. She's holding on to 2 reds and a Ball Lightning as well. All cards that she wants to play.
Here's an old classic, Ponkaj. How about a 5-card hand? Tunic put into Crown of Seeds. Damage prevention floating. 5 dangerous cards picked up.
And I see
Lightning, Earth, Ice, all there.
And that's the strength of the Crown of Seeds. Even when you don't tunic it, you just get to see another card to find that 3rd element that you're missing in your hand. But when you get to tunic it out, if out of 5 cards, you are so likely to see the 3 elements that you need to go ahead and do the fuse. And we've been talking about this for quite a while. Abigail's life total is getting to the point where she might just be forced to block just for life and not so much for disruption anymore.
Yep, 19.
Lightning Surge was the arsenal, able to pick up go again here. Flittering Charge coming down.
And we see the discipline from Abigail's side. The Ball Lightning on this turn would have represented quite a bit of extra damage. All these are elemental and or lightning cards on the chain right now, which all had gotten, or would have gotten +1 damage should the Ball Lightning have started this chain. Instead, she's saving that, waiting for another Sting of Sorcery or waiting for another Arc Lightning. As you point out earlier, Brian, this is someone who is experienced in this matchup and knows exactly what a game plan is and how she can win.
That's what I got.
I think Jacob putting up a good game plan on the fly as well, though. Maybe hasn't put in a ton of reps against Aurora, but seems to have figured it out here. Going to go ahead and Casino Fuse here, and also has the Channel Lake Frigid potentially available.
So I decompose for each, put a card from my hand on the bottom.
Is going to lose a card here to the Felling of the Crown, so a bit of inefficiency.
Yep. And also, it is 4 damage base, Felling of the Crown, getting +2 from Starvo's effect. So that's a little bit inefficient as well. But, yep, you are happy to trade 3 or 4 cards. You know, you're happy to trade small hand sizes against this Aurora when they are at 16.
More Ball Lightnings this go around for Abigail. One card, though, has to leave the hand, has to head to the bottom of the deck. So again, no 5-card hand. 4 cards at best. And maybe having to play under Channel Lake Frigid as well.
Channel Lake Frigid being threatened. Icy Hammer also being threatened by Jacob Clements over here. Abigail needs to consider all those options as he decides.
And neither one feels good.
Yeah, as she decides what goes to the bottom.
Bottom here.
And what she uses to block as well. Blocking decision by Abigail now. Remember, Ball Lightning, strong enough card to be a rainbow of in this Aurora list. 9 of Ball Lightnings, however, does have the block 0 on the bottom right-hand side, Brian. So not going to be able to use as a defending card on this chain. Oh, I mean, you are able to use it. It is legal, but there'll be not much point to do so.
Yeah, these cards have weaknesses, Ponkage. Even on the Starvo side, sometimes it feels like Starvo can do anything. But as I mentioned, picking up that electromagnetic somersault has introduced some variance. And I think that's kind of the story of LL. If you're going to be an LL player, if you're going to embrace this format, you kind of have to live that life. You have to expose yourself to some variance sometimes. You have to understand that sometimes games are going to just be blowouts. But talking to folks around this event, they love the vibe. They love the chance to do powerful things. As much as powerful things happen to you, you get to do them to your opponent. And if you buy into this mode of playing Flesh and Blood and using the most powerful cards from this game's 5-year history, there's a lot of fun to be had.
And the downside of Somersault definitely cannot be understated. Not only is it a no block that opens you up to on hits, as we've been speaking about, there's also the fact that a lot of your elemental cards aren't actually attacks, especially the introduction of the ice cards from the Jarl Armory deck. You can't Somersault them back. When you draw a hand of Somersault and those cards, you are left really just wishing the Somersault was something else.
So Jacob did choose to go with the Frosty Hammer and a big defense put forward from Abigail here. It is the last of the equipment being used to cover this up and avoid that Frostbite.
Yep, for a 3-card hand from Abigail over here. Let's see if that equipment block is going to be worth it for her. 3-card hand from Aurora. Starvo is at 15, still with armor up. The Gauntlets of the Burial Domain alongside Lightning Greaves going to be available as extra life effectively for the Starvo, while Abigail is sitting with no more blocks left on the equipment.
Ball Lightning. One more time. I feel like I've seen so many Ball Lightnings thus far.
Blue
Coming
one
in
this
for
time.
1.
Yep, coming in for 1, and I believe she is holding on to that Channel Lightning Valley. And when there's a 1 damage attack on the field, Brian, you're very tempted to just let it pass.
You are, Ponkage, but look at the equipment that Jacob still has available at this point. Just say nothing of Crown of Seeds out there ready to do some prevention. So there are options here, and it is going to be the Stalagmite push forward again.
Okay.
Covering up the Ball Lightning, trying to disrupt a little bit further.
Interesting decision by Jacob to give the Stalagmite there, giving the Frostbite. Still had the option to just use Lightning Greaves if he was caring about the on-hit, but chose to give the Frostbite instead, trying to gamble that Abigail didn't have the resources to pay through it, but she did with the blue and is still going to get the card draw from a Channel Lightning Valley.
Yeah, nice little play there from Abigail. Found the window to go ahead and get a Channel Lightning Valley trigger. Jacob did, in fact, pass on the Starfall defense. And this seems bad, Pankaj. You picked up a card here. Abigail doesn't seem super willing to go ahead and put this into the arsenal. Certainly having to think about whatever came off the top of the deck.
The decision is Arsenal or activate Aurora and bank on the Embodiment of Lightning. So your choices are, is this card better in Arsenal or is having an extra action point on the following turn better?
Yeah, it is going to be Arsenal. I have a feeling it's probably not all that good. Also not good for Abigail. 3 of a kind, Lightning, Earth, Ice, and Spinal Crush coming in for an 11 dominate attack.
And no more armor to speak of. And based on Abigail's reaction on the previous turn, you know that's not a defense reaction. Sitting in Arsenal, Brian, is probably
it is not.
some mopey blue Heaven's Claw, probably one of the worst hits. And you have to wonder if that's perhaps the hit that Abigail had. And she went through so much to get this Channel Lightning Valley on the field, to get the card draw off of it. The following turn, when you resolve Channel Lightning Valley, is when it's at its most powerful, because you didn't expend a card from your hand to go ahead and resolve it. It would just be an extra card, but not when you're under Spinal Crush's effect.
Once again, Jacob looking to just steal Abigail's turn from her.
And the life totals, it's getting to the point where 11 Dominate is not just threatening the Crush effect, it's threatening
one
death.
more Dominate and we're done here, Pankaj. That's it. You just need to hit the casino lottery one more time, and Abigail will be out of options, out of defenses. I do want to say, despite the fact that Jacob feels like he's always had it in this game, I think there were windows for Abigail. Just a single miss on a single turn, and Abigail could have went ahead and set up those mini combo turns, found some extra cards, but now, absolute disaster. Follow up Winter's Wail here, demanding at least 1, probably 2 cards from hand, given the fact that Spinal Crush is active.
Just an extra blue on that first Sting of Sorcery turn, even an extra resource even, because of paying through that Frostbite, could have put Jacob in a much more dangerous position life total-wise. Unfortunately, for the way things have lined up for Abigail, Jacob has had the disruption quite often. And now this Winter's Wail threatening the Frostbite, threatening the life total as well.
Abigail back in the tank, looking desperately for a way out of this scenario. Is going to go ahead and fall to 1, puts Gone in the Flash in front. Frostbite enters her side of the arena. And now, what does the turn consist of?
3 cards remaining for Abigail. That 1 Arsenal, which didn't seem like it was very good, but Channel Lightning Valley is still on the field, so 3 cards ostensibly. But if she can get the Channel Lightning Valley trigger, that would be a 4th card.
She's got a Lightning Press in hand, I believe. I could get up to some trickery.
Especially when Channel Lightning Valley is concerned. But I believe both the cards in her hand are
red.
red.
Yeah, that's my read as well.
It's not great when you are under a Frostbite. And Spinal Crush effect is also active.
Yeah, it is a red second strike there. Only get 1 shot at this.
Trying to consider the outs Abigail has. Some sneaky thing about Aurora is that she can deal damage on the opponent's turn off cards like Burn Up Shock, where you can just play the shock side on the opponent's turn. It's looking a little dicey to get Jacob to that point where he is also that low enough that that's lethal and also doesn't have resources up to just pay for Arcane Bearer or pay for Carna Seeds.
Now, Abigail gets some relief in a miss, but it feels like it may be too little too late for her. Second strike is the play here.
Yep. Lightning Press gone to the pitch zone. The second strike is threatening the card draw effect from the Channel Lightning Valley. Does Jacob even care, though? His hand does represent Winter's Bite into Spinal Crush, so no Starvo Fuse, but still has plenty of disruption.
Yeah, that's a strong hand anyway, Pankaj. Maybe time for the equipment. Reaches for those gauntlets.
No blocks.
Says no blocks.
Press.
Lightning
Second
press?
lightning press in Arsenal. Okay, this is something. I mean, the life total has dropped significantly down to just 7, and there will be an Arsenal on a future turn.
If that's a blue lightning card that she just drew, she could even pitch it to Aurora right
Yep.
now and keep the channel lightning value around as well, because that will be 2 lightning cards in the pitch zone. So she have an action point and CLV around for the following
Could
turn.
be a big deal, Pankaj. Perhaps a glimmer of hope here for Abigail Welday. The last Aurora remaining in the tournament. Going to go ahead and review the graveyard, looking for some information that can divine the right play.
So interesting that when she had the card draw on the previous turn to put in Arsenal, it was the Lightning Press, which seemed like she agonized about for a little bit. But Lightning Press, especially when you have a CLV around, seems like a strong card.
No,
But
I actually now think it was just posturing. Like, I think it was really good, effective posturing from Abigail. I bought it entirely.
Discard unless you pay 1.
speaking of those instant speed effects, Abigail has drawn up a Burn Up Shock. Is able to deal arcane damage on the opponent's turn, but the opponent's at 7 and still has AB up, especially with a tunic counter. It might be just like you said, Brian, might be a little too late. And she's found, once again, the Arc Lightning, Ball Lightning combination. But now she's at 1. Those limited resources that she was using in the earlier parts of the game to get the Sting of Sorcery, Ball Lightning, to get the Arc Lightning, Ball Lightning, those have been expended now. Now
Yeah.
she's at 1. No more armor, no more life total to work with. Can't just say, I want to keep this hand. I'll use those resources. Now she's forced to use cards to block with.
Abigail has fought so hard to make this one close, but an unfortunate Winter's Bite here. It's a blue one, but Abigail only pitched a red last go around, and that means this is going to demand a second card from hand. And I believe that Spinal Crush will be enough to go ahead and offer lethal once Abigail is down to just 2 possible defending cards.
And that's the worst punish ever. That's the worst feeling ever. When you see the first blue Winter's Bite, you are agonizing. You're like, do I need to pitch a blue for this? Or do I need to pitch a yellow for this? Do you have a follow-up Winter's Bite? And Abigail took a bit of the gamble. This Ball Lightning doesn't block. This is one I want to expend. And then there was a follow-up Winter's
Look, when
Bite.
you're in the position she's in, you have to take some gambles. You have to take some risks to try and go ahead and get back into the match. But I think it was the absolute max punish of a second blue Winter's Bite here.
That was her only out because that Ball Lightning doesn't block. If she keeps it in hand, if she pitches
Fair
the yellow
enough.
Arc
It
Lightning,
doesn't matter
Yeah.
either way.
she's still just holding on to a no block, so
May
that
have just
was
been
her
trapped.
best out. She has been playing excellently for sure. Unfortunately, just the cards have been lining up Jacob Clements' way.
Matchup look a lot better.
Yeah, and now Jacob says, here is the Spinal Crush, and that is going to go head. And Abigail's going to check, but gets the fist bump, and Jacob Clements, calling champion, won in the limited format back there in Florence, showing prowess in the Living Legend format as well, moves on, and very, very good striking range of going ahead and adding to that already impressive resume here this season.
X2 after round 9, just 2 more rounds for Jacob Clements. If he can keep that record up, we might very well see him in the top 8 and maybe see him, have a back-to-back almost calling champion run.
It's become so much more important, Pankaj, for a very clear reason, and that is the World Tour. Of course, there's that $1.5 million prize pool throughout the entirety of the year, but there's also other things going on with the World Tour. Now, we know these hallmark events are going to be taking place, the World Championships in the USA. Did you think I would slip up, Pankaj?
Oh, I thought you were just throwing it back to me, and
Okay.
I would be the one saying the regions.
Okay.
All good. World Championships in the USA and 2 Pro Tours next year in London and APAC are 3 major regions of Flesh and Blood being represented at these marquee Tier 4 events for the year 2025.
Yeah, and there's going to be points on offer at all of these events, as well as the 60 planned battle hardens, 22 planned callings, and that so important national championship season. But I am, of course, talking about the player of the year. And the Flesh and Blood player of the year is the player who accumulates the most World Tour points over the course of this season. This season will wrap up with Worlds in the USA, of course. They're accruing right now at all of these events. World Championship, Pro Tour, Calling, National Championship, and Battle Harden, all paying out. And some players have started to put some distance between themselves and the rest of the field. And one of those players is Jacob Clements. Did, of course, pick up 16 points out there in that Florence calling, chasing down the Americans who so many have speculated are poised to go ahead and pace the field, although both having poor weekends by their standards. Michael Funk did make day 2. I believe Brodie Spurlock did not, so probably participating in the battle hardened, but it sounds like Michael Funk also is out of this calling as well. Did not perform particularly well on day 2 either. So neither of those players are really looking to pick up big points here this weekend. Of course, Brodie has a chance out there in the battle hardened, but Jacob Clements alive for 16 more points in the form of a calling victory and could go ahead and take over that first place slot.
And remember, this Player of the Year is also region-specific. We have one each for the Europe and the APAC and the US regions, those 3 regions. So while we might have, 2 Americans at the top of the leaderboard, Jacob Clements could very well be one of the Players of the Year of the Europe region.
Yeah, fantastic point. Pankaj, of course, tied with Jacob Trossin right now in that Europe region, but we're going to pay attention to all of these regions as we get closer and closer down the line. Then, of course, we head over to the APAC region. You see folks like Pudding Tam, Shoma Yamamura right up there in the race for their region and potentially looking to get into the race for the overall Player of the Year. Of course, you're going to want to follow along with this. What better place to do so than at our upcoming events? We do have a battle hardened coming up in Hong Kong. Can't wait to see what Team Blue Pitch can do at that one. And then a full slate of events. The one I am, of course, most excited for is that world premiere of The Hunted out there in Prague. And we are going to have more information about The Hunted coming for you in just a little bit. You will get to know what the Chaos talent is capable of. Only a couple more rounds until that reveal. Until we reach that point, we're going to have more living legend action for you in Chicago. But before we hit break, how about we give away another scarf for a scarf, Pankaj? Who do we have this time taking home? It looks like Turned on Tuesday. Abigail, don't hear no bell yet, Pankaj. She was swinging to the very end, tried to find a little bit of purchase late in that matchup, and I think played beautifully. Just wasn't meant to be, but it was meant to be for Turned on Tuesday. Make sure you get in touch with us and pick up those scarf for a scarves. All of you at home are going to want chances to go ahead and win those as well. You will have the opportunity as we go through all the rest of our rounds, and we have a revisiting person in the feature match round, or in the feature match area next round, Pankaj. It is Will Bradshaw coming back with that Prism deck. We're going to get another look at what aggro Prism can do right after this break.
Welcome back to The Calling here at the World Tour in Chicago. Sam Byrne and Pankaj Bajwani, and we have got another kind of classic matchup coming up for you in just a couple seconds. A little Prism master from the days of yore. We saw him yesterday. It is going to be Will Bradshaw on Prism facing off against the Starvo, the star of the show, the scourge perhaps of this tournament.
A returning fan favorite to the feature match era, if you will, Will Bradshaw, I think won over quite a few hearts yesterday with his match against Chane. What is considered to be quite an unfavored matchup for Prism, but Will Bradshaw, with a very unique spin on his Prism list, managed to take that down. Now, the deck that he has showed up on Prism to beat, the Guardians, Illusionist, the bane of Guardians everywhere, is he going to be able to repeat that win into the bane of this tournament? Starvo.
All questions will be answered. Let's dive down into the arena and find out who will emerge victorious. Both players here, these are two, perennial top 8 contenders. People, Will Bradshaw in those, the championship whites, as I believe the card guys call them. He is, of course, a top 8 competitor from our U.S. National Championships just this year. It looks like we're already into the game. Tunic is on one. It was a Shimmers of Silver, and just playing out the electromagnetic somersault from the hand for Brian Lorenz just to filter it a little bit. Now, of course, Will has the opportunity to do something else, even though he has no action point. These Prism decks got a lot of instant speed auras up their sleeves.
Starting already with one Spectra on the field is Will Bradshaw. Would have loved to also put a yellow one down, but on Brian Lorenz's side, we've seen this time and time again. Sam, you give this time we see also a bit of filtering, played a somersault, and into the Starvo fuse immediately to kick things off.
Here comes the Earth, the Ice, and the Lightning. Hypo, Cadaverous, Trip, the Light Fantastic, and the one card face down. The question is for Mr. Brian Lorenz, is he going to be able to have a big attack, or is it going to be the Tilling to start this thing off? I don't believe this will be able to be decomposed, so this is just going to be 6 Dominate, go again at Prism's face.
The only Earth card in his graveyard right now is the Fruits of the Forest. That was also something that happened on that turn 0. Played the Somersault and discarded Fruits of the Forest. That's why he's sitting at that 42 and still managed to go ahead and fuse on his turn. But you're right, didn't manage to decompose with his Tilling. And seeing this card makes us think perhaps he's also running other decomposed cards like Felling of the Crown. And so missing this first decompose could come back and bite him really hard, because Felling of the Crown already needs Earth cards in the banner zone to get the +4 effect. So missing this decompose we could see ramifications of that later down the line.
Brian Lorenz actually did have that big attack. It's a Starstruck headed to the arsenal there, but valued having the action point and the ability to use the action point with an extra card, because the Winter's Wail did clear that Shimmers of Silver. Brian Lorenz has been here before. He's seen this movie. He knows if he lets these blue auras stick around for too long, things will get dangerous for him quickly. So just utilize that final card, the Hypothermia, taking the Winter's Wail into that Shimmers of Silver. So now we're back over to Will, 37 playing 42. It's a blue Wartune Herald with a Herald of Triumph in the pitch. So for the rest of this turn, all Illusionist attacks, they got go again.
You absolutely have to get rid of Shimmers of Silver. That sort of play from Brian Lorenz is exactly why he's sitting here 7-2 in the feature match area. You have to be disciplined against Illusionist. You cannot let the board state go out of hand, especially when you're a slower, hulking Guardian.
Here comes Phantasmal Footsteps, refunding the action point after the Phantasm trigger. Haze Bending is the follow-up. Looks like they're going to be thinking at the end of turn. Brian Lorenz wondering if he wants to utilize the Crown of Seeds, most likely to filter that card from the arsenal. We know it's the Starstruck. These players might be thinking this game's going to go a little long, because look, there goes an Oakenold to the bottom of the deck. Now, interestingly, that does mean that it'll actually be Starstruck and Oakenold right next to each other at the bottom of the deck. Wonder if Brian Lorenz is not worried about the pitch stack, thinking he's going to try to end this game in first cycle.
The other advantage he gets by using Crown of Seeds is potentially finding the third element that he needs, and that's one of the underlooked aspect of Crown of Seeds in Starvo. It isn't just a defensive piece, it is a way for you to look at an extra card to go ahead and get that fuse.
Winter's Grasp here, just going to clear the Haze Bending. That means Will Bradshaw is going to have a full 5-card grip, 4 in the hand and 1 in the arsenal to try to throw some pressure back Brian Lorenz's way. Here's the thing about the Starvo deck. Sometimes you look like you are the most powerful thing to ever happen to TCGs, and sometimes you hold 3 cards, spend one of them into a Winter's Wail, into an Aura, and pass.
And you also just filtered away your arsenal with Crown of Seeds. You're just like spinning your wheels for whatever reason and got nothing out of it, or it was clear an Aura. But that's our play pattern, is what we're going to see throughout this match. And we're going to see Will Bradshaw do exactly this. Send one attack, he's going to get popped, he's going to buy it back, set up an Aura, pass it over. If Brian doesn't have the fuse, he's in a sense forced to clear most of those Auras cards, like Passing Mirage and Haze Bendings, you have to get them off the field. But when he does have that fuse, that's when the play pattern sort of breaks. You can send one big attack at Prism's face and then send the hammer at an Aura.
Spectral Shield, one with go again. Coming in. Passing Mirage is going to be the follow-up. Both players here not able to utilize all the cards in their hand, doing a little bit of setting up and a little bit of holding back. Both of these players extremely experienced in this matchup and in this era of Flesh and Blood, been playing for some time. Look at this, it's just going to be a Fruits of the Forest. Once again, we just got to clear that Passing Mirage for Brian Lorenz here.
No fuse once again for Brian Lorenz, but still able to convert the hand a little bit more by discarding the Fruits of the Forest, gaining 2 life, discarding another one. Yum, yum indeed, says Brian Lorenz. And this might look a little bit innocuous, like gaining 2 life doesn't really matter. It actually does, because of the number of pesky 1 damage pings that his Prism list does to you. Through the back of the Spectral Shields, through the back of literally any aura that they play. Little 1 damage nicks coming at you, discarding Fruits of the Forest, discarding Trip the Light Fantastic to deal with this little death by 1,000 cuts can actually save you cards in the long run.
Herald of Protection for 5.
Here comes another blue Herald of Protection. Only 1 red Herald has been played this turn. It's been mostly blues for Will Bradshaw, but he's keeping a bunch of yellows in that pitch zone, so they are all having go again.
That Phantasmal Symbiosis going to the pitch zone as well for Will Bradshaw. We saw that yesterday. It was a very, very impressive card going to the pitch zone to be the yellow for Luminaris.
And here comes another popper. Will just buying a bunch of poppers out of the deck. Now he's got the tunic available for the Phantasmal Footsteps. If you buy the poppers out of the hand, it does mean that the Starvo opponent most likely doesn't get to use, has a smaller chance of having a big attack to utilize if there's a Starvo fuse. Restless Coalescence going to be the follow-up here. That's just an aura that can swing with that Haze Bending as the chain follow-up. Both players there used their tunics for their equipment. Brian Lorenz used the tunic for the Crown of Seeds. Will, the tunic for the Phantasmal Footsteps.
And putting yet another aura on the field. And despite Brian Lorenz's discipline at clearing the board state from Will Bradshaw's side, that board state's still getting slightly slower and slower, getting bigger and bigger. 2 shields and a Restless Coalescence on Will Bradshaw's side.
We have seen often in the Starvo lists utilizing things like time skippers to be able to get in some action points. The Lightning Greaves providing a bit of block value and still a way to get more action points by giving your instants go again. If those instants have a go again, naturally you can bank some action points and utilize that to clear some auras. Not sure how many of those are present within the list. I guess we have what, like an Electromagnetic Somersault, maybe some. I guess Blink doesn't have go again.
Blink would already just give you an action.
Yeah.
But yeah, Electromagnetic Somersault is the way to combo with the Lightning Greaves and clear Spectras off the board if they get a little too problematic. And on that front, actually, Will Bradshaw yet to find those yellow auras, and those are very key pieces in his matchup to overwhelm the Guardian opponent. You want to get those Genesises down, those Merciful Retributions down, especially when you have a whole bunch of Spectral Shields in play. Those kind of auras just continue pinging your opponent down and tax the action point economy.
Here comes 6 with go again. Herald of Triumph giving attack action cards -1 while defending, so no just natural 6s, but the Starvo deck full of 9s, 10s, and even 11s. All the way up to 14 with something like a Pulverize if it is in the list. This is going to be a Blizzard coming out from hand, so threatening to take away the go again, but there is the blue from Will Bradshaw to just keep the train rolling. Still has the card in hand and card in arsenal, and again, both players happy to keep cards in the hand. Brian really trying to keep Will off of Soul. 2-3 blocks, the Winter's Grasp, the Autumn's Touch. Here come all 3 of the auras. Looks like Brian's just going to take the 3, and I think it was a great point of the incidental life gain, making these hard to block efficiently attacks a little more mitigated.
Oh, and that one floating at the end there, punishing Brian Lorenz for not blocking the Stalagmite. That would have stuffed Will Bradshaw's turn completely, but didn't make that call, and Will Bradshaw gets to end with the Wartune Herald, and he's already represented that he does not have a popper in this hand. Could this finally be the first piece of soul that Will Bradshaw gets in this game?
Brian Lorenz got to give this one a think. He's been as disciplined as possible. There is an aura on the field. This one Brian's just going to take 7. 42 goes to 35. 2 life down to Will Bradshaw's 37 here.
And with that many cards expended from Brian Lorenz, definitely no question of a Starvo fuse happening on his turn. It's just very likely going to be the hammer swing. Tempo firmly in Will Bradshaw's side.
No Frostbite here because the Winter's Wail isn't seeing an ice card in the pitch.
And we finally see one of those yellow instant Spectra cards that Prism is so incredibly known for. Parable of Humility sitting in Will Bradshaw's hand. He has the playline of setting up 2 Spectras in one turn with this hand. Will need to give up his current board for that, but that is why Prism is the bane of Guardian's existence everywhere. When you set up 2 Spectra auras, they only clear 1 at a time. If you get to do that a couple of turns in a row, suddenly the board state just gets completely out of control.
That all you got. Gonna shore up some of this from the arsenal, so only has to lose a single Spectral Shield for the block. Brian Lorenz gonna pass. Bradshaw here, Tunic to 2. Prism trying to call forth the illusions, make the Starvo's head spin. Restless Coalescence, no go again represented, and now all of a sudden Will Bradshaw has multiple avenues and options available to him. The Prism ability online able to be pitched into and give this thing go again.
Or you pitch into Parable as well, which is exactly what we're seeing happening here, pitching the yellow Wartune Herald, and this is Will Bradshaw saying he had the line to attack with the Wartune Herald, pitching Parable instead opting to resolve Parable, pitch a Wartune Herald, recognizing that his game plan, his win condition, is making the board state so incredibly overwhelmed for the Starvo opponent that they just simply cannot deal with it. You tax them, you make them have the Starvo fuse, and so far Brian Lorenz hasn't really had it. He had it once this game, but not any more than that, and there's 2 Spectres on the field with 3 ward as well to protect.
Passing Mirage, a target for this Starvo deck to get rid of, but we have a Starvo fuse, which is exactly how these Starvo opponents try to clear the board. They try to throw a huge attack, chunk down the Prism's life total, and then use that hammer to frostily take down something like a Passing Mirage. Brian Lorenz fuse to start this game. A lot of blocking, a lot of chilling from this point forward, but maybe that electromagnetic somersault will allow for this turn to get a little nutty.
And the Dominate can't be understated as well. There's Ward 3 total on Will Bradshaw's side, which do represent extra 1 damage attacks because of Luminaris. The Dominate, if you can clear those off the field, not only are you able to actually touch Will Bradshaw's life, you're also preventing damage coming your way because they will no longer be weapons that Will Bradshaw has access to.
Crush Confidence going to be the call here. Truly, he's on the art, folks. I mean, you can see his big red coat. Starvo truly reminding me of another man with a big red coat coming around this holiday season. Just giving gifts.
Giving scarves.
Scarves, gifts. Starvos just have Dominate and go again.
Crush Confidence coming in for 8. Thanks to the Parable of Humility is reducing its attack power by 1. Just left Dominate, though. Will Bradshaw very, very likely going to lose those ward state pieces. No arsenal to speak of here to block this Crush Confidence.
Crush Confidence, a nice card from Welcome to Wraith. One of these older cards still finding good relevance. 2 cards, 7 value here, coming in for 8 total because of the subtraction, thanks to the Parable of Humility. But Crush for 4 or more is going to turn off that Prism Hero ability. With Ward 3 and a block 3, you will be able to prevent that Crush effect here. It looks like that's what's going to be represented.
Crush Confidence, just one of those cards that incidentally have quite a lot of text against a lot of heroes in this LL
Sleep
format.
Dart, yeah.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday against Dromai as well, against Mara Faris' Dromai. Is Crush Confidence not letting a Dragon's Have go again, not letting Mara generate Ash against Chains, against Zens, really impede the offensive ability. Just over here, the Crush not going to go through, but even against Prism, just not letting them put that yellow in the pitch zone, which is probably the most important part about her ability.
Somersault here is going to bring that Crush Confidence back into the hand. You know Starvo, he's a gymnast, he's a performer. The Somersault makes sense in this deck because looking like Brian maybe wanted to keep it for the arsenal to make this exact play once again. Let's see if the Passing Mirage, the Parable, or Prism is targeted by this follow-up. Hammer into the passing, has to clear it, has to make sure that Phantasm is an option from this point forward. Question is, Will's only got 1 Passing Mirage left. Will he be able to utilize that to provide him enough tempo here? He's only got 3 cards to work with. Another Parable in the hand, but that Herald of Erudition, that would have been a little bit nicer with something like a Passing Mirage still on the field.
And we're starting to see the agony of deciding which Spectra to get rid off of the board from Brian Lorenz's side. There was 2 Spectras. He had to make the decision of what to get rid of. And we're also starting to see his experience, his expertise on prioritization of which of these auras to get rid of, recognizing that Passing Mirage is the one that can potentially make him lose the game if Will Bradshaw has something like a Herald of Erudition or some massive Herald that he'll have to deal with. Saying, Parable can stay an extra turn, but not the Passing Mirage. These are the sorts of decisions that Prism sort of compels you to make throughout the course of the game, and it's a sort of hero where if you miss, if you prioritize wrongly on 1 turn cycle, Prism could just run away with the game.
Spectral Shield coming in for one off of the back of the Herald of Erudition hitting the pitch, which means that second Parable is in the arsenal. A little more functionality, a little more ease of being able to play. So after the Haze Bending is going to follow up, finish the chain, but Bravo, star of the show, hits the field, comes forward. It means we found Earth, Ice, and Lightning off of the back of that Tunic, utilizing the Crown of Seeds, filtering the card from the arsenal to find maybe that critical extra piece. Should we take a peek at what we're working with here? I see Earth, I see Ice, I see Lightning, and red pitch strips to follow that thing up, including that Crush Confidence. Not sure if that's the same one or if it's the one that was ripped off the top. I think it was the one in the arsenal went to the bottom of the deck because the CLF was the other card that was in the hand there.
I think Brian Lorenz has been finding his Starvo Fuse exactly when he needs them. Early on, not as needed. Remember, this game really comes down to whether you can manage the Prism's board state. And the past 2 turns when Will Bradshaw has had 2 Spectra on the fields, Brian Lorenz has been able to find the Starvo Fuse, and that has been very, very important for him. I do want to point out on Will Bradshaw's side as well, the Parable of Humility that went into his arsenal. When you have your Tunic up, that is incredibly, incredibly strong. Allows you to resolve that 4-cost Aura with just 1 card from hand, just pitching 1 blue off of that Tunic counter and getting to put another Spectra on the field.
8 damage, Parable doing some work here.
Crush effect of the Crush Confidence, not really too important right now. No soul in Prism Soul to speak of, so can't even activate the ability if she wanted to. So just going to be vanilla damage, going to take away the Spectral Shield.
28. Yep.
Your hero power is turned off for this turn.
Yep.
Crush Confidence, crushing Prism's ability to utilize that hero ability. Does still have the Haze Bending, so if the Haze Bending or the Parable is destroyed, a Spectral Shield will be created off of the back end. Will, of course, has another Parable of Humility in the arsenal here with that Tunic. Frosty Hammer is just going to come in and take out the Haze Bending, but we know that there's a Blink available. We'll see if Brian Lorenz wants to do anything else with the turn. Pass Priority has the Blink in the hand, but most likely doesn't have pitch to do much else. As even though you might have an extra action point, Winter's Wail does say once per turn action.
There was a build of Guardian at some point where they ran 2 hammers, partly because of that reason. You Time Skippers and Victor into actually the new Prism would run sometimes Time Skippers and 2 Titan's Fists so that they can Time Skippers and swing with both Titan's Fists to clear Angels. Brian Lorenz, though, with the Stalagmite, that play isn't available to him. But for Will Bradshaw, it looks like he set up another double Spectra turn. And we spoke about this, Sam. If he can keep doing this, continue doing double Spectra turns, a Guardian can only clear 1 at a time until the expanded Lightning Greaves. This is a way for Will Bradshaw to just completely overwhelm Brian Lorenz. And the effects of the Parables of Humility cannot be understated as well. We already saw that it saved Will Bradshaw a few points of life from those Crush Confidences that had their attack power reduced. And now there's another one on the field.
And let's be clear, this is what Will Bradshaw came here to do, was take on Starvos and try to take them down to the mat, make them fall under the pressure of all of these auras that are tough to deal with. Starvo, a deck that just does such disgusting and powerful things, but this is what Illusionist is here to do, man. You know, you've heard from, they've been called multiple things over the course of Flesh and Blood's lifespan, and Prism maybe has been called more names than most, given her dominance and given her challenging ability to force her opponents into bad situations. And here, Brian Lorenz, both these players 7-2, fighting for a chance to make it into the top 8. Now it's time for the Frosty Hammer to go ahead and take out a Parable, and maybe that Blink will come into the equation on this turn.
Prism definitely been called many names that would be very inappropriate for us to say on stream.
So is Starvo, though. Let's be very clear.
All right. You called it, Sam. Blink coming out, giving Brian Lorenz that extra action point. So no Starvo Fuse this turn, but still actually able to clear 2 Spectras in the same turn without expending those Lightning Greaves. This has been a very, very strong turn cycle for Brian Lorenz. Discarding a Fruits of the Forest as well. Somehow managed to convert that entire hand, clearing 2 Spectras as well to boot. That's the power of Blink in these Starvo lists.
Let's see what Will Bradshaw is able to cook up. Has a Pierce Reality now for the first Illusionist attack action card played on the turn, which means this Miraging Metamorph, and this is exactly when you want to play a Miraging with Go again. If you pop this thing with Phantasm, and it has 9 power, all of a sudden there's another Pierce Reality, there's another Restless Coalescence, there's another Spectral Shield you might have to deal with depending on what Will Bradshaw wants to go with. This might buy some 3 block.
This is effectively unpoppable. You cannot let Will Bradshaw have another Pierce reality, because then that means if at some point a passing Raj comes on the field that you cannot clear, then they're going to have +4 no Phantasm on their first illusionist attack. So this is 9 damage that Brian Lorenz will need to either block the old-fashioned way or just take to the face.
And interestingly, they're utilizing the Winter's Bite into the Crown of Seeds, even though it is a card that has defensive value and would not trigger Phantasm. Just wanting to see what the rest of the deck has to offer. Let's see. Ooh, we see the Awakening in the hand. That's a powerful restricted card. And the Pulse of Candlehold showing Earth and Lightning, as well as, I think, some Ice to speak of.
You know what else we see, Sam? We see the Starvo Fuse, but no attack to go with it. And that is one of the downsides sometimes of these Starvo lists, all these elemental cards that have come in. And that's possibly why he went for that Winter's Bite to the pitch zone for Crown of Seeds. You can't, he's fishing for the attack. He sees that he has a Fuse, but he has nothing to go with it. The Winter's Grasp does not cost 3, will not get the effect from Starvo's ability.
Now, Miraging Metamorph here going to be taken. 1 damage prevention from the Crown of Seeds, so only 8 damage. Now 3 more attacks has to be dealt with.
And we have to point out, Brian Lorenz has gained, I think, about 8 life from Fruits of the Forest over the course of this game, and he's sitting 10 life below Will Bradshaw right now. He's getting nickel and dimed from these small little 1 damage pings.
But look at this Awakening, the powerful card that is creating seismic surges equal to the difference in life when it's fused. It doubled. Now all of a sudden, you talk about Brian Lorenz, you literally just mentioned take some licks, but has the Fuse, able to grab a card, and it's going to be able to play something for free here, and keeping that Ice card in the hand. We said he doesn't have the attack in the hand yet. Call the ambulance, but not for me, because even though I'm down 10 life, time to make 20 Seismic Surges and grab whatever card from the deck that Brian Lorenz chooses. Starvo saying, I may be down, but good lord, am I not out.
Suddenly, the 9 damage from Miraging Metamorph, Will Bradshaw maybe regretting sending that, allowing Brian Lorenz to have a life deficit and therefore turn on this Awakening and make it so incredibly strong. Pulverize, potentially the name of the game here.
Yeah,
Could be
baby.
cast for free after the Fuse from Starvo as well.
Let's go! I mean, sick. Look at the way, people thought that was Jarl. People thought that was Jarl on the Pulverize. I don't think it is. I think it's a different helm. He's got the red instead of the icy blue. Whoever he is behind the mask, behind the helmet, he is coming in for 16 damage on this turn. Dominate. Go again. And the first attack will have -4 on Will Bradshaw's next turn. Fusing with that Pulse of Candlehold. Here comes the Pulverize.
It does
for free.
Does have that red cape on, Sam. Maybe it is just Starvo in a trench coat and a mask.
I have shown you Starvo. Do you have any response?
It'd be sick to have an ALS right here.
Yes, it would, Will. It would be sick to have an ALS in response to the Seismic Surges and the Starvo coming off. However, no response, no ALS from Will Bradshaw means 16. Dominate. Go again. Representing -4 power on the first attack during the next turn. So a total of 20 points of value being represented without a single card in the pitch zone. If this is not maybe the most powerful thing you can do in Flesh and Blood, I don't know what is. Living legend in full force here at the World Tour in Chicago.
Will Bradshaw definitely not expecting this after having what was looking like a bit of an upper hand in that early stages of the game, being able to resolve multiple turns of double Spectra turns, exactly what you want to do against a Guardian, and had a Merging Metamorph coming in for 9. Unfortunately, that was the life deficit that Brian Lorenz needed to turn on that Awakening, and alongside that Pulse, we need to point out that Pulse, Sam. The double element on that card is what allowed him to pay for the Awakening and still have the Starvo Fuse on his turn to turn on this Pulverize, bringing it all the way up to 16.
Gonna think on this Merciful Retribution trigger because of the card in the pitch, and that Final Spring Tunic was able to be played here. Merciful Retribution does a lot of work here.
Yep, popping, getting the Restless Coalescence and the Spectral Shield off the field, gonna deal arcane damage over to Brian Lorenz, both of them. Does have the Tunic to potentially pay for one of those arcane damage pings, and definitely needs to keep a blue to Winter's Wail. One of the Spectres is on the field right now, either the Merciful or the Pierce Reality.
I'll take the Arcane.
Taking the Arcane. Winter's Wail, taking care just of the Merciful. Can't let that thing stick around too long. Something I learned the hard way playing this matchup for myself. Now Merciful goes to Soul. So all of a sudden, life total's looking much more even. Will Bradshaw's got 2 cards to work with, but a card in Soul and a Pierce Reality as well.
Muscle went to Soul and also dealt one more Arcane Ping on its way to the Soul, which Brian Lorenz took, saying, I'm going to conserve this Tunic counter potentially for Karna Seeds on Will Bradshaw's turn.
And a Miraging Metamorph out of the hand here for Will with Go again. And again, you can't pop this one. You don't want to see another Pierce Reality on the field. But Brian Lorenz has the Tunic for his Crown of Seeds as well. It seems like every time that Tunic comes up, it goes right into the Crown of Seeds as soon as possible to keep the train rolling so that this Tunic can be activated as many times as possible in this game and allow for some filtering. Let's see what we're working with. There's a Pulse of Eisenloft, Earth and Ice, and I'm seeing a yellow strip on the left side. But again, is there an attack in the hand?
No attack here, and that's again a downside not only of the elemental cards, but of Electromagnetic Somersault as well. No target for Somersault, no target for a Starvo Fuse. You have the elements, but you can't do anything with it. Brian Lorenz had that massive awakening turn, did buy back some tempo on that front, but is he able to keep it? Is he able to do anything with the space that he has now?
And, I mean, luckily for Brian, the Miraging Metamorph there only for 5 because, of course, the Pulverize had pulverized it down much below its potential power of 9 with the Pierce and its own effect. Here comes a CLF. We saw 1 blocked with, which means this one hits the arena, making all those spectral auras or just spectral shields a little harder to deal with. Now here comes the Pierce Reality, but for Will Bradshaw, an Arclight Sentinel has hit the hand. The question is, how easy will it be to play with that Channel Lake Frigid hanging out on the arena?
For the first time this game, Sam, Will Bradshaw has no board state going into his turn. So far, he's always had at least a Spectra, even some Ward lying around for him to either attack with Luminaries or just, add more Spectras to the field. This time does not have it and is facing down a Channel Lake Frigid as well. This has been an incredibly tight and exciting game.
18 playing 13. Both players here sitting at 7 and 2. A win here keeps them in contention. A loss, most likely, knocks them out of this tournament.
And this Arclight Sentinel not only is it very awkward to resolve under Channel Lake Frigid, it also may not be that effective. You know your opponent's running Blinks. You know they have a Lightning Grease right there on the field. Do you really want to expend that many resources to go ahead and resolve that? Will Bradshaw saying no. It's going straight to the pit zone. Going to give this Miraging Metamorph go again.
Context mattering so much in these games of Flesh and Blood. Knowing when a card is not as good as you might always expect. You can see the stamp on that Arclight Sentinel. Let's take a look at the hand here for Mr. Brian Lorenz. I think I can see a Spinal Crush. You see a Heaven's Claw, Somersault as well. You have an interesting choice here if you're Brian. You can go to pop the Metamorph. There's no aura on the field right now, but of course that Prism ability is an instant. So if you respond to the Phantasm trigger, create a Spectral Shield, then all of a sudden the Miraging Metamorph will get some value off of that pop. With Brian all the way down to 13, his life total also a real consideration.
No Earth card in that hand to go ahead and complete the Starvo Fuse. Also, important to note about Electromagnetic Somersault and how that works against Spectra and Phantasm. You cannot recur that Spinal Crush that he used to pop because the Chain Link never resolves. So you could, if you Somersaulted, that card never comes back to your hand, and that's what makes that card incredibly awkward in this matchup. If you attack something with Spectra or you pop something, you can't Somersault that back.
Is there another ice card to pitch into the hammer? Because by pitching into the Crown of Seeds on this turn, Brian Lorenz potentially can get 2 ice cards in the pitch to keep the Channel Lake Frigid around. Let's see what he was able to find. No, it's going to be a Heaven's Claws coming in with the Autumn's Touch. Just 5 damage. This is not a good turn by any stretch of the imagination. The highs and lows of Starvo on full display. Maybe Will Bradshaw going to be able to utilize the potential of this turn to really make a comeback. Not even a comeback, but just put down some more pressure and make Brian start respecting some auras once again.
Not only is this an anemic turn in of itself where there's no disruption, the Channel Lake Frigid is also going away because, as you pointed out, Sam, there's no second ice card in that pit zone. And we have to point out, had Brian Lorenz done the Crown of Seas on the opponent's turn, actually would have drawn that Earth card he was missing to go ahead and do the Starvo Fuse. It would have been just a blue Autumn's Touch though, but that's a gamble he took. He was gambling on finding a second ice card to go ahead and have a second ice card in the pit zone. Instead found the Earth card and perhaps a little bit punished, but as you say, highs and lows of Starvos. It's called Casino Starvo for a reason. You're taking gambles on one front or the other.
Starvo taking his time. It's not all 7s. Sometimes you hit cards that don't quite work together. They don't match up the way they need. And now all of a sudden, Will Bradshaw, he may be at 13 to Brian's 13, but he's coming in once again, full 5-card grip, starting things off. Parable of Humility. This is going to be one with Go Again, and of course, the yellow in the pitch.
Double Spectra turn once again for Will Bradshaw has been set up. And I just want to point out, Sam, the discipline that both these players have had with regards to their equipment. Pristine, unblemished equipment zones on both sides. Brian Lorenz hasn't used Stalagmite even once, all the gauntlets, all the greaves. Will Bradshaw, Providence still sitting pretty alongside the Stonewall Gauntlet as well. Both these players know exactly how to use their equipment, how to be so incredibly disciplined with them. And that's why they're sitting here, round 10 of Calling Chicago being at X2.
25 minutes remaining in the round, 13 playing 13. Looks like Brian's going to let the Crown of Seeds Prevention take care of this one. Now 6 is something he's got to think about. Of course, Phantasm on the War Tune Herald.
And with the Tunic up, Will Bradshaw is actually insulated from a pop here. Still will be able to resolve the Blue Spectra aura that he has in his hand, regardless of whether this gets popped or not.
Brian here giving this a think, leaning forward. Takes the head in the hands. Going to give this one a think because at these life totals, 6 damage is such a real consideration. However, potentially seeing an Oaken Old in the hand there.
No ice card.
No ice card, and wasn't able to find one off the Crown of Seeds.
Oakenroll is a popper though. This Tunic, actually, the effectiveness of it is insulating Will Bradshaw not only from this getting popped, and that resource will go into Phantasmal Footsteps, also insulating him from a Frostbite from Stalagmite should Brian Lorenz go ahead and try and use that as a block to stop a blue aura coming down. On both those fronts, Will Bradshaw is protected off of this Tunic counter.
13 plays 13 here. Both players playing for their tournament lives. 6 damage with Go Again on offer on the combat chain.
With Phantasm, that Oakenroll in Brian Lorenz's hand not going to be fused with, missing the Earth card, as we pointed out. Oh, missing the Ice card, I think.
Does Brian try to establish it in the arsenal for one big push? Does he think he can last that long, and does he think he'll be able to withstand the pressure that these Spectra Auras represent? The Parable, also an annoying card. Brian Lorenz certainly has to be thinking about.
Can I ask you a question away from the table briefly? Yeah, thank you.
Going to take a quick moment here as the players confer with the judges. Brian Lorenz wants to make sure he understands something correctly or has some question that, I mean, the inner machinations of his mind are an enigma. I cannot speak to what he asks this judge about. Perhaps we will never know. But the ending of this game is something that will be revealed as of yet. Now hold on to your seats, folks, because I think we're diving back into this one relatively shortly.
So mysterious, Sam. I'm getting chills all over my body.
Well,
But we are approaching the...
all over.
Yeah, all of it. We are approaching the critical moments of the game. Just want to make sure he covers all his bases. And looks like he did block with Stalagmite and pop the Oakenroll at the same time. Perhaps that's what the judge call was about.
Utilizing the Stalagmite and the Oakenroll. Yeah, honestly, I bet you it's about, do I still get to resolve the Frostbite if Phantasm triggers as well? Is my Stalagmite still defending? Which is an interesting little interaction, because sometimes you don't think, yeah, I don't really, interesting. I'm not sure I would have expected that to be how that works.
So it looks like the Frostbite did get resolved, and Will Bradshaw, and so that was not something Will Bradshaw was insulated from. We spoke about how Tunic was insulating him from getting popped, insulating him from a Frostbite, but not from both. It is just one resource, so he goes ahead and uses that blue in his hand to activate Prism. Did lose his last piece of soul, but got a Spectral Shield out of it.
First time we've seen the pristine equipment get used. Here we go. Winter's Wail taking care of the Parable. But we see a Genesis, and we see an Arc Light Sentinel. 2 Arc Light Sentinels. Man, for Will here, this was a hand that did very little blocking, but now he has the agency to make some different decisions with these cards.
And you almost have to wonder whether he regrets using the Tunic counter on that previous turn. Would have been very, very nice. Oh, looking like he's just going to send 2 yellows to the pitch zone for his Genesis, keeping the blue aura. So be interesting to see whether he puts that in his soul to his Genesis trigger. It's, of course, not a light card, so wouldn't draw a card from it, would only make a shield. Looks like he's probably just going to resolve it. So put a Genesis down. Didn't get value from it immediately, though, but did resolve 2 Spectras to put on the field.
Yeah, this is the deck, right? This is Prism. You take a moment, you take a second, look at your hand and realize, I'm not going to do anything on this turn, but I'm going to present some real problems that my opponent has to think about. And if they do not respect As we see Brian Lorenz immediately respect the Genesis, the advantage and the value gained will be too overwhelming. Blink is going to go ahead and come out. You can hear a little bit of a sigh of consternation from Will Bradshaw as the Blink means all of a sudden the double aura turn that he spent his whole hand developing wiped away by that lightning instant.
These blinks have done so much for Brian Lorenz so far. The double Spectre is what Will Bradshaw needs to overcome the Guardian, but has all been countered by the 2 blinks. And we have to point out, hasn't cost him the Lightning Greaves yet, Sam. Those are just sitting there taunting Will, saying, I will still have answers for the next double Spectre turn you do.
Also love the Gauntlets of Iron Will here. Yeah, it's a 2-block, but we've already seen an Angelic Wrath hit the pitch zone for Will Bradshaw this game, so maybe there's a chance that text becomes relevant. Fin.
Just looked at it. It's Crush Confidence that gets rid of the hero power.
That is the one.
I'll name Crush Confidence.
All right, there we go, Will. Naming Crush Confidence for this turn. Crush Confidence is an illusionist attack, which means it will not trigger Phantasm.
But you know what will trigger Phantasm? That Starstruck that is being
Yeah.
blocked with right now will pop that, but Will Bradshaw had one floating to go ahead and pay into Phantasmal's footsteps. Does he have the blue aura to put down and resolve yet another Spectre onto the field?
Looks like it might be that third and final passing Mirage and a Soul Shield that will head to the Arsenal, which will be huge for a potential utilization of defense from the Arsenal on something like a Dominate or an Oakenhold. Channeling Frigid looks like it's going to be the call. However, that's going to put at least one Lightning card in the pitch, but you have to imagine potentially there will be an Ice card in the pitch for the Winter's Whale. That's going to take out the third and final passings. Man, they've been here for a short time. Good time, not a long time. As soon as they hit the field, Brian Lorenz knows they have to be taken care of with haste.
Brian Lorenz showing his discipline over here, showing us, honestly, some spectacular Starvo play.
Yeah,
in
this is kind of a masterclass, right, from both
from
players.
both sides, yeah. Channel Frigid is quite a bit of a thorn in Will Bradshaw's side. Prism really wants to nickel and dime the opponent off a whole board of board state, rather, you know, whether it's Ward or whether it's Spectra, but Channeling Frigid makes everything cost 1 instead of the 0 that Luminaris promises.
There's another Starstruck. Too bad Phantasmal Symbiosis can't just call cards with Starvo in the art. Cards with Bravo there, because unfortunately this one is going to be a Phantasm Popper taking care of the Wartune Herald. And looks as though that's going to be the turn from Will Bradshaw. Not going to go ahead and utilize those Phantasmal Footsteps, just keeping some cards in the hand.
Yeah, he's prioritizing the Genesis. He didn't want to pitch that to the Footsteps.
And that means a Crippling Crush can just come down with the Tunic counter to just say, all right, fine, here's 11 damage. It's not dominated, but you still got to think about it. Maybe this means the Genesis can be played, but all of a sudden, Will Bradshaw, if he takes too much damage, will be putting himself in a position where Dominate can just close out this game.
And that Soul Shield in Arsenal over here actually a little bit awkward because of the Channeling Frigid. Not something you see a lot in this matchup, actually. The defense reaction being taxed by that CLF. He would need to give up that blue aura that he's holding. The blue aura that he kept in his hand on the previous turn, IP'd himself. Would have to use that if he wants to go ahead and resolve that Spectral, the Soul Shield.
Locking 3. Going to pitch away the yellow, costing 3 because of CLF, so that will just take the blue aura out of the hand. I wonder if that's going to change the calculations when Will went to make that block.
Yeah, you have to wonder whether he just regretted. He perhaps would have made a different block had Brian Lorenz pointed that out to him as he went to make that block. That cost 3. Will Bradshaw at least had the blue, but I wonder if that wasn't a play that he actually wanted to make.
Yeah, they were already in reactions, right? He had already said, Platt, go to reaction. So at that point, you've already made your decisions. You've already gone to reactions and attempted to make a play. So because the CLF does go away at the end of that turn, it's now time for the Spectral Shield to come in for 1, as it looks like the Genesis is going to hit the Arsenal.
Rare misstep by Will Bradshaw here. Honestly, possibly the first one we've seen of him all game. That Genesis, though, going to Arsenal with that Tunic count up. That's exactly where you want to be. Genesis, one of the strongest auras in this matchup. We haven't seen it come into effect yet. We saw one get resolved, but no effect used from it. Perhaps the second one will actually give Will some value.
And once again, the Tunic counter into the Crown of Seeds, perhaps insulating Brian Lorenz from a miss on this Starvo. We're seeing Earth, Ice, and Lightning. It's just going to be a blue, Fruits of the Forest, but it's time for another Starvo activation. We haven't seen too many because of how disciplined Brian has been, clearing aura after aura. But now 7 go again, and the Dominate threatening Will's life total as it gets lower and lower. 12 is facing down 11 here. Brian, 1 life behind, but looking to change that here with this blue Fruits of the Forest.
And this time, no Soul Shield in Arsenal to protect his life total. Just has that Genesis. But when you have the Genesis and you want to resolve that, the best thing you want to see is a non-disruptive attack coming from the Starvo. Though Frostbite could offer some level of disruption from the Starvo if he chooses to do that.
Pulse of Volthaven, the follow-up, means that this Winter's Wail comes in for 8. It doesn't care about attack action card. It just says attack, so all of a sudden Will Bradshaw was maybe thinking, I can deal with 4 damage, I can deal with the Frostbite, but can he deal with potential lethal? Is this the time for the Stonewall Gauntlet and the Crown of Providence to get in the fray and keep Will Bradshaw fighting?
Might finally be forced to give up those equipment pieces. As you said, Sam, still the Frostbite's going to go through unless he gives further cards to block.
Stonewall Gauntlet, of course, going to block for ostensibly 2 here, blocking 1. And the reaction meaning that that all you got is going to go ahead. So 3, 6, 7, 8 will block this all out.
And then blocking for 7.
Yep. Reduces Winter's Wail down to 7 and covers it up completely. So still able to hold on to the Crown of Providence. And going to go ahead and resolve Genesis at the end of Brian Lorenz's turn.
And of course, Stonewall Gauntlet doing such great work there, showing why it is going to be the champion card for 2025. A lot of attacks in Flesh and Blood love to have their power increased, and so Stonewall Gauntlet can do some huge things on a combat chain. Time for the Genesis with the Tunic counter, like you mentioned, so the Tunic counter is back to 1 now. Genesis can come in for 1. No Go Again currently represented, but looks like probably has that last yellow in the hand. The question is for Brian Lorenz with Will at 6. How much does he respect this Genesis? It probably depends on the timbre of his hand if he's able to Starvo fuse into something as impressive as that hammer for 8.
And finally, we see the Genesis effect actually being used. Sent the Herald to the Soul, and Will Bradshaw luckily drew a yellow off the top, so we'll be able to activate Prism. Thanks to the Genesis, make yet another shield, and that's one of the innocuous things you sometimes forget when you're playing against Prism. These Spectral Shields are effective life. He's sitting at 6, but he's going to make an extra shield right now, effectively going back up to 8, and still has a Crown of Providence on the field as well.
And gets 2 more offensive value from these Spectral Shields. We saw the Lightning Greaves come into the fray, take care of the Genesis's damage, but now Ward 2 and a Genesis that Brian Lorenz has to think about. This is a critically important turn in this game. 9 plays 6, 13 minutes remaining in this round 10 of our Living Legend calling, and this has just been a treat, a feast for the eyes and the brain, folks. We get to see 2 masters playing, honestly, a matchup that has so much intricacy behind it. I love this look back into Flesh and Blood's most powerful eras.
So no Starvo Fuse over here, but the Lightning Greaves was blocked with perhaps heralding that he plans to use that on this turn potentially, since his Autumn's Touch does not have Go Again, and he probably does want to clear the Genesis.
4, 5, take 2.
As a reaction on Greaves.
Greaves is going to create an action point if you play an instant with Go Again, which means now all of a sudden we're going to create an extra action point and get the Autumn's Touch back into the hand. You can't play the Autumn's Touch, but you can pitch it into the Winter's Wail.
And clearing that very, very important piece of Spectra off the board, clearing the Spectral Shields as well. No board state to speak of for Will Bradshaw as he goes into his turn. We spoke about the blinks earlier in the game, giving Brian Lorenz the opportunities to keep the board state clear on Will Bradshaw's side. And here we finally see the Lightning Greaves being used to its full effect.
Here goes Wartoon Herald. 6 with Go Again, another Angelic Wrath in the pitch zone. We can see a blue aura in the hand that is for sure going to be able to be followed up with unless the Stalagmite gets into the picture here. This is just going to be a block for 6. Honest man's block for 6. No Phantasm, Pierced Reality to follow it up. What's going to be the call from Brian Lorenz on this turn?
Very, very tight endgame from both players here.
Just the Pierce going to be taken care of with the Winter's Wail.
And there's no auras to speak of in Will Bradshaw's hand over here. Just a bunch of Heralds. If they just get popped, this could be one of the few turns where Will Bradshaw passes the turn over without any board state to speak of, which could be Brian Lorenz's opening, especially Will Bradshaw sitting at 4 life.
Immediately, that Tunic into the Crown of Seeds. We have seen it literally, I believe, every 3 turns in this game. What do we have here? We see Earth, Ice, and Lightning with a couple of pulses. He's going to be able to do whatever he wants, but where's the attack?
No attack!
Where's the attack?
Once again, Brian Lorenz so many times in this game has had the fuse, but nothing to use them with. The Pulse of Candlehold with the Crown of Seeds could have potentially put an attack on top for him to go ahead and get off of the Crown of Seeds, but we don't know which one he drew off the Crown of Seeds. Maybe he drew that Pulse after actually already crowning for it. And wow, once again, just forced to do that honest man's block that you were talking about, Sam. No popper to speak of. And Will Bradshaw sniffing that out, coming with the Erudition 5 Dominate.
Does have the Gauntlets of Iron Will, but look at the hand. What are the 3 block potentials? It looks like he might just have to use 2 cards into that Pulse of Eisenloft, and that's a card you either want to keep for Fuse or keep in the arsenal if he doesn't want to allow Will to draw 2 cards with Go Again represented.
And as we reach almost second cycle of this game, well, at second cycle at this game, we have to talk about one of the weaknesses of Starvo as a guardian into Prism. Not that many poppers, Sam. This has been a bit of a narrative of Starvo throughout the weekend, into Dromize, into Prisms. Not that many poppers, and that's potentially why we're seeing that this stage of the game doesn't have those attacks for 2 turns in a row, not only to pop with, but also just to attack with the Starvo Fuse.
Equipment getting battered, Gauntlets of Iron Will and the Crown of Seeds, plus that 2-block with the Winner's Bite, going to clear up the Herald of Erudition. Back to Brian Lorenz's turn. 9 plays for 10 minutes remaining before one of these players will be moving on to the winner's column and be able to play for a win and in next round. The other potentially most likely out of this tournament. Starvo versus Prism, as classic a matchup as we have in this game.
What a nail-biter of a match that we have here, Sam. But we also have to point out both players' decks looking very, very thin. And there's one player here that has a weapon while the other doesn't, and that is the Starvo. That is the other thing that is being threatened here. Not only is it Will Bradshaw's life sitting at 4, it's also his deck size. It's also the fact that he just might not be able to just send damage to get over Brian Lorenz's last 9 life.
Frostbite comes across, a block for 3 with the Herald of Judgment. This is something that Will Bradshaw clearly believes he can handle. Let's see what the play is. Herald of Judgment. Just going to be coming in for 6. No go again. Going to take the Frostbite, and I believe it's an Arclight Sentinel headed to the Arsenal. With those Lightning Greaves being gone, we've seen, I think, 2 Blinks be played. So potentially Will identifying that this Arclight Sentinel might be the key to victory. What do we have in the hand?
Once again, just there are attacks this time. There's a Heaven's Claws, but nothing to... nothing that you can use with Starvo's ability. Starvo's ability does need you to play attacks that cost 3 or more for them to get the effect, even if you fuse. Did he find it off of the Crown of Seas? Looks like he didn't. Looks like he's lining up 2 blocks to go ahead and stop this Herald of Judgment.
Here comes 2 3 blocks. Or excuse me, a 3-block, a 2-block, and the Crown of Seeds prevention. That's going to cover it up, so the card's not going to go to Soul. Ever important at this point in the game. Yeah, Brian Lorenz's deck is looking somewhat thin. Definitely a good number of hands left, but Will's is looking even thinner, if I could say anything about it. Here comes the Winner's Whale once again. A frosty 4. It's been so long since I've said those words. But Will Bradshaw has the Tunic. He has the Phantasmal Footsteps to be paid into with the Tunic. Could also use a 3-block from hand.
And we have to talk about card economy here for a little bit. The past few turn cycles, we have seen Brian Lorenz use 2 cards to block with against Will Bradshaw's 1, which as we come down into the end game is going to be the sort of economy that Will Bradshaw needs to potentially overcome the fatigue. However, Brian Lorenz has been sending Winter's Wail back as well the past few turns and been making up that one deficit card from needing to block with by sending an offensive attack without expending a card from deck.
And Will Bradshaw here identifying the moment to try to really put the pedal to the metal, step on the gas, because he has just cashed in all of his equipment. The Tunic paid into the Phantasmal Footsteps to give it that 1 block without having to pitch. He's got 5 cards as he sunk away that Arclight Sentinel. I believe he drew another Arclight Sentinel, maybe just used for pitch, maybe played on this turn, but he's got 5 cards to work with off of the back of using all of his equipment. This is his push turn. This is where he tries to pivot and put himself firmly in the driver's seat. Arclight Sentinel is going to be the beginning.
And this might be the perfect time for it, because I believe Brian Lorenz has finally found the fuse with a legal attack to go with it. Fruits of the Forest and Autumn's Touch both in his hand right now, but with Arclight Sentinel, if he doesn't have the blink, that fuse will do nothing.
Arclight Sentinel now comes in for 1. It's another Arclight Sentinel in the hand.
Not able to convert that.
Yeah.
No Soul, no cards in Soul to go ahead and activate Prism to give this Arclight Sentinel go again. Both those cards in hand cost too much to resolve as well. Looks like it's going to be an Arsenal and a bit of an IP from Will Bradshaw.
But he's bought himself time, unless there's a way to gain an action point here. He's bought himself 1 more turn of having a full 5-card hand. Hypothermia is a good play to stop go again, but then you don't deal with the Arclight Sentinel. And we know Will's got access to another Arclight Sentinel in the arsenal, so Will's going to be, or at least in the hand there, it looks like he arsenaled the other card. So Will's going to be able to keep this train going until he finds the window to try to shut the door. Merciful Retribution going to be the follow-up once this Arclight Sentinel has been taken care of, and this is a pretty important moment.
For several reasons. Not only is this going to send 1 arcane damage at Brian Lorenz, who, by the way, has no arcane barrier, just has a Crown of Seeds, because he used that Lightning Greaves already. That was his source of arcane barrier. Doesn't have that anymore.
Yes, I will.
Looks like maybe utilize the Tunic representing, trying to block that arcane damage.
But the other thing is that it sends the Arclight Sentinel to the Soul, which gives Will Bradshaw access to the Prism ability, allows him to make the shield, which can give his attacks go again, and also just create a shield, which is a weapon.
But look at this. Here we go. Starvo Fuse. It's going to be the Spinal Crush here.
Spinal for 11 down.
11. Dominate. Go again. Has Brian Lorenz found it on this turn?
Remember, you can't respond to the Starvo trigger with an Arclight Sentinel because it is the start of the turn, so even if Will Bradshaw had that Arclight Sentinel, wouldn't I be able to stop the Spinal Crush? Does he even have the defenses? No more armor to speak of, Sam. He would need Soul Shield.
That's the moment! Brian Lorenz gets there with the Spinal Crush. Dominate. Go again. 11 with Will Bradshaw only at 3 life. That means that's over. It's game. After all of the grind, after the back and forth, after the discipline, Brian Lorenz moves on and is able to play for a top 8 spot.
Absolute masterclass from both our players over here. That was such a treat to watch of a very classic matchup. The discipline from Brian Lorenz coming out, but also some incredibly explosive moments. That awakening, Sam, creating 20 seismic surges, sending a Pulverize for 16 Dominate, go again after the Miraging Metamorph for 9. That was just such an incredible treat.
Oh my god. Let's go ahead and take a look at the future of Flesh and Blood, as we have been so steeped in the past, because we've got gem packs approaching, folks. You can win these at your local armory event coming forward from February 2025 with the release of The Hunted. These are, in my humble opinion, so very cool. I cannot wait to rip open to the gem packs at my local armory, because there are marvels in there are full arts in there, there's rainbow foils, apparently meaningful reprints even in these gem packs. Pankaj, are you going to be an armory gamer to take care of these gem packs?
I'm incredibly hyped, and the other thing I want to point out is that it is up to the stores themselves to decide how they want to distribute this. Whether it goes to the winner, maybe if it's a bit more of a competitive store, but if you're more of a casual play scene and you're just trying to introduce new players to the game, you can just give these out as participation promos. I love that the decision has just been left up to the game stores to know their crowd and know what serves them best.
And we saw Will utilize the Stonewall Gauntlet to good effect in that last game. It's going to be the next prize card, a beautiful generic piece of equipment in the gold foil, happening at all calling events and higher. This is the last time in our history we imagine you'll be able to grab the Balance of Justice, because the Stonewall Gauntlet will take its place moving forward. You know what else is going to be taking place right now?
A giveaway.
It's a giveaway.
For a scarf.
That's what we call a segue, folks. We're going to go ahead and give away these Scarf for Scarves. Of course, all you have to do is be active in chat every single round. We're going to be giving a set of these away. Let's waste no time. Go ahead and hit me with it. This match is giving me chills. Think a scarf would help me? Well, Homebrew TCG, it's just like you drew it up.
Not only was it the match itself, it was also Sam's, mystery in the middle over there. I got chills too, for sure. I need a scarf myself, but Homebrew TCG, congratulations. You are the winner of this match's giveaway.
Now, we will be sending those to you. The directions are, of course, in the live chat. We have got so much more coming up, folks. We not only have a win and in of our next round, it's also a deck we've never seen before in this tournament. It's, if you remember from the days of Blitz recently, when Runegate Chane really came into prominence and took that hero nearly across the finish line into Living Legend in Blitz. Well, we're in Living Legend in, the 40 life format, and all of a sudden, Runegate Chane is doing some major work in the hands of Cody Williams, who, when I first started playing this game, I remember being told, oh yeah, that guy, he's the chain master. I was talking to him yesterday. He's like, yeah, I've got over 1,000 games on this hero, and we're going to watch him try to take that into a win in next round.
And that deck has gotten significant upgrades off of Rosetta as well. Deadwood Dirge for the Runegate Chain deck does some incredibly disgusting things, but also stick around for after that game, because we have a spicy spoiler coming for you after that, right before the top 8 matches.
And guess I'll give you even more of a hint. It's a Chaos card, which we've heard, and it's a Majestic. Ooh. Don't go anywhere. It all comes right after this. When you are playing for your tournament life in something like a calling, in something like the first ever Living Legend calling, I'm not sure if 3 words can inspire more drama, more fear, and more excitement than win and in. And we have got that for you folks, featuring a master of his deck versus our round 1 opponent coming up in just a second. Sam O'Byrne, Brian Gottlieb, talk to me a little bit about what we're about to see.
We're going to see Cody Williams try and punch his ticket into the top 8 on Chane. And I have to tell you that Cody Williams, you know, I think still kind of waiting for that absolute breakthrough performance. And I only say that because he doesn't have the Pro Tour World's top 8, because he absolutely is a top-tier competitor. Has plenty of calling finishes, plenty of battle-hardened finishes all along the way. But Cody first got on my radar a long, long time ago for his Chane.
Yeah.
Like, watching him really inspired me and showed me what that hero was capable of when I was first learning the game and when I was first started casting the game. I remember coming across Cody's matches and just being so, so impressed. And he's back at it again with Chane, trying to find a way into the first ever Living Legend calling top 8.
This is quite literally like the perfect intersection of Living Legend in the form of a hero and a player. I have such a similar experience when I was getting into this game and people were talking to me about like the meta and who to watch. And I think I was in Indianapolis and someone was like, oh yeah, that guy, he's the Chane master.
Yep, that's the Chane guy.
He is what, that is who was known for that hero at the time. And we now get to see him on a new spin of the deck. He's got 1,000 matches of this hero under his belt, but not necessarily with this deck. It's all going to get shaken and rolling in just a second. Let's first take a look at our standings here because we have got a top 8 that's really coming together.
Yeah, I think we've got some locks. I think the clear locks, undeniable locks, Jimmy and Lucas, those folks have gone ahead and punched their ticket to the top 8. That means we're guaranteed a Chane and we're guaranteed a Starvo. And it's Lucas Oswald Starvo. We haven't seen Lucas play in our feature match area yet this weekend. But that's the guy. That's the guy who went into the Oops All Starvo meta and took away that Prism statue at the first ever Living Legend Battle Hardened. So certainly so experienced with that hero and brought his A game today. Then we head to the 8-pointers. I think Ryan Rich and Raj probably both going to go ahead and join us in the top 8. And that means another Starvo and a Viserai as well.
Viserai, a deck that I'm honestly so stoked to see do its thing in the top 8 because we got to see Raj do some nasty work on feature yesterday. And every time I've walked by and I see how Raj's games are going, he has got 2 dice on his rune chance. It's
piling them up.
It's just happening all weekend long. And then, of course, these are the players that are going to be fighting for those final seats. We've got Michael Hamilton, a world champion. We've got Brian Lorenz, who's been working and putting in calling top 8s for many, many years. We've got a world's top 4 finalist in Easton Douglas. And then you look down the list, we've got some great names. Sean Dollywell, Austin Reddington, Ian Holland. These are people that are in that 7th slot. Some X and 3s are going to make it. It might be Sean or Austin.
Yeah, I don't think we can go down that far, Sam. I think it's going to come from the folks who are already sitting on 8 wins going into this round. And that's why Raj and Ryan have such an advantage sitting up high in those standings. So I think it really is going to be a scrum from the folks like Brian Lorenz, Easton Douglas, Joseph Mendez, who's on Prism, so potentially throwing another wrinkle into a top 8. And, of course, Cody Williams, who's about to play a winner in.
Well, let's dive into it. I've staked my claim. I've said I'll never understand the way that the standings break down for the top 8, and I don't need to because I just get to watch these great players battle for their top 8 contention and their tournament lives. We've got Ryan Rich. He's already punched his ticket. And Cody Williams, this is a dude who is looking to get there. And he understands Ryan's not going to give him any favors. Ryan's not going to give him any breaks. This is a man who is done this before, been in this situation. It's time for Cody to see if he can make it in off the back of a Rune Gate take on the deck. You talked about all the different ways that this deck has gotten some new toys, some new tools. I mean, we can think about Malefic Incantation, Deadwood Dirge, a way to break the soul shackles and create some rune chants. And when Chane can give you action points in such a powerful way, the Rune Gate just opens up such remarkable damage potential.
Yeah, Deadwood Dirge was a big get for this style of Chane. Going to look very different from previous Chane rounds we saw. Can't wait to see how Cody goes about things here. But starting off facing the bane of every Chane player, it is, of course, Channel Lake Frigid that can really throw a lot of complications in your turn-by-turn math as you figure out exactly how you're going to go ahead and pitch through your next turn cycle.
Yeah, that is a perfect turn 0. If you're not going to activate your Starvo ability, you might as well make things a little more uncomfortable for Cody, as now even that Chane activation takes a resource. That is not how Cody Williams wants to start this first turn, but I want to pay close attention. Let's see if this pitch stack becomes relevant, because Invert Existence, that's a card that works just as well from the Banished Zone as it does from the hand. watched some games earlier as I was walking around, and Invert Existence was a way to close the game out versus a Starvo. This is just going to be a hard played from hand Phantom Wraith, just going to buy 6 block for the 6 attack, take care of 2 attacks out of the hand, and Cody Williams puts a card into the arsenal, so takes a little bit of a turn. But again, as we've talked about, Chane just gets stronger and stronger as those Soul Shackles build up.
Yeah, just doing a little bit of setup here, getting the Soul Shackles rolling. I believe getting a Deadwood Dirge into Arsenal, so potentially ready to go ahead and get those Rune Gate deployments rolling. And, you know, we started off this day with Ryan Rich having a hard time getting the Starvo fuses, waiting a very long time to actually go ahead and close out his game with one. Again, kicking things off with just fair play on the Starvo side.
I was going to mention something pretty similar. Like sometimes Starvo does absolutely remarkable, disgusting things, and sometimes it's block 6 and 7. Sometimes it's something you do in your limited tournaments, especially in something like just pure Rosetta draft. I'll block 6 and I'll send my big Autumn's Touch as I wait to decompose. This one's gonna buy 3 block from the spell Blade Assault, a really nice card in these Rune Gate lists as well, because similar to Malefic Incantation, creates Rune Chance on the back for your Rune Gate cards to work with. Some nice cards in the hand here. We can see Malefic Incantation, Deadwood Dirge as well in the arsenal. No hits off of that first Soul Shackle, but now it's time for the second to join the party. Next, Shadow or Runeblade action gets go again, and we're just going to banish a card with Blood Debt, which is going to, of course, give us a resource because Soul Reaping is an insane Flesh and Blood card. This one's coming in for 6. It's going to have go again. It's going to create a resource. And now all of a sudden we've got a Bounding Demigon cooking in the Banish Zone as well.
Cody with an all-red hand, but the perfect all-red hand in the form of a red Bounding Demigon and Soul Reaping unlocks his hand beautifully. And Ryan just going to go ahead and do a little bit of defense here with that Felling of the Crown.
3 damage over the top. First blood for Cody Williams here. Down to 37 goes Ryan Rich. Malefic Incantation here. This is how the engine really begins. You start your Malefic Incantation with 3 verse counters, and now Rune Gate, if you remember from Vinset, if you've played it in CC, here we go. The train has begun. An attack action card has been played. This one's not going to have go again, so we're not going to have to worry about the Rosetta Thorn after this, but now we've got a Rune Chant sitting there in the arena for the next turn.
This is so important, Sam. This is exactly how this deck operates. It goes ahead and gets things like Malefic Incantation out. That gives a steady stream of Rune Chants. In combination with the other Rune Chant makers in the deck, you're able to go ahead and then deploy those Rune Gate cards from your Banish Zone. Usually if you're Chane, you're going ahead and looking for things like Seed, like Bounding Demigons. Those are your setup cards that allow you to go wide. Riftbind, of course, a really important card. Here we're looking for the Rune Gate cards. That means we get big offensive outputs, as well as some disruption in some areas, and it's all give and go again on the back of that Chane hero ability. You're also able to mitigate your Soul Shackles extremely well. You don't have to go all in right away. You can actually use Deadwood Dirge to just bring the number of Soul Shackles up and down as you want and control the pace of the game. So it's a very nuanced, very new age version of Chane, but it's one that has power ceilings that I think are just beginning to be understood.
And of course, the Soul Shackles just fill up your Banish Zone with Rune Gate cards. It's just a consistent, steady stream of those cards to your Banish Zone, which is how it all comes together. That was just a Felling of the Crown for 4 because it was the first decompose of the game. So Cody Williams took that, did have to bottom the card, but is down to 32. Not a great hit off of this second Soul Shackle turn. Just going to grab a Bounding Demigon here with the Malefic Incantation. Let's see how he wants to string together this turn.
Yeah, you saw Read the Runes come off the top of the deck. That's another important setup card for this Chane deck. And you can see how you play these sort of on-off turns. You're very happy going ahead and either ending the Chane or defending a little bit and just playing out a Read the Runes and setting up, assuming your Banish Zone is appropriately cleared of Blood Debt cards. You just, again, more flexibility. It feels like the game plan is more diverse in this Chane. And here we see for the first time that really important interaction, using a Deadwood Dirge to go ahead and reset that Soul Shackle, and now 3 Rune Chants at the ready.
3 Rune Chants ready for whatever comes next. No Rune Gate cards coming from here, but now Chane is going to get activated, make a second Soul Shackle to begin to fill up the Banish Zone, and now Widespread Ruin is just going to once again be played from hand. So 3 arcane damage, 6 physical damage, and go again because of the Chane ability. Also, Widespread Ruin has, of course, that on-pain effect. It's not an on-hit effect. It's when the combat chain closes, each hero who has lost life this turn is going to banish the top card of their deck. Now for Cody Williams, if he banishes an Earth card, all of a sudden, if he banished 3, I didn't see exactly what the banishes were from that first Decompose. If he banishes an Earth card, he's good for the rest of the game. He's got those 4 Earth cards for Felling of the Crown and for Plow Under. For Cody, if he banishes a Rune Gate card, he basically just drew a card.
There's some potential downside here with this Widespread Ruin actually hitting and putting more Earth cards in the Banish Zone. And on Cody's side, I don't believe we have the life loss yet to go ahead and actually get the effect of the Widespread Ruin. So no upside there, but you can see how all these pieces fit together very, very well.
Rune Chane is just going to come along with the Bounding Demigon here. Don't think we played... I guess we know the Deadwood Dirge has been played, so can do the Rosetta Thorn for 2 and 2. Keep the Bounding Demigon in the Banish Zone for a future turn. It's just going to be 2 and 2 and 1 thanks to the Rune Chant token with that final floating resource.
And Cody playing towards a future turn here with that Bounding Demigon floating around. That does mean a little bit of blood debt damage.
Looks like it's going to be a Tunic for AB1, a Fruits of the Forest to gain 2 and then immediately take 2, so ostensibly block the 2 Arcane, and then 2 Physical will come over the top with the all-powerful Rosetta Thorn.
I said you went from 37 to 33. I'm going to take 1 for my blood debt, though.
Taking 1 from the Blood Debt, down to 31 goes Cody. Both players 8 and 2, but that is not the whole story. Cody Williams, the right side of your screen, he is fighting for his top 8 slot with the only Rune Gate Chane that has been close to these top tables, to the top 8.
1, 2, 3, 4.
There's our Widespread Ruin, and there's a Bounding Demigon. Those are 2 hits here. Some nice looking cards in that Banish Zone all of a sudden for Cody. He's got to clear him out or he'll start taking some damage.
Yeah, I think he's going to have some options to do so. I see a Revel in Rune Blood in hand. That can go ahead and reduce the cost of that Widespread Ruin effectively. Maybe we have to rely on something like Spellbound Creepers here. We'll see how Cody wants to go about it, although there may be a Dirge in hand as well. So just an embarrassment of riches. Now you have to do the math. You have to piece together the hand, figure out exactly how to get the most attacks, the most value out of this setup. I'm confident Cody Williams up to the task for sure.
Ryan Rich just flashed for us a little Crippling Crush in that arsenal. So if there's not enough pressure represented from Cody here, I think we might have a fair amount of elements in that Bravo hand as well. So that could be a pretty big follow-up or return fire. Going to be Deadwood Dirge at the beginning.
Yeah, and then you see another Soul Shackle. Typically, Chane just wants this number to go up and up and up. More Soul Shackles. It's very different for Cody Williams' Chane deck. You want a nice, slow, steady flow of cards heading into that Banish Zone. You're very happy to manipulate that number of Soul Shackles downwards.
Also a nice element of using the Deadwood Dirge on the Soul Shackles. You don't go down any Rune Chants to make the Rune Chants, which often is what we see in these Viserai lists. So this Deadwood Dirge just made 2 Rune Chants without something like the Viserai ability to help it out. Once you lost a Rune Chant, time for Bounding Demigon to come with Go Again from the Chane ability. Make that final Rune Chant from the Malefic Incantation. Here's 2 and 4 with Go Again in that split damage. But you have to imagine if you're Ryan Rich, you're looking at this hand like, all right, dude, you got 3 cards in hand, 1 in the arsenal. What else is cooking on this?
A lot. I think Cody has access to plays that really show off the depth of this Chane deck on this turn. Deadly Duet in hand as well for Cody.
Nice card, and you pitch.
I love seeing these just oddball choices throughout this weekend. So many cards finding second life here in the Living Legend format.
So many cards. I have no idea what you're doing.
As Ryan, here's Ryan saying, I have no idea what you got.
Yep.
Because, again, this is a deck that has not been highly represented. And Cody Williams showing that sometimes you can parlay not only good deck, good skill, but also a knowledge deficit from your opponents when they're not exactly sure what they need to be playing around. So 6 damage going to be taken now. Ryan Rich down to 27, playing Cody's 32. Final round of our Living Legend calling here at the World Tour stop in Chicago. Time for an Envelop in Darkness. Here's a nice little play. Going to make another Rune Chant. All of a sudden, the Widespread Ruin is already able to be played and will be given +3. I love this card. Deathly Duet hits the pitch zone, so now 2 more floating. Also has got something like a Phantom Wraith or a Deathly Delight in the hand, plus that Revel in Runeblood. It's going to be the Widespread Ruin here.
Yes, still a couple resources available. Will we see the Creepers called upon on this turn?
2 and 9. Not having to pitch anything. No current use of the Creepers to get an action point. No way to come in with the Rosetta Thorn to follow this, but it's just 11 damage. Ryan Rich sitting at 27. You know he wants to deploy that Crippling Crush.
figure out like the.
These Rune Gate cards on their face are so ridiculous.
I'm gonna think a while.
Okay.
Looks like Ryan just saying, I'm going to take a second. He said, I'm not even sure I'm figuring out how I want to win the game. It's more that I'm trying to figure out what it is that you do.
It's important. You need to know your opponent's potential ceilings. You need to know what their spike turns look like. And you've seen the benefit of bringing an unexpected strategy to the table. It happens time and time again in Flesh and Blood. You can go ahead and put in your 1,000 reps. And, of course, our great players do. They understand these matchups inside and out. But the greatest players, the absolute all-stars of Flesh and Blood's history, they're the ones who are able to adapt on the fly and figure out what happens when they face something they've never faced before. Think of Shoma Yamamura winning Pro Tour Amsterdam and just subjecting players to the ringer turn after turn after turn of what is this Viserai deck capable. You're seeing Cody Williams doing much the same here.
Spellbound Creepers is going to be the call. He's saying, all right, dude, my opponent is trying to just take all of the licks. Revel and Runeblood going to be the follow-up here, making 4 more rune chants.
Yeah,
You've got
taking
the
it
one
all here
floating.
is brutal. There's so much damage coming through.
My action point to the bag.
I'll go to 10. Raise your fast game.
I will break the chain, banish the top card of your deck.
Wish it was an earth card. That'd been sick.
I'll take 1. Go to 30. I will arsenal. I've paid for that.
You need to update your blood dead pings on the counter. One from last turn, one from this turn. You're still at 30.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks like an enormous amount of arcane damage there taken by our Starvo player all the way down to 10. There's the fuse. You knew he wanted to do this for a reason. I probably think it's that crippling crush that's in the arsenal, but boy, howdy, down 20 life all of a sudden after that huge turn from Cody Williams. This is crippling crush. It's got dominate. It's got go again, but the question is it going to be enough after the huge licking that Starvo just took?
That was a big cost to go ahead and put together this crippling crush, and I understand why Ryan took that line. I'm not saying he was wrong, but what a massive, massive cost to play, especially against a deck like Chane, that, yeah, you can crippling crush them here, but they've got a fridge, and they have the fridge, the premier fridge, maybe in the history of Flesh and Blood. They have Carrion Husk.
Carrion Husk, Crown of Providence, Grasp of the Arknight, those cards together block 10. Do still need to find a little bit. No, it's 13, right? So that will stop the crush because that is a total of 10. Cody Williams just thinking about this one here. Going to go ahead and crown away that final card. Somersault's going to bring the crippling crush back for a future turn. Ryan Rich here. It was a big cost to do so, and for Cody Williams, the only response necessary was just utilizing these armor pieces.
Yeah, and if you're Ryan, that's got to feel really bad. Look, you have to work through that Carrion Husk at some point, and you'd rather do it sooner rather than later. But now Cody's just playing with a full grip, able to do whatever he needs to on this turn. See how the banishes are. Okay. Shadow Averser.
Shadow Averser.
Nice hit.
Nice way to refill your Banish Zone with something like a Rune Gate card in the hand. And, of course, he's got 5 cards to work with, and he's got another Revel in Runeblood, which means he's going to be able to play nearly anything from the Banish Zone once he gets a Rune Gate card in. And the card on the far right of his hand, that Widespread Annihilation, is a perfect combination with the Revel in Runeblood. He's just got to play a non-attack and an attack beforehand, but then all of a sudden he'll have the 4 Rune Chants and the ability to attack for free with an attack that actually banishes a card from its opponent's hand if they've taken any damage on the whole combat chain or lost life this turn.
Everything seemingly coming up Cody thus far has plenty of resources to work with on this turn cycle. Creeper's an option, Grasp even an option here.
Ryan Rich reaching for that crayon box. He knows, yeah, this is going to take probably more than one, buddy. Going to get a blue one in there. Important pick. see, he's got the 5 cards to work with. It might just be the Shadow of Ursa to start, load up the Banish Zone.
Couple of widespreads here to consider. Widespread Ruin, going to go ahead and hit that Banish Zone.
2, go again. That's going to take a Stalagmite, but what?
Yeah,
Ryan?
this isn't the turn, unfortunately, Ryan. And again, no criticism to Ryan's decision, but Cody's rolled up with blues here.
Oh, yeah. And he's got so many cards in hand. That's going to give a frostbite. You can see almost with the way it was presented. Ryan might know the writing is slightly on the wall. Let's see how Cody wants to follow this up. It's going to be a Mauvern Skies to give go again, pitching away the Widespread Annihilation. So clearly doesn't feel like he needs it on this turn because he did utilize the Shadow of Ursa to grab the Ruin in the Banish Zone instead. Founding Demigod now going to come out with go again thanks to the Mauvern Skies. Still got 2 floating from here.
Yeah, I think we're just doing it all on this turn once again. We have access still to this Revel in Runeblood potentially. Rosetta Thorn still has a chance to have influence over this turn.
Ryan Rich maybe trying to play around something like a Succumb to Temptation. Just going to block that out for a total of 4, utilizing the Lightning Greaves time. It's like reaching for the creepers here.
I don't think that's real.
Oh, no, is it?
Yeah, it is going to be the Revel deployed. But just naturally here, not going to go ahead and take the Creepers activation.
Still has access to...
Shackle.
Has already used Chane? No, yeah, I was going to say still has access to the Chane ability to give go again because Mauvern Skies was used before. Doesn't need Creepers as
Cody
of
just
yet.
had no upside on the Creepers. I don't want to
Yeah.
actually put the counter on it. Makes a lot of sense. Going to go ahead and just play this Widespread Ruin here.
4 Arcane, 6 Physical. Go again. Does still have floating left over for the Rosetta Thorn.
Yeah, clean turn from Cody.
It's going to be an AB3 with the Lightning Greaves. AB4 total. Utilizing 2 blues in the hand, so now has to deal with 6 physical damage. Lightning Greaves, such a nice little pickup for the Starvo lists. Has way more upside than just having something like a Null Rune Boots in that slot. That's going to buy Spinal Crush block. We know it's just the Crippling Crush left over in the arsenal. Spinal Crush not going to do any favors to help you cast that one.
Going to take 3 here is Ryan. Still 2 resources floating, so Crown of Seeds can be at the ready.
Top card of the deck is going to be a Fruits of the Forest. Hey, it is the 4th Earth card.
Yeah, pretty good. If you're looking for silver linings, that's one for Ryan Rich.
Might have been a nice card that is at the very bottom of that stack if he did do 2 Earth cards and just a non-Earth action card on that first. But I don't think that's going to be the important part of this game. I think the important part is what we're seeing right here. Just Grasp with the Arcanite activation. Make a Rune Chant. Here's 1, 2, and 2. There's 2 floating. That means at least 1 Arcane is going to come over the top. Oh, but
Cody using all the parts of the Buffalo on this turn. And this is how players get addicted to Chane. Turns like this feel so good, so smooth, so powerful to put together and orchestrate.
2 damage going to be taken here. Down to 5. We've got the Arcane damage prevention, and we've got the Crown of Seeds.
Spellbound Creepers is
Yeah,
dead.
Creepers die.
I might take 1.
Creepers are going to die because no Arcane damage was prevented. That's probably why Ryan Rich was wanting to utilize that card just for 1 point of block value rather than trying to block the Rosetta Thorn, wanting to eliminate the potential of Cody Williams, utilizing the Creepers on what will just be a 4-card hand and Shackle 3 to find the go again. Wanting Cody to have to utilize just the Chane ability and whatever else he can find.
That is a pretty big win against Chane. You know, the Iron Rot Jordan jokes aside, especially in this build of Chane, it's really important to use Creepers to unlock some turns.
If Ryan Rich is going to make a comeback here, this is the beginning of that puzzle piece. Given that 3 cards off the top, none of them have Blood Debt, none of them able to be played. This one's just going to be a Grasp of the Arcanite activation into the Deadwood Dirge. Or no, just utilizing the Deadwood Dirge on that Soul Shackle again.
Yep.
Now the Chane going to be activated here. Eloquent Eulogy, All-Star in Vincent coming in for just some awkward damage. 2 and 4, making an Eloquence, and that is a card that could be utilized to great effect in this Chane list.
Yeah, really good way to go ahead and get ahead on action points, as Chane so often wants to do. Against a typical Chane list, Sam, we'd be approaching the end right now. You'd know Chane has maybe one more big turn loaded up before it goes ahead and just fatigues itself. But Cody has effectively manipulated these Soul Shackles so well. There's so much time left here. And Ryan already being at 5, it feels like Cody just has to wait to find the right pieces to put together. Hope that Starvo doesn't go on a hot run at the casino and just go fuse, 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 fuse. If Cody can fade that, I love his position in this game and his position to potentially move on to our top 8.
That's such a great point. It could be Shackle 6 this turn. There could be 6 cards on this card turn, 7 cards on the next turn, and the deck's just going to run out of gas at that point, run out of the ability to stay alive. But because of these Deadwood Dirges consistently knocking down those Shackle tokens, Cody has way more time, way more ability to really sculpt the perfect moment. There's Cody finally realizing, wait, I can't put a -1 counter on my Crown of Providence. That's not how that works. Having a little laugh about that between our two competitors.
Yeah, no temper on that one, thank God.
Oh, interestingly here, taking a look, I see a cut through the facade, a little bit of tech for our Bravo player. Of course, that too could have dominate and go again. However, no auras left over for Cody Williams, at least at this point forward. I guess you could take care of a Soul Shackle. That would be the only target.
Yeah, I don't think Cody cares.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's fine. And it's one of the potential weaknesses here of something like a cut through the facade. I still think you can potentially get good value out of it. I agree with the choice to have it in for this matchup. But right now, not looking like it can do all that much.
That's going to take the Stalagmite here, interestingly, forcing another resource to be paid into the Rosetta Thorn.
We have Dirge this turn, so it's going to be a full Thorn, 2 and 2, but still 2 resources floating right now.
Give the Frostbite and Somersault back. The Autumn's Touch is the call, is the play from Ryan Rich. 2 floating means this Rosetta Thorn can break the Frostbite and still come in for 2 and 2.
Yeah, and I think Ryan not really satisfied with this exchange. Just very easy for Cody to move into Thorn here. Keep what I believe is a Deadwood Dirge in Arsenal for a future turn cycle, and that means should a Rune Gate card be found off of those Soul Shackle banishes, Cody's in a really prime position to extend the hand. It is a Dirge, in fact.
And there's the thing, you block out the Eloquent Eulogy, you attempt to try to stop that Eloquence creation, but again, it's loss of life when the combat chain closes is when the Eloquence would be created, and the Rosetta Thorn did come across for 3 total damage, 1 Arcane after the Crown of Seeds, and the Tunic utilization for that, or just the AB from the Tunic, then the 3 damage taken from the 1 Arcane and the 2 physical means that when that combat chain closes, the Eloquence is still made, still going to be able to power up a non-attack action on a future turn. But that Eloquence is now immediately threatened with the cut through the facade.
I think Cody doesn't care, honestly. Like, you can give up this Eloquence. Sure, it's a nice effect. But there's not all that much in Cody's deck that actually lines up with this very well. You know, something like Read the Runes is fine, but this is not Vincent. This is not a deck that is designed to abuse Eloquence in any fashion.
No blocks in this.
Yeah, and Cody just says no blocks.
No blocks, just going to take the 7. You can destroy an aura if you are the Starvo player here. Let's see what he chooses.
I think I'm going to blow up the Eloquence and we'll gamble.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to go after the Eloquence. There's some merit to considering the Soul Shackle, frankly, just preventing Cody from getting a little deeper.
A little bit of a head shake here from Ryan Rich. Here's the thing. He's already in the top 8. You have to imagine there's a little more on the line here for Cody Williams.
Terrible start.
Terrible start for Ryan, as you hear him say there, because we found 2 big old juicy Rune Gate cards ripe for the picking.
Yeah, we did find that red one 3 cards deep as well. I'll just note. So had the Soul Shackles only been on 2 from that cut to the facade, you would have dodged that Deathly Wail. I don't know if it's going to matter given the fact that we hit another Widespread along the way, but just something to consider.
Widespread Annihilation. Yes, it's blue, but boy, is it a powerful effect. Does need that 4th Rune Chant to be created, so that's a higher ask than what the Deathly Wail does represent. Deadwood Dirge, however, going to start things off nicely, making 3 Rune Chants. Feels like Cody's had those every single turn this game, nearly. Just putting together reds and yellows to sculpt beautiful hands. Oh my goodness. Envelop in Darkness. There's your 4th rune chant,
pretty
giving
good.
+3 to the next attack. Soul Shackle going to be utilized to give go again here, coming in with what's got to be the widespread Annihilation. No Tunic available for Ryan Rich to deal. That's just going to get all cards laid down on the table. Fist bump extended as Cody Williams, Runegate Chane, the master of the shackle, moves on to your top 8. 9-2 is the final record, and he came into this day X-2. He had to go 4-0, win out on the day to make it into the top 8, and make it into the top 8 he has.
Sam, that looked easy.
Yeah.
It really did look
It
easy
did.
on Cody's side. And again, the fusion was maybe not quite there for Ryan Rich. Something about our feature match area has cursed Ryan Rich. Maybe we should keep him off camera for the first round of top 8, which I do believe he has in fact made. But Cody Williams just looked calm, cool, collected, knew his deck, knew his plan. It's worth noting, though, maybe Ryan picked up a little critical experience in this match
definitely.
for the next go-around and wants to come into it with a different plan. And I think all of the Starvos in this top 8 are going to have to evaluate exactly how they want to approach this chain. It's very, very different from the typical Seeds chain that we saw earlier on in our tournament.
And we know there is a Seeds chain. Making it into the top 8 was pretty much locked in after those first 2 rounds. And with 2 different flavors of chain, the players are going to be looking at those top 8 brackets, which we'll see in just a little bit, to figure out what their game plan should be. Such a treat to get to watch these older heroes with these new toys and these players like associated with these heroes come back to this stop at the World Tour and bring their strategy, bring their experience into the top 8.
That chain deck looked amazing. I actually am dying to head down to my local game store and sleeve that one up because RuneGate Chain is such a special deck. It's resetting the expectations, but keeping so many of the things that players love about Chain, those complicated turns, that long-term planning, it's all still present, but maybe with a more, I don't even know the right word for it, like slightly disruptive, slightly explosive ceiling. Like it's a very, very strange adaptation, and it's one that I think has a very nice chance as we head to our top 8.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. Let's go ahead. We've got 2 things for you before the top 8. We have got a giveaway, and we've got a very exciting spoiler. But of course, we're going to start with the giveaway. Someone who is active in chat is going to get these 2 Scarf for Scarfs. Chane, scarfed down Scarfo. I feel like the more scarfs are being said in these,
the more likely you are to win.
That's clearly what's happening.
That is how it works.
That's
so
clearly
make
what's
sure
happening.
next time you participate in the chat, you just slam in as many scarfs as you possibly.
Yeah, but they have to make sense. They have to be puns. You can't just write the word scarf over and over
No,
again.
that doesn't count.
No, it doesn't count at all. They need to be puns. They need to work. So congratulations to our winner. You're getting these Scarf for Scarfs, and now it's time for another look.
For a little chaos!
A little chaos! You never expected. You'll never see it coming. I'm not going to say anything. I'll let the tape speak for itself. Roll the clip. Welcome in, everybody. Almost a year ago, the Flesh and Blood community gathered in the birthplace of this great game to crown a celebrational champion. After 5 years of Flesh and Blood, only one player could reign supreme atop the celebrational, and we have that very champion right here, Brodie Spurlock. Brodie, listen, people at home might not quite know what's happening yet, but we have got a pretty exciting reveal for you all, because why don't you just talk us through a little bit about what you won for taking down the celebrational?
Yeah, of course. So this year, in January, on arguably the coolest day of my whole life, I won what, in my opinion, is the greatest prize you can possibly win in a trading card game, and something that is very special to me, the chance to design my own card that is going to be in the game. And so I submitted a design then. It's gone through a process since then, which we'll talk about a little bit.
It's been a process. It has been a process.
And now today we have the final product, which I have not yet seen.
No, this is about to be a true live reveal here now for Brodie and for all of you at home, but I'm going to make you all just wait a little bit longer, ever so slightly more, because Brian, I want to hear from you just what it means from LSS's perspective to have crowned a celebrational champion, have this first time we are really getting like a true kind of paragon of the competitive scene and the community to leave their mark in such a lasting way. What does it represent for LSS?
Yeah, I think Brodie is such a perfect embodiment of what a celebrational champion should be. It's somebody who has bought into the dream of Flesh and Blood entirely. You've traveled the world playing this game. You pop up everywhere. You are inescapable. And it is absolutely the thing that James envisioned when he created Flesh and Blood all those years ago. He wanted a platform for young men and women and folks of all gender like yourself to go ahead and live this dream, expose yourself to new cultures, make new friends, compete at the highest level, and you have been embodying that from when you first started in Flesh and Blood. So to see you be the one to raise that celebrational trophy and then to be immortalized in the game of Flesh and Blood forever, I think just an absolutely perfect champion.
All right. I think we've waited long enough. In 25 short minutes. No, I'm just kidding. Brodie, I have here something you are all too familiar with. The black envelope that contains some of the most important cards in Flesh and Blood, but this one may be yet the most important of all. I'm going to do a little drum roll, please, as you go ahead and open the card, and we pull it up on screen for you all. Let's see the card. We have here Spur Locked. This is a chaos action that costs 0. Each hero secretly chooses a number between 1 and 6. Then those numbers are revealed. The hero that chose the highest number loses that much life, searches their deck for a card with cost less than or equal to the chosen number, reveals it, puts it in their hand, then shuffles. Go again, blue, block 3, and take a look at that art, my friends. Are you kidding me? I gotta hear from you, Brodie. What's the reaction?
First of all, I am very excited how close it is to the original concept.
Yes,
we tried so hard. We battled with that concept, and it was the most monumental challenge of my development career, getting that card to a playable state. You got a little wordy with it, Brodie, I'm not going to lie. But I actually think you inspired something really, really cool in the end.
Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. And I'm very thankful that you did all of that work to come up with this final product that I'm going to have to go now, of course, and think about this all night, the applications and the exact numbering and wording of it is a little bit different, but I mean this concept is very similar. You bid life, whoever bids more gets a tutor. That's basically what we were going for.
I love to hear that.
Kept the blue block 3, cards that cost 0, pitch for 3 and block 3. They're probably gonna end up in some decks.
They're pretty good.
Makes me happy. I like the art.
Yeah, come on. Of course you do. Look how cool it is.
The suite's got a little bit of a Wild West theme. I'm from Texas.
What about this down below you on the table? This was such an important feature of this card. I remember speaking to you. We were talking on Discord, and we were just talking about, is there anything that's really important? Do you remember the thing you told me that was really important to appear on this card?
One thing that was really important to me was that my name could be on it somehow.
How'd we do on that task?
I think you're pretty darn good.
Yep, Spur Locked, the name of the card. When we had that breakthrough, it was a really exciting moment, frankly. Just go ahead and crown the card in your honor.
I love it.
But I think I know what you were alluding to, Brian.
There's one more part.
You seeing what's down there, brother?
I had a feeling this would be inescapable. There is a little ham sandwich on the card, which
you asked for it, you got it. Ham sandwich is part of the card.
I think after the 3 years of bringing 6 ham sandwiches to every tournament day, it's appropriate that that's embodied just a little bit on here.
So Brodie, just really quick before we got a whole calling to get back to, just what's going through your mind? What feelings are running through the heart as you're looking at your own Flesh and Blood card?
It is seriously such an honor. I cannot believe it's still kind of surreal to me, even though it's been almost a year at this point, that I get to just live as a part of the game itself now. Just having a card, it's in booster packs. I might go to my local game store, get a win at my armory, get my prize pack, and there's me. That's the craziest thing ever.
Can I tell you a cool story about this particular card? This card, we obviously wanted to provide it to you here this weekend. We didn't know if we were going to be able to, just based on timing. This card came out of the first box of HNT to ever come off the production line, and it basically was the first box we had access to at the studio. We had to hit this card, and then I had to have not left to come here from New Zealand to be able to deliver this card. So it was absolute serendipity for this card to arrive here in your hands today.
That's awesome. That's sick that it's straight up you just ripped it out of the first box ever.
First hunted box ever open. I can confirm it contained Spurlock.
Destiny.
Yeah. I just want to give an enormous thank you to you and LSS for hosting the celebrational, giving me the opportunity to fight for this privilege and then eventually win, being able to be immortalized in the game. That is the coolest gift ever to me. I am so excited. I love the card.
I'm so happy.
Let's absolutely go. And if you at home want the chance to be immortalized in a Flesh and Blood card, then you got to keep joining this world tour. You got to come and battle for your right to eventually get to whatever celebration or whatever way that this card is able to be made in the future. Yeah, this is too cool. I'm just gonna bully him into do another one if they don't plan to do another one. Are you kidding me?
The best prize TCGs have to offer is the chance to immortalize yourself in the game.
Now, before we let you go, Brodie, there are a couple gifts from LSS. They didn't want you to just go home with just the card. No. Let's take a look at this, puppy.
Oh my gosh.
One of one oversized Spurlock that you get to take home with you.
That is amazing.
Put it on your wall.
I love
it
it.
proudly forever.
Oh my gosh. And no, and I'm actually and the gifts are not yet finished. It is the holiday season.
Hey,
A
nice.
one of one playmat as well for the man himself. Look at this freaking mat.
So great.
I might have to have a conversation with MinMax. I don't know if we can
come
play on the
on.
MinMax mat.
You're gonna need a different mat for at least one event. I'll talk to Peter. We'll get it.
We'll
done.
sort it out.
Yeah, we'll sort it out for you.
This is awesome. The card even says at the bottom one of one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely a one of one.
One
You'll be
of
the sole
one.
owner of that card, and you have certainly earned that privilege, my friend.
One of one card, one of one player, one of one event here. The first LL calling. We hope you'll stick around because we've got so much more action. Hopefully, you're in the top 8 pretty soon. We'll wait and see. Thanks for watching. We'll see you in just a moment.
Welcome back to the Flesh and Blood World Tour here in Chicago, where we are ready with the top 8 of our first ever Living Legend calling. Let's go ahead and check out our bracket. It was, in fact, Bravo who was star of the show this weekend. Once again, Bravo stands on top of the Living Legend format, but it is not quite Oops All Starvos that we saw at the debut of this format. However, 5 Bravos going to be going ahead and trying to take the crown And it's so fitting that I mentioned the Oops All Starvo introduction to this format, because it was Lucas Oswald who went ahead and won that event. And if you head down to the bottom of our bracket, you will see, in fact, Lucas Oswald, who's going to be our feature match. He's going to be taking on Parikh on Viserai.
Starvo versus Viserai, a tale as old as time, a matchup that will bring many people, including myself, all the way back to when both those heroes were legal in CC. And before we move on through the bracket, Brian, I do want to talk about something that is missing from our top 8, and that is Zen. A lot of players were high on this hero coming into this tournament. A lot of people were prepared for it, and perhaps that's why that hero did not show up in our top 8 here at all.
Yeah, Zen simply not converting despite being the second most represented deck. I wonder if that deck falls out of the metagame, what happens? Do things churn around that? It'll be interesting to see in the aftermath of this event, but of course, there's this event to play first. And the Starvo's fairly well dispersed here. We're going to be seeing 3 non-mirrors this first go-around, but there is one mirror, and who better to play that mirror than Michael Hamilton, former world champion. We saw Ryan Rich all weekend long, started off the event cooking down there in the chef's kitchen, did lose that last round, but has been able to go ahead and battle and stay focused and enters as our 6th seed, has a monumental task in front of him, though, as he has to take on the former world champion. I hear playing Ball Lightning in his build of Bravo Star of the show.
Michael Hamilton, of course, former calling champion as well on Bravo Star of the show back in the day, taking down Fino Black in that finals. Moving on above into our bracket, we have Easton Douglas also managing to make the top 8 on that 4th seed against Cody Williams on that Rune Gate Chane. We saw him pilot that perfectly against Ryan Rich in that last round of Swiss, punching his ticket into the top 8. And that's a very interesting story regarding Cody Williams. If you listen to Runaways podcast, you know that he was actually quite low on Chane. He was saying he was not recommending people to pick up this hero, to play this hero. He said he was playing it just because he enjoyed the hero, and it was his comfort pick. And look at where that has led him, to the top 8 of World Tour Chicago.
Sounds like psyops to me, Pankaj, but it doesn't matter. Cody Williams is here and in the top 8, potentially setting up a showdown again in the finals with Ryan Rich. Maybe we'll have our rematch. Be interesting to follow. But, you know, let's not sleep on Easton Douglas either. That is a person who has a top 4 finish at the World Championships. An absolute top-tier competitor can go ahead and maybe get things started. And I think, very importantly, playing first in that matchup, I'm assuming, maybe has a chance to get that first fusion and kick things off strong.
And fun fact, it was actually Easton Douglas's birthday yesterday. So what better birthday present could you ask for than making top 8 of the Calling Chicago, the first ever Living Legend tournament?
That would be a fantastic way to end the birthday weekend. But there is, of course, one more match to talk about. It's Jimmy Nero Demers. And in fact, Jimmy paced the field. It felt like Jimmy was in front all day, the last undefeated player. And you see going in as the first seed here, going to be taking on Brian Lorenz, who snuck in at just the last second on another Starvo. This is going to look very different, though, from that Cody versus Easton matchup. This is traditional Chane, old school seeds, just trying to go ahead and pop off with those soul shackles and get to that big end game where you just do so much damage.
Good old Boomer Chane off of Rift Binds and Seeds of Agony, as you called out, Brian. Let's see how that matchup goes. But of course, for our feature match right now, we will be tuning into Lucas Oswald on Bravo Star of the show, a hero that he has been very high on ever since the Living Legend format was introduced, against Parikh on that Viserai.
Did Raj pick a chef's hat since the last time we saw him? Is he cooking as well now?
He's been cooking all weekend, and he's going to need to cook in the face of the Warmonger's Diplomacy, which was the opening for Lucas Oswald.
Okay, maybe not quite a fusion, but still pretty happy to see Warmongers to kick things off here.
Warmonger's Diplomacy, a bit of a interesting pickup for the Starvo list. I'm not sure if we've seen that so far across this weekend. Of course, it's not an elemental card. It will affect your consistency in fusing, which is very often your win condition. Lucas Oswald happy to make that trade, saying it's good enough against these Runeblades, these Viserais, and the Chains, of which there are 3 off in this top 8.
Yeah, of course. Maybe we just didn't see Warmongers because it is a 1-of now on the restricted list here in the Living Legend format, so perhaps hasn't turned up all that much. But Lucas using it to great effect on turn 1. We saw Raj do some very effective setup previously in the early turns. And here we see the first electromagnetic somersault from Lucas. And you're going to see a lot of those Pankaj. Lucas playing 8 copies of electromagnetic somersault here in this top 8.
He has been very high on that card ever since it came on Rosetta. I believe one of the first things he said when he saw that card was that this will make Starvo broken in LL. And look at him using that to great effect, bring it all the way up to the top 8.
He's just able to fire a cut through the facade here. Garage sees an opportunity to blunt a little damage, defends with an Amplify, takes 4, but the turn passes back to Raj. The Warmongers has been faded now. And are we able to get some setup rolling in earnest on Raj's side now?
No Malefic Incantations, no Rune Chance even to go ahead and blow up from that cut-through facade on hit effect. That was effectively a vanilla 3 for 7. Do want to point out, though, that its cost means that it will be affected by Starvo's ability should Lucas Oswald fuse that card at some point later on in the game.
Kicking things off here with Sonata. We've seen this card be very variable throughout the weekend.
We've seen it draw 5, and we've seen it reveal 8 and draw 1. Highs and lows of this card have both been witnessed on the stream at World Tour Chicago.
Let's see if Raj can make some nice piles here. So far, triple non-attack act, 4 non-attack actions.
And if you are a Raj fan or a Viserai fan, you hate to see it, but not first. Non-attack of the turn has been played. Viserai's ability is turned on for the rest of this turn.
Sonata giveth. Sonata taketh away.
Truer words have never been spoken, Brian. And real quick, I do want to point out a card that entered Lucas Oswald's pitch zone on the previous turn in that Felling of the Crown. He has opted to run some of the decomposed cards, which has been a little contentious among Starvo players in the Living Legend format.
Yeah, dead giveaway in the form of those gauntlets down there in the arm slot. Deadwood Dirge able to go ahead and use a rune chant here to make 3 more rune chants, nice and clean.
Beautiful, unique interaction there with the Deadwood Dirge. There was no target when it was put on the stack, but it's perfectly legal to do that because you don't need a target to put the card on the stack. You just need to sacrifice an aura when it resolves. And thankfully, because of Viserai's ability, there was a rune chant that was created before the Deadwood Dirge resolved, and that was able to be sacrificed, giving Raj 3 rune chants.
So still no fusion here from Lucas, just playing an empty Cadaverous Tilling.
No fusion and no decompose either, and this came up earlier as well in one of the other Starvo matchups. Cards like Felling of the Crown, you really want to have 2 Earth cards in your banish already by the time you resolve that, because you want to decompose and get up to that 4 Earth cards in your banish to get the +4 power on it. The fact that Lucas Oswald has missed a decompose over here, finding this Tilling a little too early before he is able to put Earth cards in the graveyard, might affect the effectiveness of his Felling of the Crown later in the game.
I'll have to keep a close eye on that one, Pankaj. Just 3 for 6. Still 2 cards remaining in hand for Lucas Oswald here.
Fairly low power plays coming out from both our Living Legend competitors so far. Just a Warmongers for Lucas to open up with, into a Cut Through Facade, into Cadaverous Tilling. Raj and the Warmongers couldn't do much. Whiffed on a Sonata, couldn't do much. And now just facing on Vanilla 6. Still just tanking a little bit, looking like he's going to go ahead and take that to the face.
Yeah, we saw Raj win a game, I think it was against Briar, in about 3 turns. We're about to play our 3rd turn here, and Raj hasn't done much of anything, frankly.
And going into that 3rd turn, he had 16 rune chants. Over here, he just has a measly 3. Does have a full grip, though, and starting with a Modra Tide.
Yeah, nice start here to the turn. Machinations of Dominion coming down. Also a fine start, offering a little bit of go again here.
For 5 and 6, make 2 in the Vis. This will have go again and overpowered.
Raj so practiced on Viserai, so smooth.
2 rune chants on the back. This Amplify the Arcanite does have overpower, but with the Fridge available on Lucas Oswald's side, perhaps not something he cares about too much. Also not like this Amplify as an on-hit right now. I want to point out something, a unique thing about Raj's list. Back in the CC days, in this matchup, Viserai used to pack a whole bunch of defense reactions, unmovables, and sinks and fades, and reduced rune chance was something that was commonplace back then. Raj's list, though, only 1 sink below, 1 red sink below to speak of in terms of defenses. So should Lucas start to fuse, that could be quite a bit of a problem for Raj's game plan.
Do you know what else happened a lot in this matchup back in the day, though, Pankaj? Is Viserai lost. Viserai would just get rolled a lot by Starvo. And yes, it's nice to have that defensive plan, but the reality is you were forced into that defensive plan. You didn't have the offensive output that this version of Viserai has, that is able to go ahead and just produce these rune chants turn after turn after turn and get consistent go again on the back of Rune Rager Swarm.
If Viserai lost so much, why was Skeletor banned, huh? I want an answer to that question, Brian.
You're telling me you have sat here and watched Viserai all weekend, and you are asking me why is Skeletor banned?
No, I'm kidding. No, that card definitely should have been gone in the CC format. But on Living Legend, though, we get to have its fun with it right here.
Also fun, drawn to the Dark Dimension. Strictly on a Mordred Tide turn. this card feels really unfair. You're able to just go ahead, present a little bit more damage, make those rune chants, and assure yourself an arsenal on the next turn.
Speaking of unfair, Brian, Lucas Oswald has opted to take a whole bunch of damage.
Yep,
and
you know what that means. Bingo, bango, bongo. We're going to the casino.
with honestly not that strong of a card. Blue Foods of the Forest coming down. Lucas Oswald accepting the fact that even though his attack wasn't that strong on this turn, still went ahead with a game plan of taking a bunch of damage, a bunch of the rune chant and physical damage that Parikh was sending to just go ahead and do the Starvo fuse, sending his Fruits of the Forest, very likely backed up with a Frosty Hammer as well, thanks to that blue Frostfang that he revealed to that Starvo ability as well. You can see Lucas really opting for these disruptive attacks in the form of his Felling of the Crowns, these Frostfangs as well. He has recognized that one of Starvo's weakest plays is the 2-card play. Sometimes when you don't have the fuse and you're forced into a 2-card play, Lucas is saying, I want those hands to still be better than average. I'm going to put Blue Frostfang in my list. I'm going to put Fellings of the Crown in my list.
It's a good opportunity to go ahead and make some Frostbites on this turn. Raj caught with 4 reds.
26.
He's just going to take an opportunity to do some defending here. And as we expected, it is the follow-up Winter's Well. Of course, Raj has access to defensive equipment, should he want to hold cards in hand.
Posturing to just go ahead and give 2 cards on defense over here and perhaps just keep the read the runes and do a little bit of setup. Ask Lucas Oswald, can you fuse again off of random cards? With that Tunic up and the Crown of Seeds though, Brian, I'm
Very
not...
high likelihood.
Yep, that Crown of Seeds with Tunic just represents an extra card to go right in Lucas's hand to find the element that he needs if he's missing it.
Let's check in on Lucas's hand. What did we find? Oh boy, 3 non-elemental cards. Starstruck, Spinal Crush, and a Trip the Light. Fantastic. So that one is not really fixable.
With a Pulse of Eisenloft, pretty much the only card that could fix that. Unfortunately, finds
just fruits.
Yeah, finds a Fruits of the Forest off the top. Still able to send the Spinal though.
Not bad.
Yep. Effectively, that Crown of Seeds activation gave him an extra blue, which is pretty useful. And able to convert that into this Starstruck. No Starvo Fuser, so Parikh a bit happy about that one. The gamble of just setting up a little bit more, a few more rune chants, which could perhaps go into a Skeletor discount. Paying off a little bit, still needs to deal with the Starstruck Crush effect right now.
And it's another large defense here from Raj. So we're seeing a bit of a pivot to a setup mentality, maybe looking to go ahead and get that Skeletor rolling for a big Sonata Arcanix turn.
And this was the game plan back in the day, which is why they ran all those defensive pieces in the form of those unmovables and those sinks and those fates, reduced rune chants, etc. But Parikh, without those defensive pieces, you have to imagine perhaps that's just something his deck is just giving him right now, just giving him a set of pieces and saying, you don't really have good wide hands with these hands that I'm giving you, so he's perhaps forced in his position. I'm not entirely sure if that was his game plan going in.
And Lucas going to miss on the fuse one more time. Does just have a Spinal Crush here. Both these decks looking anemic, Punkage, not looking all that impressive. And I think it's because Raj has really adjusted strategies in this moment, pivoted to this slower setup style, and it's forcing Lucas into very, very suboptimal turns. Lucas is kind of set up to go ahead and hit that casino lottery over and over and over and just get those electromagnetic somersaults rolling and repeat the same kind of turn over and over, almost lock an opponent out of the game. Raj has not given the opportunity to go ahead and do that thus far.
I want to point out the bit of a bind that Lucas was in on that previous turn. We saw him not have the fuse in hand, and normally in that spot you're tempted to Crown of Seeds, but his best attack was in his arsenal in the form of the Spinal Crush, so you don't even want to Crown of Seeds, because even if you find the fuse, what attack are you going to send? So he was forced to, in a sense, just IP this somersault, this Spinal Crush right back into the arsenal. So if he can find the fuse, this could be a strong follow-up for him. For now, though, Parikh has finally decided to expend those rune chants coming in with the Rune Rager Swarm.
Yeah, fully set up, has some backup to go ahead and rebuild. Not quite sure what's in the arsenal for Raj. Let's take a peek at Lucas's defending hand. Gonna go ahead and Crown to reset a little bit. Looking for a lightning card to complete the trilogy here. Does not find it. 3 earth cards and an ice card. Does have access to the Winter's Grasp for an attack with the Winter's Well on the next turn for that kind of disruption.
Yep. 3 physical.
But I think we're just gonna see a lot of defending, a lot of AB this go around.
Start of the game here, not really going Lucas Oswald's way. I think we've only seen him fuse once, and that was for blue Fruits of the Forest as well. Not where he wants to be. Has found some disruption in the form of the Spinal Crushes and the Starstruck as well. But he wants to be doing more powerful things than that in this format.
Yeah, I also just don't think Raj is doing all that much, though. And it feels like Lucas is totally fine. He's missing. He's not doing anything all that exciting, but he's not losing that much life either. And eventually, those Starvo fuses are going to come through. It's just an inevitability. At some point, you're going to win the lottery. So I think while I'm not unhappy with the way things are going, if I'm Raj, I think there is pressure to go ahead and turn the corner very, very soon.
Especially as those life totals go lower and lower. We speak about this a lot. Not only is it a disruption, but at some point, like that game against the Aurora earlier on stream, at some point, that life total is just, you're just going to die to a massive dominate attack, a massive dominate swing from the Starvo side. To Raj's credit, though, has kept that those armor pieces pristine and unblemished on that side of the field. So does have that one out for one critical turn, perhaps a Mordred Tide to go along with these Malefic incantations.
Also has that potential spike still available in the form of Bloodsheath Skeleta.
I want to point out another optimization by Lucas Oswald on this turn, swinging the Icy Hammer instead of the Red Fruits of the Forest that he found off the top of his deck with the Crown of Seeds. Wants to maintain that arsenal, keep that Crown of Seeds online. That card was banned for a reason. It is an incredibly powerful card, opting to just expend into a Winter's Veil, keep the arsenal up, and increase the consistency of his fusing.
Raj is just defending one more time. Rattlebones is the play, and it's another drawn to the Dark Dimension, and Raj just very content to chip, 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 chip over and over.
Not having a blue on this Rattlebones is typically kind of awkward because you normally want to find, say, a Rune Rager Swarm from your graveyard, have that go again, and use one floating to go and swing the Rosetta Thorn, the 2-for-2. But still managed to find a very effective use for the Rattlebones off a yellow as well. Rune Rager Swarm and Arsenal to go along with it. Drawn to a Dark Dimension, clearly telegraphed to end this turn and going to be able to refresh Arsenal once again.
All right, we've got it. We've got the trifecta, and we have an Oakenold available as well.
And that is the strongest one, possibly the strongest disruptive attack to go with the Starvo Fuse. You guarantee are able to fuse the Oakenold as well and into an Icy Hammer. This is looking to be an extremely disruptive turn coming out of Lucas Oswald. Finally, after what's been quite a few back-to-back turns of just Icy Hammer or just vanilla Earth attacks.
We talked about this being an important time in the match for Raj. I think it's even more important for Lucas. Lucas is now finally set up, hits the lottery, will have the Starvo activation, and can he start chaining from here? Can he make sure it's just Oakenold, into Winter's Wail, into Defend with My Stalagmite, into lock you out of the game and close things out? Coming in for 11 Dominate, go again, and we know there's a Frosty Hammer backing this up.
And unlike Crippling Crushes and Starstrucks, this is not a crush effect, Brian. This is an on-hit,
This is happening.
You have to send 2 random cards from your hand to the bottom of the deck. Now, on the armor side, Parikh does have 7 block of armor there. Would need that one of Sync Willow to cover up this on-hit. Otherwise, as you said, Brian, this is happening.
Oh, sure, sorry. I thought you were laying them out for me to pick.
And for the first time, Raj head into the tank.
And remember, that armor block, that happens. You have that out once a game, and this is why Raj is agonizing so much. He's finally found that Mordred Tide with a Malefic and a Swarming Gloomveil as well. While he already has a Malefic on the field, this is not the hand he wanted to give up. He's finally found his power card.
Especially if he has something like a Sonata rolled up in the arsenal. We don't know that was a random draw off a Drawn to the Dark Dimension, but we talked about windows and timings. I think, are we past the point where Raj is just going to feel a turn too late for the rest of this game? Had this hand showed up earlier, everything could have started rolling in Raj's favor. Now, though, Oakenold does its thing, blunts the effectiveness of this turn from Raj, costing at least 2 cards here.
And 2 cards that he has no say over as well. You know that in this position, you'd want to keep that setup piece, a Malefic Incantation. If you are forced to 1 card, you want that to be the 1 card, but Oakenold says, no, you do not have the option to choose what you keep. I will rip 2 random cards from your hand and send them right at the bottom of your deck. I'm getting a little bit of flashbacks to a game against Abigail, Brian, where the Starvo was finding disruptive hits when Abigail was holding the Sting of Sorcery, the Arcline, exactly when the Starvo needed it, and it was on those anemic Starvo turns where the Aurora didn't have an amazing combo lined up as well. And same thing's happening this game. Lucas had a few back-to-back not very strong Starvo turns when Raj himself didn't have the punish for it, and now when Raj did find the combo, did find the Mordred Tide, unfortunately getting hit by the Oakenold into the Icy Hammer.
Variance presents itself in interesting ways in Flesh and Blood. A lot of times it's about how your hands line up with your opponent's hands. Raj is going to go ahead and cover up that Frosty Hammer with 2 pieces of equipment. So that out is done with. 2-card hand here for Raj. Looks like a red Malefic.
And a Deadwood Dirge. So did manage to keep that setup and is going to expend both of them right now to make the rune chance.
Yeah. That's not bad. That's not bad. If you can catch Lucas with another off turn.
Once again, though, Brian, Tunic Crown of Seeds is up. And he has an Ice and a Lightning in his hand right now. Triple Light Fantastic and Channel Lake Frigid. If he can Tunic Crown of Seeds into an Earth card, he might be able to do. He might be able to eat the
It's time
crayons.
for Tunic. This is a big draw, Pankaj. And it's a lightning card. It's Heaven's Claws.
And the slot machine whirs and tumbles and did not give Lucas what he needed. Still, there's a very, very respectable attack in the form of the Crippling Crush. No Dominate, though.
As far as a miss goes, you'll take this one. And I think that just means that Raj is headed back to the casino on the next turn. Going to go ahead and commit 3 cards to the defense here. 1 card left. Where's it going?
And I believe Lucas Oswald put a Sink Below in his arsenal. Not a card you want in your arsenal when your opponent kind of just passes to you, but that is the other strength of Crown of Seeds. You can put your defense reactions in there and not be punished for it when your opponent doesn't do anything. You can put your blue elemental dopey attacks that you don't ever want to use. Just put them there and crown them away.
And Lucas has hit, goes ahead and finds the casino. But it's just a Cadaverous Tilling. 10 flat damage, no disruptive effect. You expect this gets followed up with a hammer. That's going to be the disruption on the next turn. Is that the opening that Raj needs? Lucas at 17. Raj still with Skeleta at the ready. Can he break through?
Not only is it just Skeleta, Brian, he's got 4 block on that armor completely if he wants to give up the Spellbound Creepers as well. Could cover up the hammer. This could very well be Raj's last chance in this game to go into his turn with a full 5-card hand with 2 Malefics on the field as well. But is the hand good enough? Can he will he be able to overcome the 17 life on Lucas Oswald's side? Because we've talked about this over and over again. That armor block is a one-time use. If you're going to use it, make sure it counts.
Hand's a weird one, Pankaj. It can almost be many things. It's got a Rattle Bones in it. Machinations, Rune Rager Swarms. What's in that arsenal? That's a big question mark for me.
Mordred Tide would make this hand go incredibly strong with the 2 Malefics on the field as well, but Become the Arknight, also another card. We saw Raj in this game yesterday on a 4-card hand just become one of them to go find a Sonata and Skeleta into Sonata. Of course, he had 16 rune chants at that point, so that was absolutely incredible and got a perfect split in the Sonata, but that is one other thing that could find him exactly the piece that he needs.
Let's check in on Lucas's equipment. 3 block available on his side. Virtual 20 life, plus some Crown of Seeds shenanigans potentially available. And let's not forget that Stalagmite either. Another 3 points, probably only 2 on a given turn.
And whatever value you choose to give the Frostbite, could be 1, could be 0, could be 10, honestly.
Feels like that's a lot of what Raj has to filter through as he plans out the next turn. How many resources is it going to take? Is going to go ahead and defend with a card here. Takes 7. There's the follow-up hammer. And it's just going to get more cards from hand. Raj was not ready to push the go button, and he's going to head to the casino one more time.
And that is risky, because the next time Lucas Oswald does that, Raj won't have the out to actually go into his turn with a 5-card hand. He's putting the onus on Lucas's side, saying, can your deck do it? Can your deck fuse one more time? Can you send Disruption at me?
Doesn't have it now.
Yep.
And he did not find it. Did not find the fusion. But look, Raj is at 7. If the attack is large enough, it almost doesn't matter. Raj did, however, draw 1 of Sink Below on this turn. Is that going to matter? Cut through the facade. A nice draw here. That can go ahead and mess with those Malefics.
This time, as has the on-hit online, there is a Malefic Incantation with the full 3 counters on it, looking very juicy for this Cut Through the Facade. Raj Parikh, of course, with that Sink Below and 3 block on armor. The Skeleta plus the Grass with the Sink could cover this up. Once again, though, is the hand good enough? Do I see a Mordred Tide? That's a Mordred Tide.
It is a Mordred Tide. Swarming Gloom Veil. Rune Flash. Again, it just brings me back to the same question. What's an arsenal? That feels like the absolute most important thing at this moment in the game.
Even a Sonata would be incredible, because once you Mordred Tide and you trigger all these Malefics with that Gloom Veil, you would have a whole bunch of rune chants remaining after that Gloom Veil resolves for your Skeleta into your Sonata. But he also needs to keep in mind that Stalagmite sitting on Lucas Oswald's side. If he's forced to use the Sink as a blocking card. That's just one less card in his hand to go ahead and pay for his turn.
Raj has a redraw, too, in the form of that sync, should he want to use it. That could offer a different card in hand, and that just complicates this even further. Thus far has put forward 3 defense. We assume that sync will be used here.
I'll declare 3 blocks.
One very interesting thing about this matchup, Brian, is that Viserai puts a lot of damage on the table but doesn't send them yet. There's 4 rune chants sitting on the side of the field. You look at the life totals, you see 7 against 19. You're like, oh, Starvo's really far ahead. But there's 4 rune chants on Parikh's side and a total of 6 triggers on Malefic incantations there as well, which could be 6 rune chants, could be more because of cards like Moderate Tide. And I find that aspect of this matchup incredibly fascinating. It's very hard to tell who is actually ahead.
Lucas ended the turn with a bit of yum, fruits of the forest, so there was no IP penalty on the turn, and 2 more life as Raj gets ready to fire. Here we go. It's go time, Pankaj. Mordred Tide into Swarming Gloomveil. We're up to a lot of rune chants. Do we have the Sonata at the ready?
8 rune chants made on the back. Swarming Gloomveil, all modes are 100% online over here. One other thing to point out about the Stalagmite Frostbite interaction is that Blushy Skeletor is an instant, so you could just use it in response to a Frostbite, and your next thing gets discounted by the number of rune chants you have. Perhaps that just lets you pay through a Frostbite without even needing to pitch a card through it.
Great call, Pankaj.
Oswald on the tank here right now. 8 damage on the field coming at him right now with 8 on the back. Promise of that coming in on this turn as well.
Tunic at the ready for Oswald. Love that when you're forced into a tough defending position. Can go ahead and get that 5-card defensive hand via the Crown of Seeds, and Lucas is going to take advantage of that. Let's take a look at the block values.
The nice thing against Viserai is that even if a bunch of cards don't block, like the Awakening and that Blizzard, they are still blues, and you can functionally turn them into block 3s because a lot of Viserai's damage is arcane. I want to point out again, upgrades from Rosetta, that Lightning Greaves, Brian. That AB on that piece of equipment gets a block value and gets an AB and is tech for Prism as well. It's an incredibly solid upgrade for Starvo in LL.
Felt like this was a spot where Raj really wanted to catch Lucas with a handful of somersaults. Something like Red Somersault really would have messed up his defending capabilities here.
We mentioned this Frostbite interaction with Skeletor over here, but there is a cheeky card in Lucas Oswald's hand in that Blizzard. You can't Skeletor and pay for the Blizzard that way. You need to, that will force a card out of Parikh's hand, and that could potentially stuff this turn a little bit.
It's all about timings now. Deception needed from both of these players. Trying to trap an opponent into an error that they can leverage to a top 4 berth here at the first Living Legend calling on the Flesh and Blood World Tour.
1 damage prevention floating from Crown of Seeds. Lucas Oswald going ahead and taking the remaining rune chance.
Okay. Two cards being pushed forward, but Lucas wants to think a little bit more. This is a big defending decision, Pankaj. You have to get this right with your tournament life on the line. You know this is the window. You have to shut Raj down. You cannot afford to make a mistake on this turn.
To some extent, it also comes back to the damage stacking that we were talking about, Brian. Even if he does stuff Raj's turn, say he uses that Blizzard, uses cards to block, those 8 rune chants, they're not going anywhere.
Right.
They'll stay there.
Right. You have to offer something on your turn as well. That's part of the complication for Lucas. We've been so focused on the defensive capabilities. What are the offensive capabilities of this hand?
Doesn't look to be too great as a Winter Spine there, but Icy Hammer is always fairly decent. But yeah, it doesn't look too great. And I want to point out that Awakening too, Brian. We saw that come into great effect against Will Bradshaw's Prism. But when you are in the life lead because you've been fusing and you hit them with a massive Oak on hold, that card just a blue no block in your hand. That's not even elemental.
And look at this. It's just going to be Rosetta Thorn here closing out the turn. If you're Raj, you can't feel great about that. This felt important, but maybe sensing a little offensive weakness in Lucas Oswald right now and trying to just go ahead and pass to a future turn.
That just brings to question, when will that Skeletor be used? I mean, we've been wondering for a while, Brian, what's in that arsenal? We can possibly guess probably not become the Arc Knight. That Rune Flash could have been discarded. Probably not. No, wait, actually, there was a Frostbite, so actually you couldn't go ahead and become the Arc Knight Rune Flash away. Probably not that, but almost certainly not a Sonata. You have to imagine that would have come out if that was a Sonata in that arsenal. Lucas Oswald definitely considering the same thing as well. What could be in Parikh's arsenal over there that he's been protecting but also not using so far?
Unclear at this point. Perhaps the big mystery of this game thus far.
Take 5.
Lucas is going to take 5 from these rune chants, falling down
Go to 9.
to 11.
No block.
Takes 2 arcane from Rosetta Thorn.
I have you
Takes
at 5.
2 more.
Okay. Oh, sorry. This was wrong. You're good.
Raj adjusting life total is at 5 here.
Taking the physical as well as Lucas Oswald wants to send the offensive pressure. Perhaps we'll see the Winter's Bite come out.
Target you.
Yeah, it is going to be Winter's Bite. Guaranteed disruption here.
Walk with eyes.
Gotta love the clarity that Lucas Oswald said. Plays the Winter's Bite and says target you. It does say target here. Technically could target yourself. Lucas Oswald being perfectly clear. Saying,
That's the type
this
of
is at you."
decision-making, Pankaj, that gets you to the top 8. Target your
Exactly.
opponent instead of yourself with your Winter's Bite.
I missed that a lot when I was using Coronet Peak in Iceland. I accidentally targeted myself a bunch. It was terrible.
Yep. No, that's why you're here in the booth with us, Pankaj.
Washed.
Frosty Hammer, as we expected. Winter's Wail coming through. Raj at just 5. Still a little bit of defense left over there in the equipment. Could play something like a 2-card hand plus a card from the arsenal, dodging the Frostbite. Stalagmite ready to offer another Frostbite potentially. There's the Sonata Arcanix over in Raj's hand
I'm checking my sideboard.
with Become the Arknight.
Definitely wanted to see that card a little bit earlier, either a turn earlier, even a few turns earlier, to put in that arsenal. Finding it now, really roll the dice again, Brian. We saw it whiff for him earlier in the game, revealed 4 cards, 0 attacks in that, all 4 non-attacks. Will he be forced to just gamble once again? Perhaps he'll be the one visiting the casino rather than Lucas. I want to point out Lucas's blocking decisions on that previous turn. Could have converted the Winter's Bite and the Blizzard into 6 more life by paying into AB, instead deciding they are more value to him on offense. Take the Viserai down, trade card for a card from the Winter's Bite now, and then convert into an Icy Hammer. That to him was more worth than just 6 extra life and allowing Raj to have a 5-card hand, because that is the way Viserai works. Viserai scales off of massive hands. The 4th and 5th card in Viserai are worth way more than just 3 life. Lucas Oswald recognizing that, saying Winter's Bite into Hammer is much better than just paying into AB.
Very good call out there, Pankaj.
I don't know. I've never been in that situation. So
Yeah, I do it like once in a minute. I always forget what I be sideboard.
The players may be waiting on some judge clarity here.
Okay, thank you.
Shout out to our judges for ensuring that our matches are running smoothly and as correctly as they can be.
Lucas was looking to remind himself what was in sideboard, what was in deck, thinking about possibilities on future turns, perhaps calculating some Starvo odds.
And we know that Sync Pillow, the one-off Sync Pillow, has already been used. Parikh will either need to give up a piece of armor and a card to stop this Winter's Wail, or just accept the Frostbite.
You have 1 card in hand.
Indeed.
Mix out 1.
And we see this so often, Brian. Those Spellbound Creepers, beautiful legendary from Everfest, oftentimes just use as fancy Iron Rod boots, to be honest.
Yeah, I believe we got word from the card guys referred to as Iron Rod Jordans. I'm all in on that description. I love it.
We're going to the casino, Brian, on the Viserai side this time. Once again, Sonata Arcanix,
More cards.
paid into it.
2 non-attacks. There's the attack. It was not a perfect split, just a Swarming Gloomveil.
That is the best attack that you could find, though.
Agreed.
Yep. Especially with the Malefic Incantations, this Swarming Gloomveil, the moment you play it now, will have all modes turned on as well. For go again on hit. No arcane damage can be prevented this turn.
Yeah, and a point of arcane damage already been done.
5 to 6.
Lucas Oswald
A
accepting
second attack there would have been so impactful, Pankaj.
something like a Rune Rager Swarm.
Yeah. But we live with the cards we're dealt. We find our outs. We play to them always. Raj fighting tooth and nail.
Slight problem here for Raj, Brian. That one floating looks like it would pay for Rosetta Thorn cleanly, but one last block on that Stalagmite on Lucas Oswald's side could shut that down unless we see
Have
some
to
sort of
assume so.
fancy Skeletor play come out. We still don't know what that arsenal is. Skeletor can undo the damage of the Frostbite, the tax of the Frostbite.
Oh, we've got a 2-card fuse for Lucas. Pulse of Eisenloft shows up, ready to work with a somersault potentially.
Looking like he's lining up 2-card block between the
Somersault
felling
return maybe.
and the lightning form. Lightning form, very interesting inclusion. Part of the reason why it's in this list without current funnel actually is because it's a target for yellow somersault. There's a bit of the innovation that Lucas Oswald was telling me about when you're talking about his unique Starvo list. We've already seen so many unique iterations on this list. You have to imagine that's part of the reason why he's made it all the way to the top 8 of World Tour Chicago.
Another tough defending decision here for Lucas, figuring out exactly what he needs to cover. Those life totals are getting low enough. Every turn is fraught with peril.
We've touched a lot on the end game that Starvo presents on the opponent when they're in this sub 10 life and how a dominate here and there can just spell doom for you. But Viserai, on another level, actually has a similar endgame problem that he presents to his opponent in the form of all this split damage. And opponents at the 6 sub 5 life that Lucas is right now, each rune chant, each Rosetta Thorn swing of 2 and 2 spells in a very similar fashion a strong endgame the same way Starvo presents to his opponents.
The audience.
Thank you, Raj, for presenting the 4 damage on the Swarming Gloomville for the audience.
Sometimes, just not maybe as much as Ethan would like me to.
That's fair. Sorry, Ethan. Sorry, Ethan.
Apologies to Ethan over in the booth. I know he loves getting those.
I have to make sure.
Or, hold on, sorry. Block for trigger. Keep it frostbite.
Parikh Skeletta in response.
And there we see it, Brian.
Yeah.
We talked about this. Crack Skelter in response. You have the rune chance remaining. This could pay through a frostbite. You don't need to use that one floating because the discount will go ahead and discount the additional tax that a frostbite puts in your next action. Will we finally see what's in that arsenal?
Succumb to temptation sitting there this whole time.
And arcane damage had been dealt from the Sonata Arcanic, so he does have an extra action point technically. Not going to be able to use it though, but still being able to send lethal damage, Brian. And Lucas is holding on to the exact fuse. This, he cannot. Okay, because of Tunic, Arms, and the Greaves, he could go to 1 and keep that hand, should he choose to do so. It'll be incredibly risky, though.
Yeah, so I'm going to...
It was not the card I expected to go ahead and see in Arsenal.
Yeah, take 3 arcane, go to 3.
I believe it was a random draw for Drawn to a Dark Dimension as well, so I don't think he had too much say on that one and was just trying to find...
And Lucas is going to fall to 1 here.
Which one? Keeping the equipment up, though.
I'm going to play Awakening.
And has the Awakening in Arsenal, the one of perhaps the most powerful card in Flesh and Blood history. It is Awakening. Lucas, so patient, finds the window to go ahead and pick up 8 Seismic Surges, as well as a Starstruck. And with a fusion, that may just be enough to go ahead and end Raj's tournament run.
That Starstruck will be free as one. That's the incredible combination of Awakening in this deck. You don't need to pay for the attack. All you need is just the 3 crayons in your hand to go and reveal the Starvo's ability. And with no arsenal to speak of, Brian, no defense reaction, this could be the end.
We are going to go ahead, come in for 12 Dominate on the Starstruck.
I believe no fuse happened. He must have pitched away the last element that he needed for the Starvo.
Maybe when he had to go ahead and do the somersault. Interesting. I think I kind of lost track of that turn a little bit. I felt like Lucas was all set up for the fusion here, but now...
This is blockable.
Is this even that good?
Hard to say. I mean, Raj will be able to keep 1 card should he choose to do so. And Lucas is at 1. We just spoke about this. That endgame with split damage coming out from Viserai could be very, very awkward for Lucas. That was a very, very risky move that he took.
So Lucas gave up the somersault to go ahead and keep the equipment.
And to put the felling back in, which he used to fuse for the Awakening. To put the felling back in his hand.
Interesting. Such an interesting decision there from Lucas. Honestly, I'll just be frank. I lost a little bit of what was going on in that turn, and it's going to take me some time to parse out exactly why Lucas chose to go down this path. But I'm seeing a bit of a shake of the head there from Lucas. Like, I don't know. I had written out this turn in a very specific way in my head, and then it just broke from that point. And it feels like maybe it broke a little bit for Lucas as well.
And on Raj's side, he could give 2-3 blocks to this. Will still get crushed. It looks like it's going to be a total block of 8, taking 2. Keeping a Sonata, Brian. Are we going to see yet another gamble? And that Sonata, if it hits at 1 arcane damage, will force a card out of Lucas.
Yeah, let's do it one more time. 3 cards. We get the split. We get the Rune Rager Swarm.
A card force out of Lucas, but the floating resources can be used to go ahead and activate Crown of Seeds as well. So not all doom and gloom for him. And because of his conservative use of equipment, he could just have the Crown of Seeds plus the Greaves and the Gauntlets of the Boreal Domain to go ahead and block out this physical damage and survive this turn.
Absolutely. And the way Lucas is moving, I feel like something good is going on over on his side. It feels like he's got everything sorted out now, moving very, very quickly.
Snap blocks coming out from him. At 1 life, 4 cards remaining. This is the final Starvo fuse of the game, Brian.
1, 2, 3. 7 dominate on the Autumn's Touch. Blocks for 3. There are no outs, and now Lucas gets the fist bump.
Hard-fought game from Lucas Oswald over there, going all the way to 1. Very conservative with his equipment. Didn't have the best Starvo fuses that game. Brian had that one incredible Oaken Old, but a lot of the game was sending anemic 3-for-7s. Even the first fuse of the game was just off of a blue Fruits of the Forest, but showing us that Starvo is strong enough to take down this Viserai.
Match felt so tight. And I want to give a shout out to Raj, obviously falling here in our top 8, but I felt like the patience on display to go ahead and defend, put Lucas to the test, make him actually hit on those gambles, on those Starvo fuses. He extended the game in such an elegant way and found more windows than the average player would, more opportunities. And had things just broke a little bit different during those opportunities, maybe it would be Raj moving on to the top 8.
Speaking of things breaking differently, it's not just whether he would have found that Sonata earlier on the turn where he had 8 rune chance. That first Sonata of the game, Brian, the one that he paid 2 into and just completely whiff. Even you look back to moments like this, if that had broken differently, yeah, maybe Raj did move on. But for now, Lucas will be moving on to our top 4 of the World Tour Chicago, our first living legend calling.
Yeah, it is, Sonata giveth, Sonata taketh away all day. That's been the story for these Viserai players. And I have to say, I think that Starvo has found a very, very interesting range of builds over the course of this tournament. This 8 somersault list from Lucas, and the more we sit here in the booth, the more we see these different matches, they all have their ups, they all have their downs. And I don't know which is the one that's actually best set up to play the mirror. That may become what this tournament is coming down to, because there are so many Starvos in this top 8. And why don't we go ahead and take a look at the way the bracket sits right now. We do have our first 2 results complete. On the bottom side of the bracket, it will be that Starvo mirror. It will be Lucas Oswald taking on Michael Hamilton. You want to talk about an all-star matchup right there. Those are some top tier names. That one's going to be hard to pass on. Yes, I know it's a Starvo mirror, but if there's 2 players I want to see play a Starvo mirror, it's got to be Michael Hamilton and Lucas Oswald.
Michael Hamilton managed to take it down against Ryan Ridge. Remember, he did win a calling Orlando, I believe, on Bravo Star of the show and showing back up on this hero in the Living Legend format. And I do want to point out, Lucas Oswald versus Michael Hamilton. The last time we saw this matchup on coverage, Brian, was the world premiere of Rosetta. That calling, 2 of them
won by Lucas Oswald.
Won by Lucas Oswald, finally managing to take down Michael Hamilton, who's somewhat been a bit of a thorn in the side of the Runaways as a team, has been able to take down members of the Runaways.
Well, hold on. Yeah. Michael Hamilton been a thorn in the side of every other Flesh and Blood player in the world. He's taken down basically everyone. I remember when Michael Hamilton actually defeated Lucas Oswald in a U.S. Nationals top 8. The story of that entire top 8 was just all the people Michael had defeated before. And there's a litany of them. Every single Flesh and Blood player just been shut out from those top accolades by Michael. But Lucas, at that calling, started to turn things in his favor. And I wonder if that trend is going to continue. Has he gone ahead and figured out Michael Hamilton?
Long list of names on Michael Hamilton's list. As you said, the names that he has struck out, dreams he has crushed on his way to all the accolades that he has, honestly. But I will also say the Runaways have been finding a little more success into Michael Hamilton recently in the Swiss rounds. Today, actually, Cody Williams on his RuneGate Chane did take down Michael Hamilton and is in the top 8 as well. So we're going to have to see. That's going to be a spectacular matchup, and I cannot wait.
Still a matchup that's on the table for our final round. Of course, Cody Williams, that top side of the bracket, not decided yet. Still a potential for a Chain mirror. Could be another Starvo mirror. Maybe Oops All Starvos in the top 4. But let's talk about Oops All Arachnes instead. I want to talk about The Hunted and its world premiere going on in Prague, January 17th through 19th. I will be there. I am headed over to Prague. I am taking the long flight, checking out that beautiful city for the first time, and I could not be more excited. Unfortunately, world premiere sold out. Folks, don't let that dissuade you. There's so much to do at this event. There's so many chances to go ahead and experience Hunted Limited, all the side events. You can go ahead and pick up participation promos like this Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, which is maybe the coolest art treatment I've ever seen. A little abstract all over the place. I think these Arachnes have moved forward art in Flesh and Blood in such a special way.
The debut of Chaos is going to happen in Prague, January 17th to 19th. And of course, with 6 Arachnes in the set, Brian, I'm not surprised at all that you're going to take that massively long flight all the way over there to Prague to see the introduction of the Oops All Arachne set.
Who said anything about 6, Ponka?
7, 12? The number keeps going up. Do you keep adding these like as they're in production as well, just sneaking into all the booster boxes, just like slipping more Arachnes into these booster packs?
You just never know how many Arachnes you can actually fit in a set until you try. There's other promos on display. I want to talk about these cold foils. These are really exciting to me. Art of the Dragon, Blood, and Jagged Edge both appearing in cold foil. Warrior players very excited about Jagged Edge, as well as a card Provoke that got revealed by Mitch Leslie today. A lot of good Warrior stuff coming in this set, folks.
Jagged Edge potentially going to be the answer to one of Warrior's worst matchups these days in that Enigma matchup, and Illusionist as a whole, and yes, Provoke as well. Warrior's flavor of Siren's Call, if you will, finally coming to that class.
Yeah, even more on offer. We got Assassin attack reactions, we got Draconic Ninja action attacks, and we also have Draconic Warrior attack reactions. Long Whisker Loyalty, Blood Runs Deep, and Tarantula Toxin, all available in Rainbow Foil. You'll get one of those as a random promo card should you enter the calling. But folks, please hurry up. This calling is going to sell out. It just keeps getting tighter and tighter. I do not want anyone who wants to participate to miss out on it. And then there is, of course, the Battle Harden on Sunday as well. And we'll be giving out these cool Draconic actions for the Emperor, for the Drakai, and for the Realm.
Beautiful extended art promos over there with the micro text box as well. Those are going to be very, very desirable, folks. Go ahead and sign up for the calling if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Could not encourage you more. But for right now, I'm going to encourage you to get into the holiday spirit. How about I give you a scarf for a scarf playset? Let's see who our winner was this go around. We'll bring it up on screen here. It is going to be Shadow Kaiser. Can we wrap these Iron Rot jokes up, perhaps with a scarf? Just for that, Shadow Kaiser, I'm going to Iron Rot joke even harder next round.
Next time I see a Spellbound Creepers being blocked with, I'm not even going to call it Spellbound Creepers. I'm just calling those the Iron Rot boots that were blocked with.
Beautiful. Well, I love it. We're going to keep doing it. We're going to keep giving away scarf for a scarf. So we're going to keep bringing you more Living Legend action here from the Calling in Chicago. Do not go anywhere.
first ever living legend calling here at the World Tour in Chicago. Only has 2 rounds left. We've got a semifinals and a finals, and our semifinals is set up to be between 2 living legends of this great game. Sam O'Byrne, Pankaj Bajwani, are you ready for this one?
Absolutely. 2 titans of the game on 2 titans of heroes. Living legends in both the player and the hero showing up in our semifinals here, Sam. Lucas Oswald versus Michael Hamilton, both on Bravo Star of the Show. Both of them with incredible results on these heroes. Michael Hamilton winning Calling Orlando all that time ago when Star was legal in CC. Lucas Oswald, of course, winning the first ever Living Legend tournament in that Battle Hardened off of Bravo Star of the Show as well.
Now, when I spoke to the both of them, they're heading over to the feature match area just as we speak. They sat down, and Lucas just looks at me. He goes, "Who do you think's going to win? The best Starvo player," referring to himself, and then he points at Michael and goes, "Or the best player?" And I think it's interesting hearing you bring up that Michael does have that calling win under his belt. Lucas has the battle-hardened win under his belt, both of them under Starvo, like you mentioned. But Lucas just called the shot. He said, this might be maybe the best player of all time, but I think I'm the best Starvo player. They're going to have to settle it down on the mat.
And Lucas also has a very recent calling win over Michael Hamilton at the world premiere of Rosetta. It was limited, of course, no Bravo Star of the Show, but a lot of those cards are premiering themselves in these Bravo Star of the Show lists as well. Maybe Lucas has found a way to employ them in this list a lot better than Michael Hamilton can.
They have each knocked each other out of calling contention one time in the top 8. This is kind of, the best out of 3 to see who can move forward. And both of those callings, when they knock the other one out, the person who won that match won the whole calling, so we'll have to see if the script continues to be written in such a way. Let's take a look at our bracket and see just how we got here. A bunch of Starvo and 3 Rune Blades, but only one was able to make it to the semifinals. Top side of your screen, Jimmy from Canada on Chane versus world's top 4 competitor, Easton Douglas on Starvo. I did see how Easton and Cody's game went as I was walking through the rest of the top 8. Cody has been his opponents attempted to fatigue him, he said, 5 times this weekend. He's never fatigued. He's also never lost to a Starvo all weekend long. And then in this all-important top 8 match, his deck did not give him an attack for the first 3 hands of the game. 3 hands. All he could do was generate Rune Chants, which he did. But then once he finally had his attacks, he was out of Rune Chant generation because they all showed up at the beginning of the game. So just tough breaks for a player who has always done so well, but just nearly every time finds some new way to have a tough break in the top 8.
These Runeblade heroes, man, giving you tough breaks all over the place. We just saw Raj Parikh as well on stream whiffing on that Sonata that he paid 2 into, and in the end came down to Lucas Oswald winning the game at 1 life. Tough breaks are around for these Runeblade players. Not for Jimmy, though, managing to make it to the semifinals on that Chane as the first seed as well against Easton Douglas, as you pointed out, managed to take down Cody Williams, fatiguing him. Maybe a little bit of birthday luck coming out of Easton Douglas's way. It was his birthday yesterday when he started the calling.
Look at that.
See if he's able to ride that all the way to the finals and perhaps even get that trophy.
Let's prepare now, because as we look down at the bottom part of your screen, we've got Michael Hamilton versus Lucas Oswald. These are truly some of the best and brightest in this game. And already this year, back in September, we had Lucas take down a calling. He's looking to become a 2-time calling champion in the same calendar year. That is a very impressive feat indeed, but he has got... we keep making this pun, but he's got another living legend in front of him trying to stand between Lucas and that title. So put your money where your mouth is. Who's winning this one?
I'm going to give it to Lucas just because I think he has a lot more recent experience on Starvo in the Living Legend format. And so what's your guess?
I mean, it's tough to bet against the world champ. I was going to say Lucas, but maybe I have to say Michael just to put us on opposite sides of the bracket.
Of course,
but
you have to.
You making me just like this, just like that. I don't know. Luke, I like both these players so much, man. And I do know Lucas, he's just got that fire. He's got that je ne sais quoi. He's got that little bit of just like, I'm here to punch above my weight class. He says, I'm not backing down in front of nobody. We'll have to wait and see though once the 2 Starvos step into the arena.
And I love these little rivalries that are showing up amongst the player base. Our player base has grown to a maturity where we are able to point out that, oh, they face each other in the semifinals of this match, they faced each other in the finals of that one, they took each other out, and now they're playing for the third time in the top 8 of who can knock the other person out. And extends past both these players too, to be honest. It extends to the two teams that these players are part of as well, Runaways and the Wolfpack, constantly having members showing up and like challenging each other, knocking each other out of the top 8 contentions. It's just a beautiful narrative that we get to experience in this great game of ours.
It's the first time that we ever cast together. We watched these two players in Indianapolis battle in the top 4. Michael took that one down. Lucas took down the finals in calling Tampa Bay. But now here, at the first ever Living Legend calling, a new script is getting ready to be written, and the ending is as yet unknown. Lucas Oswald, your 2nd seed. Michael Hamilton, your 3rd seed. Bravo, star of the show. Both sides of the table. The first time all weekend we've gotten to see these two titans face off. No Starvo mirrors yet, and if we're going to have one, might as well have 2 of the world-class caliber players showing us the strength of this deck. Let's get down into the arena, folks. Beginning this game with the Fruits of the Forest discard for Lucas Oswald as the 2nd seed. Over the 3rd, he was able to decide if he wanted to go first. Look at this, just pitching into the Gauntlets of the Boreal Domain, getting a little bit of filtering. Does Michael want to do anything? Unfortunately for Lucas, no Starvo activation on turn 0.
And this new Starvo list really show you why they benefit so much from going first. Not only do you naturally have the chance to fuse, you can also gain some life with Fruits of the Forest, but as we talk about fusing,
look at that. Looks like Michael Hamilton is going to be the first fuse of this game. Fruits of the Forest coming in for 9. Dominate. Go again.
if I had a nickel for every time a Starvo fused despite not getting a chance to filter on their turn, I would have a bunch of nickels. I don't remember the actual number, but it's happened so many times on stream today and yesterday, Sam. Michael Hamilton didn't have the chance. Lucas Oswald didn't give him any chance to use cards from his hand, didn't even discard any Fruits of the Forest, just had the natural fuse.
Here comes 9, Dominate, go again. That's just going to be taken because there's no on-hit effect. Now, the Winter's Wail, maybe a Frostbite, not something that Lucas Oswald wants to take. Instead, just going to give 2 block, take the Frostbite over the top. So Lucas is going to be down all the way here, 231 after getting the 2 life from the Fruits of the Forest.
Does have the arsenal as well. And as these, as answers right back to Michael Hamilton with the fuse of his own in the form of the Cadaver's Tilling, and likely very going to be the attack that benefits from the Starvo activation.
This is before poor Michael Hamilton even had a chance to set up the bottom of the deck with the pitch. Now that he's drawn his 4 cards, here comes a fuse. Ice, Earth, and Lightning. Does have the Frostbite. We're going to pitch into a Spinal Crush. This one's going to be dominated. It's going to have go again. It's going to be coming in for 11, thanks to that +2 effect as well. Did cost an additional resource for the Frostbite. But we know it's going to be a red Cadaverous Tilling in the arsenal. There are no resources to pitch into the Winter's Wail. This is just going to be some evasive damage that has a relevant on-hit effect if Michael drew the fuse.
Cadaverous Tilling not going to be the attack action of choice for Lucas Oswald. Didn't have to decompose anyway, so perhaps setting that up. We do know he's running Fellings of the Crown, so wants to get a decompose off first before he uses his Fellings of the Crown, so that he can get 4 Earth cards in the Banner Zone when he resolves that card finally, to make sure it has its full effect, coming in at 8 rather than 4.
Michael going to give this one a think. Sporting a fresh cut, our first world champion.
Looking real fresh and sleek over there is Michael Hamilton as he faces down this 11-power dominated Spinal Crush. Doesn't have the fuse in his hand either, missing a Lightning card, deciding perhaps whether he wants a Crown of Seeds and fish for the Lightning card. However, if he doesn't have a way to deal with the crush effect of the Spinal Crush, wouldn't benefit from the go again of the Starvo ability.
Gotta give this one a think. Has access, like you said, to the Crown of Seas. 3 different flavors of these Earth attacks. Got a Fruits of the Forest, Cadaverous Tilling, Autumn's Touch, Winter's Grasp. Another Earth card maybe flashed from the arsenal there.
It was a Turn Timber. And in this moment, I do want to point out the differences between both these lists. Michael Hamilton is sporting a few more of those tall defense reactions compared to Lucas Oswald. Does have 2 Turn Timbers, even has 2 Rootbound Carapaces in his list as well to perhaps get the first Decomposes, because he is also running Fellings of the Crown. Perhaps that's his way of getting the first few Decomposes to turn on those Fellings to their full effect.
Lucas knows this about Michael Hamilton's list. Both of these players had the chance to review deck lists, so knows that there are more defensive options for Michael Hamilton. And when he did take Starvo to the win at the Calling Orlando all the way back in 2021, it was on a newly defensive Starvo list, a deck that people were not necessarily expecting to come out in that fashion, but come out it did. 2022, I guess, Calling Orlando?
I think so.
Yeah,
And
2022.
it's so interesting that we talk about the defenses in Michael Hamilton's list, both back when he won that calling and also right now in this list with the tall defense reactions. He's also sporting a couple of copies of Ball Lightning, Sam, which is definitely the opposite of a defensive card. I wonder whether he's even brought them into this matchup. That card, of course, doesn't block at all, but is offensive.
Look at this. Pulse of Eisenloft. Earth, Ice, and Lightning with just 2 cards, which means the Cadaverous Tilling is now able to decompose. This one's going to be 10, dominate, and go again here.
10 dominate, go again. No disruption to speak of, though. This is just vanilla damage. It does have the promise of an Icy Hammer coming afterwards as well, but we have to point out, Lucas Oswald spent quite a bit of life to go ahead and do this play that is not disruptive at all. Did get the first decompose off as well, though. So once he finds Fellings of the Crown, he will be able to play them to their full effect, as long as he has enough Earth cards in the graveyard.
You can see there, flashing that Oaken Old. Looks like it might be going to be a Spinal Crush potentially blocked with. Does have the Oaken Old.
Missing an
Hamilton
Earth
does.
card.
Yeah, missing the Earth card. And the Tunic is on 2, so not able to fish with that Arsenal without spending a card from hand to filter and look. A Spinal Crush, it's generic. That's going to block 3, taking 7, taking Michael Hamilton down to 30. Hammer for 4, pitching away the Pulse of Eisenloft, so now threatening that Frostbite as well. So 14 damage represented with this attack from Lucas. Still got 2 cards in hand. I think is one of them a Fruits of the Forest.
Yes, and the other is a Felling of the Crown as well, and he just got his first Decompose online. Might be able to go ahead and turn on the Felling of the Crown on the following turn. And excuse me, Michael Hamilton actually wasn't just missing an Earth card, was also missing an Ice card, which is going to be relevant on this turn. Should you want to swing the Winter's Wail, it's going to come in without a Frostbite. Warm Hammer is what we used to call it back in the day, when you swing the Winter's Wail without an Ice card.
Activate Tunic to pitching into it with the current funnel here. Looks like maybe
Going to be a Cadaverous Tilling instead with the 3 resources. So both players back-to-back getting their first Decomposers online. 2 Earth cards in the Banish for both of them. So as long as you have 2 Earth cards in the graveyard from now on, they'll be able to turn on Fellings of the Crown.
had to activate Tunic, pitching into the card first, then getting that final resource for the Cadaverous Tilling. But importantly for Lucas Oswald here with the Felling of the Crown, he attacked with an Earth card, so that's already in the graveyard. And then the second Earth card for the Decompose of the Felling was the Fruits of the Forest, so he's ready to go. He can give a couple cards here. Icy Encounter and the Fruits of the Forest are both going to come back thanks to the Electromagnetic Somersault. 4 over the top.
It was blue fruits
And was that the fuse that we saw? Is he holding a lightning card as well? That was an earth and an ice that he just somersaulted. And he is holding a lightning card. We are seeing yet another Starvo activation, Sam.
Starvo, the star of the show, now able, this Fruits of the Forest coming in, because I don't think he has an action card. It's just the Electromagnetic Somersault. So he's got Earth, and Instant, but you do need that extra action card for the Decompose. This Fruits of the Forest, however, is going to go ahead and be an action to satisfy the cost of the Felling of the Crown. And you can break the chain after this and just come in with the Felling right from here. This card is go again.
Part of the downside of Electromagnetic Somersault, not only is it an instant that you cannot decompose, it also put those actions right back into your hand when,
big downside.
when rather they would have
Downside
gone
of
to the
Somersault. Yeah.
There's a tiny bit of downside. Lucas also is running 8 of those cards, so he does not believe in the downside very, very much. He thinks the upside far outweighs that. Fruits of the Forest currently coming for 7. Should he choose to send the Felling of the Crown after closing the chain, would be giving up a Tunic Crown of Seed space. So it'll be very interesting if he makes a decision when he does have the option to just swing that Winter's Wail with the Frostbite attached to it. On Michael Hamilton's side, that Oaken Old went right to his arsenal, Sam. So if he is able to fuse, we're going to see a very, very disruptive piece come out from him in his own right.
7, dominate, go again. On the combat chain, no blocks. Michael Hamilton down to 22. These Starvo players swinging haymakers left and right. This one has no on-hit effect, but here comes that blue card into the pitch zone, Felling of the Crown. And now we've got that final action. Earth, and action. It's going to be 3 Earth cards this time. They're going to go ahead and just get rid of that dice because now it doesn't matter. We're not worrying about 8 Earth cards in the Banish Zone for a hero ability. Now for any other Fellings of the Crown, it's coming in for that additional 4 points of damage. And Michael's got to put a card on the bottom of the deck.
And I wonder if that was a judgment call made by Lucas in response to Michael Hamilton not putting any blocks on the Fruit of the Forest. Perhaps if Michael Hamilton went ahead and blocked or expended some cards to that effect, Lucas also would have said, oh, since you already gave me some cards, maybe your hand's not that strong, I'll send this Winter Swale. But Michael Hamilton said no blocks, took 7 to the face, and Lucas is saying, oh, looks like you might be trying to fuse right over there, buddy. I'm just going to send this Felling of the Crown and tax your hand.
And make it so that any potential fuse is going to be a little more challenging. But one good pulse deserves another. There's a pulse on the left side of your screen here too. Pulse of Volthaven also going to hit the combat chain, which means this Oakenhold is going to be fused. Oh, no, it's just he's kept it on the combat chain to fuse with Ice, Earth, and Lightning there for the Oakenhold. Being able to fuse 2 different ways, once for Starvo, once for Oakenhold. This is about as powerful an offensive play you can make.
Lucas Oswald went ahead and expended the Felling of the Crown, reading that Michael Hamilton wanted to fuse, but Michael Hamilton managed to fuse even past the disruption of the Felling of the Crown with what is perhaps the most powerful disruptive tool that Starvo has access to, especially when your opponent has given up that arsenal as well. Lucas Oswald gave up the arsenal to send a Felling of the Crown. No Tunic, Crown of Seeds play for him. No way to get additional defenses from that zone against this 11 Dominate.
And this is important, using the Stalagmite just to make sure that the Pulse of Volthaven can't come along with the hammer, but instead the Pulse of Volthaven looks like it's going to hit the arsenal here, as in response to the Frostbite, the Fruits in the Forest is going to be discarded. Before discarding it costs a resource. That Frostbite going to get no value on the offensive turn, but did turn this turn for Michael Hamilton, the rest of it from not being a Pulse of Volthaven into another swing for 8. 2 cards now on the bottom of the deck after blocking a total of 5. Lucas Oswald only got 1 card left in the hand.
Beautiful technical and reactive play from both our players over here. Michael Hamilton prepared to swing the hammer, says, oh, you gave me a Frostbite, let me just discard this to gain 2 instead. Really showing the flexibility of Fruits of the Forest. We've seen both players use this turn 0, gaining 2 life, putting an extra Earth card in the graveyard for the Decompose.
And this is the moment you're hoping for if you're Michael Hamilton. Your opponent gives you full tempo. You just have to draw 4 cards off the top, but 3 of them satisfy your requirements. Earth, Ice, and Lightning, Channel Mount Eisen, Current Funnel, and Felling of the Crown. Now, all of a sudden, the options are available for Michael Hamilton. Both players sit at 16, but the tempo, the card advantage, and potentially in just a moment, the life advantage all sit on the left side of your screen. Our first world champion ever, looking to once again knock Lucas Oswald out of a top 8.
Didn't even need to use Crown of Seeds to find the 3 elements that he needed. Just found them off the top. Did Michael Hamilton. Are we going to see the Pulse of Volthaven being used here just to send extra damage? The opponent is at 16. And I do want to point out, Sam, this is turn 5 in a Guardian Mirror, and both players are sub 20. That's how explosive this matchup is.
Yeah, it's a Guardian Mirror, but it's a Starvo Mirror. I feel like he's almost his own class at this point. He just does things beyond what you'd expect from any class in Flesh and Blood. It would be like, oh, this is outside the realm of what should be possible, and yet Bravo transcends realms. He is the star of the show indeed. He can call upon the pulses of all the major regions of Wraith. Here, however, it's going to be a Felling of the Crown to start things off. No, we're bringing that back, just in case Michael doesn't want to put a card from his own hand on the bottom of the deck. Symmetrical effects. We saw Lucas use it to such good capacity because he had no cards left in hand when he played it from his arsenal. See how Michael wants to craft together what's bound to be an impressive turn.
Looks like he might just go ahead and do that as well. Still will be able to send the Icy Hammer after this because the Felling of the Crown costs 3. However, unless Lucas Oswald gives him another Frostbite, that could stuff the hammer. But Lucas Oswald, I think the other thing he needs to worry about right now is his life total, Sam. This Felling of the Crown coming in for 10, thanks to the earlier Decompose from the Cadaverous Tilling and the Decompose of the Felling of the Crown, allowing him to reach the required number of Earth cards in the Banish Zone.
Card on the bottom of the deck for Lucas. Once again, now this makes it harder for him to fuse and attempt to utilize what he can to return fire. He can take a good amount of licks, but it looks like it is going to be the Stalagmite once again playing around the Pulse of Volthaven that's in the arsenal from Michael Hamilton, trying to block 4 points of damage here. Pulse of Volthaven, though, being an instant, you can respond by playing the Pulse, but then how do you work through the Icy Hammer because you only have that 3 pitch available and don't have your Tunic on 3 resources.
So Michael Hamilton could fish with the Crown of Seeds, crown away the Pulse of Volthaven, maybe draw into more resources to be able to swing the Icy Hammer. Would be a little bit of a risk because if he draws into a red, he functionally didn't gain any resources. Oh, no, he still will be able to. Yeah, looks like that might be the line he's going for. Go ahead and respond to the Frostbite trigger with the Crown of Seeds. Oh, yeah, he would need to draw something better than a red to be able to swing the hammer after this.
Taking 9 total. Lucas Oswald goes down to 7. finds the blue, so here comes the Icy Hammer coming in for 4 and threatening the Frostbite. Lucas can block this with his arms and his legs, but instead just going to go and somersault those 2 cards back into the hand. Keep himself from having a Frostbite, but that is a Lightning card out of the hand.
Looks like
Here
does
comes
have to
Starvo.
choose.
Earth, Ice, and Lightning once again, and it is a red Fruits of the Forest, but no disruption represented. This is going to be 9 into 4 and a Frosty Hammer as well.
And Lucas is insulated from the Stalagmite block from Michael Hamilton's side, thanks to the Final Spring Tunic counter that is on 3.
And importantly, this is only possible because Lucas was the first seed between the two of them, second seed versus third seed, so was able to choose to go first. Both players have used their Tunic pretty much every time they've come up, but for Lucas, he has it 1 turn earlier given that he started this game.
That will be a costly use of the Tunic counter. Even this Icy Hammer swing right now, should he choose to do it, going off an Arsenal when your Tunic is up. One of the strongest plays that we've seen Starvo do throughout this tournament is activate Tunic, do a free Crown of Seas to get 5 cards in your hand. Not only does it give you more blocking capabilities, it gives you more consistency in your Starvo Fuse as well. So Lucas Oswald is giving that up, giving that play line up as he swings his Icy Hammer at Michael Hamilton.
Lucas Oswald going to come in with the hammer. This might buy the first piece of armor block from either player. It's going to take an Autumn's Touch and a Gauntlets of the Boreal Domain. It's going to get a -1 counter there because Michael Hamilton, he's just got a kind of classic Rosetta play. He's got a Felling of the Crown coming in. That's going to threaten Lucas's life total and going to rip a card from the hand. Here comes the Decomposed. Let's see what Lucas is working with. He's got a Sink Below and a Felling of the Crown of his own. And an Electromagnetic Somersault, but no blue card to pitch.
No blue over here, Sam. The Sink Below could perhaps find him a blue if he's willing to roll those dice.
2, 4 total, blocking 6, taking 2 over. What's the rip off the top? It's a yellow, but he has the Tunic.
He has the Tunic, so yellow also bails him out of that. Will be able to resolve this Felling of the Crown. Michael Hamilton on his side as well. No Arsenal. Both these players have been playing off an Arsenal for quite a little bit.
Earth, Earth, and where's your final action card? There's the Spinal Crush. Coming in for 8. Let's see what Michael Hamilton's working with here. See the One of Awakening in that hand, and if Michael Hamilton draws his Awakening first, maybe that'll be the difference maker in this mirror match between these two Titans.
Especially when there's an attack coming in that's going to put you lower than your opponent, and you have the Earth card to fuse with as well in the form of that Autumn's Touch. Michael Hamilton off the Tunic and potentially up to 6 Seismic Surge tokens should he choose to just take the full 8 damage on this Felling of the Crown. Does need to sink 1 card to the bottom now, though, because of its effect.
Back and forth we go as these players attempt to punch their ticket into the finals of this calling. 2 Fellings of the Crowns back to back.
Almost like a Florian mirror or something that we've been seeing here, Sam. No Starvo Fuse in the past couple of turn cycles, just been raw Felling of the Crowns coming in.
Michael Hamilton here. Has the Earth card, has the Awakening. Grab whatever he wants. Does have to take a fair bit of licks, though. That has to go lower than his opponent.
On the bright side for him, though, he does have a piece of armor over Lucas Oswald. Lucas Oswald has already expended both uses of the Stalagmite Bastion of Eisenloft block. Michael Hamilton still has that on his side of the field, completely unblemished.
That's an important piece. In so many matchups, Stalagmite, one of my favorite cards in the game because of what it represents on defense. I just like giving Frostbites to my opponent on their turn. What can I say?
It is pretty fun, for sure. Jarl can do that right now in CC if they have an empty equipment zone. And you play something like this. It looks like Michael Hamilton is going for that play, going to 3 life below. Lucas Oswald, Awakening coming in, fused. 6 Seismic Surge tokens with a Tunic up as well. What will he find?
Yeah, you could see right there, Lucas just gave a little head shake. It's like, all right, it's only one of in both of these decks.
Is it going to be the Crippling Crush to go with the Tunic counter?
Thinking. Yeah. I believe this is my only legal option.
Oh.
Yeah, only legal option here. It's got to be equal to the Seismic Surge counters or less, so that means this can just be a 1-card Spinal Crush for 9. Lucas does have some armor available and can block with 2 cards to prevent the Crush effect, placing both players down to 2 if he takes 3 here.
Unfortunate thing for Lucas, though, Sam, we speak about Awakening being the one-off in this list. At this point, only way he can go lower than Michael Hamilton to get the full effect from the card is if he goes to 1, and at that point, the Awakening isn't giving you that many Seismic Surge tokens. You won't have that many legal targets. You just have 2 Seismic You're going to find a 2-cost. Not going to be that great. So that card effectively turned off on Lucas Oswald's side.
Card to the bottom.
Start of my turn, 6 surges pop.
You are absolutely right, Michael. 6 surges pop, start of the turn, down to 2 has he gone. However, only 1 card needed for the Spinal Crush, and with a Tunic on 3, a card is headed to the arsenal for that Crown of Seeds.
And that's part of the strength of leaving your equipment blocks for all the way until the end. Had Lucas Oswald not blocked with the Stalagmites, he'd be a lot lower, and that would stuff the Awakening from the opposing side. But Michael Hamilton left that life on the board, so to speak, rather than on the life total tracker, able to get full value from his Awakening.
And Lucas has drawn his Awakening 1 turn after Michael. The life totals are so low that without some fruits of the forest being eaten, some yum happening here on the table, this Awakening is just going to be a blue card that doesn't block for Lucas. Bad breaks. Going to go ahead and block 5, which means that the Crush will be active. Somersault going to bring them both back, but Lucas doesn't want to give any pieces of equipment. Going down to 4. Going to be able to use Awakening here if he wants. Only will be able to make 2 Seismic Surges, but then won't be able to grab any cards.
Yeah, you have to find a 2-cost. I mean, we know he's running cards like Lightning Form and stuff. He does have 2-cost attacks, but they don't really do very much. Looks like that card just going to end up going to the arsenal for Lucas Oswald.
Maybe something for the Crown of Seeds. You can see Lucas not happy with the way things are going. A little bit of a head shake, a little bit of a sigh. These Starvo mirrors can get down to the last cards in deck, can go really long, can get really grindy. They can also just be about who draws the haymakers when whose deck is a little kinder. And with these 2 players, the history is well written at this point. The rivalry is thick. The friendship is apparent.
And because of the armor still available on Michael Hamilton's side, he doesn't even need to give a card from his hand to stop this Winter's Wail. Let's take a look at what he's working with. Does he have the Fuse? No ice card in that hand, Sam. Perhaps this could be a bit of a break for Lucas Oswald. The most offensive thing in Michael Hamilton's hand here is that blue Autumn's Touch. Not a very, very strong offensive option.
It looks like this Rootbound Carapace might be headed to the arsenal because depending on what pressure Michael Hamilton is able to put back, Lucas might have a chance to actually get another Starvo Fuse. Michael Hamilton is only at 2. Lucas has gone up to 3 thanks to discarding that Fruits of the Forest. It's that Awakening in the arsenal, but you have to imagine that's going to get out of there pretty soon with that Crown of Seeds. This is just going to be an Autumn's Touch coming in 4-5 and a Rootbound Carapace headed to the arsenal for Michael Hamilton. Will that defensive piece be the difference if Lucas Oswald is able to do some dominating?
A little bit of the tables turning over here in Lucas's favor, Sam. He has got an opening here. Michael Hamilton did not find the Fuse, didn't even find a very aggressive or tall attack for that matter. Not a 3-for-7, not another Felling of the Crown. Just 5 damage to Lucas also while he's sitting at 3. Could just give 1 card, might even opt to just give the equipment that he has if he wants this Fuse. And Michael Hamilton is at 2. 1 more Dominate could spell his doom, except he also has a bunch of armor on his side. And Lucas Oswald knows that Hamilton is sporting more of those defensive pieces in the Turn Timbers and the Rootbound Carapaces.
Blocks 1, 2, 3. Takes 2, goes to 1, gives Michael Hamilton a quicken token. Down to 1 goes Lucas Oswald.
He's going for the aggressive line over here, going all the way down to 1.
Lightning, Ice, Earth, Starvo Fuse is online.
And he's holding a Pulverize, Sam. Is he going to Crown of Seas to find the resources he needs? If he gets a blue, he'll be able to resolve the Pulverize.
He finds a yellow. He's got 1 floating.
He's 1 off. He's exactly 1 off. He wanted the blue. He was... you see that from him. You see that he gambled. If the Tunic was on 3, if he found a blue of the top, that could have been his way back in the game. He took that gamble. He was behind. He used his Civic Steps. Needed that to hit off the top.
These are the moments that make champions. Here comes an Autumn's Touch. This is going to be 7 with Dominate.
7 Dominate go again. Still Icy Hammer, the promise to come after this Autumn's Touch. So Hamilton's still under quite a bit of pressure, but we have to point out, still has 5 armor block currently available to him on his side, with the Stalagmite Civic Steps also going to be able to block again afterwards.
What a game we have before us. There's a Quicken token. That's just going to hang out. Looks like finally we're going to get some armor block from Michael Hamilton. It's going to be the Stalagmite, the Civic Steps, and a 3 block here to block this all out. He's keeping that Rootbound Carapace for later. Lucas Oswald, I believe, is at 1, not represented on your screen. Yeah, Lucas here just looking up to the sky. Needed to find the blue there to really potentially just end this game. But unfortunately, this is why we play TCGs. It's not all written in the stars. You do have to reach into your pocket, find a little bit of luck. Unfortunately for Lucas, wasn't able to find it on this turn, has had a couple of bad breaks. That awakening one turn earlier for Michael Hamilton. Will that be the difference here to send Michael into the finals?
And that Frostbite forcing Lucas Oswald to give up a whole extra card if he wants to swing the Winter's Wail and Michael Hamilton. And we've been talking about that time and time again. Giving up the extra card, going off an Arsenal, turns off your Crown of Seeds. Affects your defenses and affects your Starvo Fuse consistency as well. So far, Michael Hamilton has only given up one card on defense over here. Can Lucas afford to keep an Arsenal here? Is he forced to just send the Winter's Wail to draw more blocks from Michael Hamilton?
And if Lucas Oswald throws that Winter's Wail, there is a Rootbound Carapace hanging out in the arsenal for Michael Hamilton, ready to just gobble that up, remove the potential for the Frostbite. And then all of a sudden, Michael Hamilton works with that 3-card hand, maybe has the fuse, and can just close the game out from there.
To add salt to the wound here, Sam, even because of the Quicken token, because of the aggressive Civic Steps block from Lucas Oswald on the previous turn, Michael might not even need the fuse to send enough damage at Lucas Oswald to force potentially that entire hand.
See Lucas point to the pitch zone there, explain to Michael, I needed that to be a blue. A little head shake and a nod. There's the Rootbound Carapace. A nod from Lucas. He understands the writing just very well. Maybe on the wall. Needed a little bit of luck to go his way. What's the follow-up here from Michael Hamilton?
Is it going to be the fuse, or is it just going to be an attack off the Quicken token? Both of them going to be quite... just spell Lucas's doom, potentially. Looks like it's 2 ice cards and an earth card, so no Starvo fuse, but there is a Cadaverous Tilling over there that will benefit from the Quicken token. Or the Winter's Wail first. Hide the attack that's coming afterwards.
Can give the Civic Steps here to make the next Quicken token much less important. If you expect, that there's going to be an attack that follows this up. So here goes the 3-block and the Quicken token. Generating Civic Steps. Another Quicken token made. Just going to check. Lucas said no, and Michael said it's a blue, or it's a tilling. Thinking it was maybe going to be another felling of the crown, but that is just going to buy 2 different blocking cards from Lucas here.
Did manage to survive the Quicken token turn from Michael Hamilton. Tunic is going up to 3. We'll be able to refresh the arsenal or swing that into the hammer. Options available to Lucas over here. Michael Hamilton, just 4 random cards off the top.
Does Lucas want to swing the hammer? Take some more armor from Michael Hamilton. The armor advantage proving so important, but Lucas here just going to pass. Has the Tunic on 3. Wants to be able to filter that card into defense on this turn. What do we have here? Turn Timber, Earth, and Ice, and no Arsenal to filter the hand, so there will be no Starvo activation on this turn.
And that was incredibly disciplined by Lucas Oswald over there, recognizing that if Michael Hamilton has the fuse, if he wants to keep that hand, and Lucas Oswald sends the hammer, Hamilton can just give 4 block on armor right there, dodge a Frostbite, dodge any damage from the Winter's Wail. Lucas recognizing that, saying, this won't affect my opponent's hand if they have the fuse. If they have the fuse, I'm probably losing anyway. So I'm just going to go ahead and arsenal, set up my defenses a little bit, and make them have the fuse. And if they don't have it, that's my way back into the game. And that's the sort of decisions you have to make at this high level of gameplay between these 2 titans of our game.
What a match we have before us, Ponkage. Looking here at the way we have gone back and forth, the life total swinging in both players' direction. And now that we've gotten so low, every single decision matters so much as these players have gone from just high rolling to hell and high yonder, and now have to try to actually close this thing out. We've got a blue Autumn's Touch here. Looks like that's going to be the play, as it looks like a Turn Timber is trying to hit the arsenal for Michael Hamilton to try and play around whatever big Starvo activation Lucas is going to try to work with.
Potentially another break for Lucas over a second time this game, Sam. Michael Hamilton had the hand, and all he could send was the blue Autumn's Touch. Also have to point out, he has a blue Cadaverous Tilling as well, but perhaps doesn't have the Earth cards in the graveyard to go ahead and decompose and turn that on. So this biggest attack he could send off of the 4 random cards off the top was just 5 off the Autumn's Touch. Lucas Oswald does have Tunic up with Current Seeds, 1 block on the Tunic counter as well. If he has found the fuse, he could just give up 1 card in hand if he really wants to. Tunic to Crown of Seeds, that's 1 prevention, and put a Tunic to block as well. Looks like he didn't find it.
Just blocking 5 here with the Autumn's Touch. I wonder if Lucas is starting to sniff out the defense reaction. It is going to be the Felling of the Crown. He's coming in with a 2-card play that comes in for 8 and rips a card out of Michael Hamilton's hand, which means he's going to have to pitch into that turn timber and lose a card to the bottom at the very minimum to block out this Felling of the Crown entirely.
And this is the purpose of this card in the Starvo list. Historically, the weakest part of Starvo is when you put him on a small hand size. In his weakest hands, all he's doing is setting Autumn's Touches or Evergreens at you, which is just vanilla damage. But Lucas Oswald and Michael Hamilton both, with this innovation, with this upgrade from Rosetta, being able to fix that weakness of Starvo, giving him a very incredibly strong 2-card play. And now it's Michael Hamilton with a little bit of a look of frustration on his face, trying to decide how he's going to deal with the disruption and the 8 damage of this Felling of the Crown. He is at 2 lethal, very, very much on the stack right now.
Michael just confirming, you did decompose, right? The answer is yes, and that's just going to buy all 3 blocks. Michael Hamilton, this is what he is known for. Discipline above all. He's going to give Lucas the chance to potentially find the fuse here because he feels insulated with the turn timber that still sits in his arsenal.
And that's the advantage he has with his list, with the Rootbound Carapace, with the defensive pieces that he has, and the armor still available to him. He's saying, if you don't, like, this isn't a good enough hand for me to use my turn timber. You show me the fuse, let me have a good enough hand for me to expend the turn timber and actually come back at you with something relevant.
Let's take a look here because here comes a Starstruck. This is off of the Tunic counter, so no Tunic available for defense for at least 3 turns. Michael Hamilton does have some armor block and a turn timber that can block 8 if Earth fused. Does he have the Starvo activation? Most certainly. Pulse of Volthaven, Ice and Lightning. Cadaverous Tilling is Earth. The actual attack, not that good, but Lucas is sitting at 1 and is now going to only have the Crown of Seeds to work with. However, I think that final card in the hand is a sink below for Lucas Oswald, which is some defense in the arsenal, just like Michael Hamilton has. I don't think this game is over yet.
Absolutely not. The tempo pivots that have been happening in this game have been absolutely wild. We saw Michael Hamilton firmly on the front foot just a few turn cycles ago, forcing those armor blocks away from Lucas Oswald, utilizing that Quicken Token to send even more damage. Lucas Oswald with discipline play on his own side with the correct usage of his arsenal, being able to survive that salvo, and now he is on the front foot, sending a 10 damage Starstruck at Michael Hamilton. Question is, can Michael Hamilton keep the cards that he needs to fuse and send that Tilling?
And potentially, can he use the Pulse of Volthaven to try to get 4 damage on the Dominate to just close this thing out?
Double checking the defense value and turn timber, saying doesn't want to accidentally do something stupid.
Move to reacts. Turn timber is fused. Blocking for a total of 9, taking 1, down to 1, no crush effect active.
And going to be able to fuse is Michael Hamilton thanks to the dual element on that Pulse of Volthaven.
Starvo activation here. Ice, Lightning, and Earth. Does he have the blue? Yes, he does. So now this means this comes in for 6 plus 4 plus 2. So 12 total damage with Dominate.
He didn't use the Pulse of Volthaven, I think, Sam.
It's just still sitting there.
Yeah, so it's 8 with no promise of Winter's Wail coming afterwards, and I believe that's because Pulse of Volthaven doesn't actually buff Cadaverous Tilling.
It just needs to be an elemental attack.
Or Ice or Lightning, I believe.
Earth is not elemental, even though it is Earth.
Yes.
Of course. No, of course. No, of course that's how that
Obviously.
works.
So 8 Dominate, but Lucas also with that Sink below will be able to cover this up. We'll probably have to give up the Tunic as well, though.
Yeah, this is going to be 3 block plus a Tunic plus the Sink, but that means this game continues, and the Turn Timber has been used from Arsenal. Block 1. There's an Oakenold in the hand, but it looks like it's going to be blocked with. Does he have the Fuse? Here comes the Sink below. That's going to sink a card out of the hand. Ice and Lightning and a Spinal Crush. So that's at least a big attack that can be played, but he's not going to be able to find the Fuse here.
Considering somersaulting the Oakenold back is Lucas Oswald, he wanted an Earth card to go ahead and have the Fuse happen. Didn't find it. Found a Spinal. Still a big attack to send a Michael Hamilton when he's setting at 1. And again, another break for Lucas over here. No blue in Michael Hamilton's hand. Could not use that go again. No Winter's Wail following up. Lucas Oswald does get a turn over here. Gonna go ahead and use that Spinal Crush. Gonna go off in Arsenal again. Crown Seas offline. But once you've already had to block with your Tunic, that's not going to be incredibly useful anymore, like keeping an arsenal every turn, unless that's a defense reaction.
9 damage. Michael Hamilton has to block all of it. 2 points of defensive value in those equipment pieces, and the Findall Spring Tunic, and the Findall Spring Tunic itself can block, utilizing its defensive value as well as the tunic for the Crown of Seeds. So there's potentially fair amount of options for him as he also looks towards that bottom right corner of all of his cards.
As we come down to this endgame, the armor differential just rearing its head again and again, showing us the advantage that it gives you when you're disciplined with all your armor blocks throughout the entire game. Because Oswald unfortunately was forced into some perhaps not the best armor blocks early in the game. Michael Hamilton still sitting with 3 pieces of armor between Tunic, Stalagmite, and Civic Steps, with the Tunic counter online as well with the Crown of Seeds, able to block 4 without expending a single card from hand.
This is just like exactly what I love about Flesh and Blood. The heroes are down to their last legs. The armor has been bashed and battered. Both players trying to find that final lick. They sit at 1, huge attacks, small, middling slaps as they don't have the resources they need after blocking. It's just precisely what makes this game great. Even here at the apex of power in the Living Legend format, do we find and see the ideas and feelings that persist throughout this game.
Speaking of apex of power, Sam, Michael Hamilton has found the fuse once again off the back of a dual element in that Pulse of Eisenloft. Does have a lightning card to go with it as well. Question is, will he be able to keep the cards that he needs to go ahead and use the Starvo fuse and actually have an attack to pair with it? Ideally, this time he wants to swing the Winter's Wail as well to really shut the door on Lucas Oswald.
1 damage prevention floating thanks to the Tunic counter going into the Crown of Seeds. Needs to still find a way to prevent 8 further points of damage.
And here's where the Pulse of Eisenloft almost attempted to use it to block 6 on the Spinal Crush alongside with 2 pieces of equipment, but then that is your fuse card. You need that to go ahead and reveal to Starvo. So does he have a way to block without that Pulse and keep that Pulse and a lightning card and an attack as well? Or will he just default to just sending the hammer on his turn? With the push of the equipment, I'm going to guess we're going to see him navigate his turn somehow to go ahead and activate Starvo.
Blocking 2 and giving 2 cards here. The Pulse of Eisenloft just going to block the rest of it out. But there goes the rest of the equipment, save for the Tunic here. Michael Hamilton going to be keeping a couple cards. 3 cards, because he's got the Earth, the Ice, and the Lightning, and he's got the Cadaverous Tilling, and he gets the fist bump from Lucas Oswald. The head goes in the hands. A little bit of a tough break from the kid, but the world champ gonna move on. You can see now that he's had his moment. He's like, all right, that sucked, but still goes up, gives the fist bump, gives the hug. These are 2 great friends, great rivals, and greater players. Michael Hamilton, the first world champion ever, a living legend in his own right, takes the most powerful hero Flesh and Blood has ever known into the finals.
What a beautiful story of both friendship and rivalry, culminating in that amazingly played game from both sides. The pivots happening back and forth on both sides. Incredibly disciplined armor use, incredibly disciplined Guardian gameplay, to be honest, Sam, on both sides, showing us. I mean, that was just beautiful. That was just a masterclass of Starvo gameplay, to be honest. It started off so explosive. Both heroes just sending haymakers after, one after the other, fusing on both sides, and then ending off with, as you're talking about, the final salvos, the final hammer here, trying and squeezing out the fuse. Finally, Michael Hamilton managing to take that down.
Just what a game from both those players. 2 of my very favorite in the game, because you picked Lucas. I had to pick Michael. Now I'll just take that little win. I'll just take that back to the bank. Let's go ahead and talk about just what our finalists are playing for. Look at this. We don't know the rest of our bracket. We're not sure if the Chane or the Starvo of Easton or Jimmy was able to take that down, but one of them will be meeting Michael Hamilton in the finals to fight for $5,000 US and the final gold foil Balance of Justice being given out. Of course, the PTI is being given out to all of our top 8 players, and the payout going all the way down to 32nd place for a total of 20,000 buckaroonies here at the final calling of the year, the first Living Legend calling, and of course 16 points towards the World Tour Player of the Year. All important, going to be happening all year long, but that Balance of Justice, man, it's the last one. It's going to be extra special, extra spicy.
And we know that some of the players do really cherish the opportunity to go ahead and get those pieces of equipment. Michael Fung, actually, before the Calling Portland recently, where we brought back the Crown of Providence, the gold foil Crown of Providence as a prize card, was chasing the card when it was part of the prize card in the tournament circuit. Unfortunately missed it that year, but managed to get it back at the Calling Portland. Was definitely very happy to pick that up. It's very, very desirable pieces of gold foil champion prize cards.
So we're going to do 2 giveaway winners this time around because it's our last round of giveaways, because after the finals, we got to talk to the winner. We got to talk to the champion. So we got 2 sets of these bad boys to give out. It's been the holiday season. Santa Claus to plant all falls, and I don't know the rest of the words, but we're seeing the winner now. Maybe we could use the scarf to steal the last gold. Balance of Fustus.
Balance of scarf.
Scarfing. Balance
Yeah.
of...
Farfing?
It's close enough. We know what you meant, Jan. We know what you meant. Congratulations. You are the winner of these 2 Scarf for a Scarfs. As the holiday season ain't over yet, we got what? I'm going to put these down and pick these 2 up because we got 2 more Scarf for a Scarfs to give away in the holiday spirit. Thanks to LSS, because congratulations to Zonrox. Did not expect this game to be this close. Yeah, we all learn something
Same.
new every day, right?
Yeah. With that start as well, especially after that awakening from Michael Hamilton.
Oh, yeah,
which
that felt like...
managed to- it felt like that was the nail in the coffin, but Lucas Oswald managed to stick it out for so many more turn cycles, even getting a tempo back on his side. Definitely agree with you, Zonrox. That was a beautiful, incredibly tense nail biter of
It
a
also
match.
goes to show when you're watching these type of events, when you have a matchup, honestly, you know, when you watch a Starvo mirror, sometimes you're like, okay, who's just going to be, who finds what, when, how early does it happen? But honestly, most of the time, especially in the top 4 of a calling, our first ever Living Legend calling, you're going to be surprised by the intricacy, by the back and forth, especially when you have players of that caliber duking it out and battling it for our enjoyment. I just want to give a shout out. This is kind of a what's the word? Like a non sequitur, off topic.
A tangent.
An tangent, because we're about to go off onto our finals. I just want to shout out the TO here, MinMax Games. They are doing the History of Draft event over there. In there, they have like a whole special area. Everybody got badges. This is all you've heard. All these shouts and these screams for these last couple hours. I'm gonna let you know why. They've done this incredible History of Draft event from our current sets all the way back to Welcome to Wraith. They've been drafting every single set, 3 sets a day, and for the final set, they're going all the way back to Welcome to Wraith. And the judge comes out for the Welcome to Wraith draft. He says, we ran out of Welcome to Wraith. We can't get you any more unlimited. We're gonna draft Alpha, and all 95 players in the History of Draft event just drafted Alpha. At the end of 3 days of drafting, we've just heard cheers and exultation as people are ripping unbelievably desirable and exciting cards. And that's all thanks to the generosity and just true community-oriented giveaway holiday, like just pure love that MinMax puts into this game, and LSS, the way that they have worked together. LSS coming to give all of these Alpha product to you all. Just unbelievable work from both MinMax and Legend Story Studios to supply all of that Alpha product for MinMax to utilize. Just so incredible.
I love MinMax Games so much. Not only have they been incredibly generous and running this tournament incredibly smoothly, Sam, but also their own homegrown tournament circuit. I do really enjoy the amount of effort and love that they put into this game that we love so much.
Yeah, apparently 2 tunics opened out there for the players. So it just goes to show you nobody in the business like MinMax and Legend Story Studios, man. I mean, I know we're here. Yeah, I got them on the
you got the logo right
on the thing. I know you might think I'm just out here shilling, but dude, I mean, are you kidding me? Giving Alpha for the players? I mean, nobody does it like LSS, man. I'm in the spirit of the holidays. I'm just happy to be here. We don't know the winner of our next semifinal, so we're going to give them 10 minutes to figure it out, and then we will have our finals. It will either be Easton Douglas on Starvo versus our first World Champ, 2 World Champion top 4, and, of course, finalist winners, or it will be the lone Runeblade left, our first seed, Jimmy on Chane from Canada. We'll find out soon, and we'll see the finals right after this. 2 days of fierce living legend competition, and it has all come down to this. The finals await, my friends. Sam O'Byrne, Brian Gottlieb. It's all come down to this, and we have got the deck that everybody expected at least one of in the finals. We got 2 of them. We got Starvo, Bravo, star of the show, ready to kick some butt.
Starvo Mirror, it feels appropriate. The most infamous hero in the history of Flesh and Blood goes ahead and says, I'm still the king here. Steps in for a mirror match finals. And it's so funny, too. Like, Hamilton versus Oswald, first of all, fantastic match. Top to bottom.
Sick. Come on.
So tight. Played on a razor's edge. Think about the history on display in that match. How fitting is it for the Living Legend format that the GOAT of Flesh and Blood, Michael Hamilton, all-time money leader, all-time accolades leader, former world champion, is settling down in the finals, going ahead and facing another rival in Easton Douglas. And, you know, you sit down, whenever you see Michael Hamilton, you're like, oh, this is a foregone conclusion. Lucas Oswald said he was something like 15-0 in ranked Starvo mirrors. Just had not lost, and Michael Hamilton handed him his first defeat ever. That's a tall task. Anytime you face Lucas Oswald, it's a tall task, but especially in a Starvo mirror.
And Lucas had a chance to just rip through that blue off the top of the deck and throw a dominated Pulverize that very well could have won the game, but Michael Hamilton built different.
Yeah.
One might have to
Always.
say. Should we take a look at the bracket, see how we got here? Because we have got Easton Douglas versus Michael Hamilton all the way in the finals, but you can look at all the names that graced the Living Legend top 8 stage. There were some Rune Blades, there were some Starvos, but at the end of the day, it is 2 players that have both reached the top 4 in the World Championships, ready to face off for us here in Chicago.
The number of Starvos in the finals of this calling is less than the number, or greater than the number of Starvos that made top 8 of the Battle Hardened. Only one Starvo in the Battle Hardened event going on at the same time.
Wow.
I wonder if already we're starting to see those metagame evolutions. We talked about the absence of Zen maybe influencing things, but right now, it's time for more Starvo.
I believe it is time. In just a moment, we will head down to the feature match area. Something I kind of want to highlight a little, and just popped into my head. So Michael Hamilton, we've had 3 world championships in our game. Michael Hamilton has been a part of 2 of them.
Yep.
The only top 8 of 2 of them, he's played in all of them, top 8. The only top 8 that Michael Hamilton did not reach was the one that Easton Douglas made it into the top 4 of. So these are 2, I'm sorry, I just have to, it's like it's too easy to just, these are 2 living legends that are now facing off in this.
You knew it was coming at some point.
I've been saying it all week. I've been doing it all weekend. It's just right there. It's called easy pickings. But it is interesting that, both of these players are World Championship top 8 competitors, but maybe, which World Championship top 8 reigns supreme. We might find out in this finals match.
Yeah, another thing I'm really interested in is these Player of the Year points.
Yeah.
Either Michael Hamilton or Easton Douglas picking up a big finish here might be that little push over the edge for both of them. Michael Hamilton already quite high on the points list, I believe. Picking up 16 more might just commit us to at least a 3-way battle between him, Michael Fung, Brodie Spurlock for this Player of the Year title. But obviously there's still so much more Flesh and Blood to be played throughout this year. So many new contenders that can go ahead and throw their hat in the ring.
And taking a top finish at this point in the race, early on, also, I'm sure would light some kind of a fire. Like, well, I have this.
It's really good. It's really good to win this early.
If you have Easton Douglas, right, he hasn't, taken down a calling. There have only been a couple so far in this race. But if he does, all of a sudden, he's like, well, I got a position to defend.
Yeah.
I've got a target that I have a little bit of a leg up upon. So both of these players, if they take down this win, all of a sudden they're looking like they have a lot more Flesh and Blood to play to actually claim that title.
Look, I think these folks are never going to complain about having more reasons to play Flesh and Blood. And Michael Hamilton's not going to complain about potentially leading to that all-time money lead, just stretching that lead a little bit further.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with having some good inspiration to go ahead and play more Fab. Heck, I would do it if you didn't give me $1.
Yeah, it's turns out game's good. And turns out the game is maybe at its most exciting when we get to see some of these broken cards and broken strategies face off in the feature match area. We have got Earth and Ice and Lightning all weekend long. The question is we'll take a look and we'll see, depending on the discrepancies between deck lists. These players don't test together. They test on different teams. But another interesting point, both of these players are known to be defensive. The deck that Easton Douglas brought to that top 4 was the slab dash, right? It was this defensive take on the dash, i.e. listen, if there's one thing we know about Michael Hamilton, he's fine to block.
Yeah, that was his reputation for the longest time. You know, one calling Orlando on the back of Oldhim with a heavily aggressive meta. That was the OG
Briar.
Briar meta. Still, Michael Hamilton set that metagame on its ear by going ahead and winning with Oldhim. But when Michael Hamilton first won an event with Starvo, it was with a defensive-leaning Starvo. That's how he likes to position. He likes playing these long games because he's going to make good decisions over the course of the long games. But Easton Douglas feels exactly the same way. Very comfortable just stretching the game over many turns. So we have to see if one of these players maybe wants to give a little bit. I have heard rumors of Michael Hamilton's list being slightly more aggressive-leaning, but I don't know if he positions that way in the mirror per se. I think he had that for things, like Prism that he might face. But how he's going to go ahead and approach the mirror, I mean, we saw it happen against Lucas Oswald. Was there anything when you were calling that match that stood out to you about his approach to playing another Starvo?
Yeah, turn timber, right? That was kind of like a pretty easy look, as well as I believe he's running Channel Mount Eisen. I'm not sure if Lucas has just got that 3 in the bottom right corner, so it is a nice ice card that you can play. The turn timbers did play a real part to play in that match, allowing for getting over some of that evasive dominate damage or just those big, tall attacks. You talk about running a more defensive Starvo, especially back that Michael took to that calling championship, but the card pool has expanded, right?
Yeah,
Rosetta has given some offensive options that are maybe just too good to ignore. Actually trying to lean too far into that defensive capability and mindset might just be hamstringing yourself when you get cards like Felling of the Crown, Electromagnetic Somersault. All questions about to be answers, folks. It's time for the finals. Let's dive down into the arena. We are at the Carnival in Everfest. The performance we are about to see will be one of the players' lifetimes here. We've got Starvo on both sides of the table, Earth, Ice, and Lightning ready to crackle, freeze, and grow out of the arena for our entertainment. I could not be more excited.
2 smiling Starvos and a partridge in a pear tree bringing us home for the holiday season.
Come on.
Just taking a look over the deck list right now. Hamilton has some ball lightnings out there in his red pitch zone. I don't think those are going to be at play in this matchup. As I mentioned, there were some changes here, but I think they were for very specific matchups. I think it is the defensive approach that he's going to look to take here.
At least having the capability, having the optionality might be the position that our first world champion takes.
2 red turn timbers, 2 root-bound carapaces for Hamilton. I expect those to come in to try and fight on that dominate axis a little bit.
God, look at the cheese from Starvo. Look at that big ass-eating grin across his face as he stares us all down. It's like, oh yeah, no, it also has go again. That kind of feels like the expression on Starvo's face. Like, you're like, okay, dominate +2, that's pretty good. But that smile we're seeing there, that's, oh no, yeah, it has go again as well. And just the big old toothy grin as he looks over at his opponent's fear cresting into their eyes.
Looking through Easton's list for anything along the lines of defense reactions, not seeing it at first glance. There are a couple of pummels available to Easton.
Whoa. That's actually quite cool. I wonder if those
Red
come
pummel.
in. Yeah.
We'll see.
Interesting. The deck building tension. You have to find the good attacks, the guardian attacks, the earth, the ice, and the lightning. Easton somehow able to fit in that incredibly powerful, and somewhat tricky to get off attack reaction.
Maybe the most interesting points of diversion amongst these Starvos in the top 8 is the number of electromagnetic somersaults. We saw Lucas Oswald bring 8 to the table. Easton Douglas has 6. Michael Hamilton has 3.
Wow, only 3 somersaults.
I do believe that is the case, and that's just such a fundamental difference in block value available to you, but also how often you can go ahead and chain disruptive effects.
Yeah. Recur the same disruptive attack from the combat chain right back into your hand, maybe set it immediately into the arsenal. Sometimes if it's something like a Winter's Grasp, could also bring it back immediately, put it into the hammer for that Frosty 4. It's the first time I've noticed that the jewelry and the buttons on Starvo glinting in the sunlight as the petals and stage lights rain upon him. Big hoop earrings. I mean, just look at the lad. How could you hate this guy?
Can't.
Can't.
Impossible.
Look at him. He's oozing charm.
2 Trip the Light, fantastic for Easton Douglas. Only 1 for Hamilton. Again, just thinking about Dominate, how effective it's going to be in this matchup.
I'm trying to see. I'm not sure if we'll be able to zoom in effectively on the hero card. I wonder what it says. It looks like congrats on
top 32 at
PT1
PT1
with the signature
from
the Godfather himself.
James White. I believe so.
James White appearing in this finals matchup, blessing this game. As the players have finished shuffling, they are presenting their decks. The equipment soon to be revealed. The first ever living legend calling hurdles towards its conclusion. The fist bump has been extended. Michael Hamilton, the higher seed, going to get to choose first or second here.
I didn't start it. Okay. I think they did.
Talking about the timer having started. It's untimed. It's okay, my friends. Let's see a Stalagmite. Let's see a Winter's Wail. Let's see if the equipment is the same. We see the Gauntlets of Iron Will there, but the Gauntlets of the Boreal Domain is the call for Michael Hamilton. So a little bit of a discrepancy within the equipment zones. And we've talked a little bit about the differences in the 80. But the most important question here, the differences in these first 4 cards. The finals. Let's get it underway. Has Michael Hamilton found it? I think he has. I'm seeing Earth. I'm seeing Ice. I'm seeing Lightning. I'm not seeing a huge attack to go with it, but maybe dominate damage. Unless he put Easton... I guess we'll see whose Tunic goes up first. Michael Hamilton, as the 3rd seed, was able to make the call. Looks like he put Easton Douglas first, allowing Easton to potentially find that fuse on turn 0. But it doesn't look like Easton is making that call.
I wonder if that's just Hamilton trying to find the fuse more reliably, maybe taking the first opportunity for filter. But of course, Easton can just go ahead and do a setup turn here, not offer Hamilton a chance to defend.
And Michael Hamilton has a really interesting decision with the Fruits of the Forest in the hand. Can respond to this beautiful Alt Art Channel Lake Frigid by discarding it, or could allow it to resolve so that he has to pitch into it to maybe filter another card. But I think he had 2 Earth cards in the hand. So by doing so, he is looking for that big attack to come off the top of the deck.
Yeah, holding on to the casino victory, just saying yum yum instead.
Rootbound Carapace is the rip off the top, so that's a card that's going to take some time to find its true high-powered efficacy. You need to find some more Earth cards in the graveyard.
It is one you're happy to tuck away in that arsenal, though, for the first time Easton is able to go ahead and get the setup rolling. As you mentioned, though, going to look for the Earth cards.
Here comes the first Starvo activation of the game. Earth, Ice, and Lightning. Oh, it is a red Autumn's Touch. That's significantly better than the blue version, but the Channel Lake Frigid is going to make this certainly less than efficient to pitch into. Makes this Winter's Wail a little bit of a harder proposition on the follow-up.
Yeah, Hamilton would have to give up the arsenal here if he wants to go ahead and make the Winter's Wail happen. It's an interesting question, but we'll just start things with the Autumn's Touch here.
Just grab in the pitch zone already. Here comes 9, dominate, and go again, but it is vanilla. We've seen these Starvo players in the mirror time and time again, willing to take some of these licks, knowing that there's a potential for more danger around the bend down that first cycle. Michael Hamilton, of course, up to 42, thanks to the Fruits of the Forest here.
Yum, yum.
Just the smallest yum, yum. See how Easton wants to defend this. Take a look at the hand, see what defensive capabilities working with. See a Trip the Light, fantastic. Maybe even an Awakening, though I can't be quite sure. Spinal Crush is in the arsenal. No, it's an Earth form, I believe. Looks like down to just take the 9. Down to 31.
Vanilla damage, pretty acceptable at this stage in the game. And Hamilton is going to take the arsenal here.
And importantly on this turn, if he wanted to even just play it without decomposing, it would cost an additional resource thanks to that Channel Lake Frigid. So that's probably going to sit in the arsenal for at least this turn cycle. Before going on defense, Easton said no blocks because Easton's got a Starvo activation of his own. I'm seeing Earth, Ice, and Lightning there. Blizzard, Earth for and Trip the Light. Fantastic. 3 blues, but a Spinal Crush in Arsenal means we've got something big for the follow-up.
2 blues pitch do deliver that Spinal Crush.
11, dominate, go again, threatening the loss of go again for our first world champion.
Actually matters in this Guardian Mirror.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see how Michael Hamilton wants to defend this. Stalagmite not going to be that relevant given that there are 2 cards remaining. Easton Douglas's hand, and even that one floating for a blue. An incredibly important moment in these mirrors when that ice shield is brought onto the combat chain. How much life can you preserve by either the frostbite or even just the threat of a frostbite, causing your opponent to have to play their turn slightly less efficiently?
Hamilton just adjusting the life totals. The arena general, been there before, knows his way around.
See if we can take, I can see a Spinal Crush in the hand there. Winter's Grap, frozen to death, another good 3 block, and the Cadaverous Tilling.
So it's a good time to play a 3 for 8 type hand. We know Hamilton loves those.
Unfortunately for Hamilton, though, oh, he has the 2 Earth cards already, so just needs to block with a card here in order to get another action card in for the Decompose. But just taking the 11 down to 31, of course, because he's 2 life higher from that first Fruits of the Forest. He doesn't need Go Again on this turn because he hasn't found the Fuse. Maybe looking to do some blocking to prevent the Winter's Grasp from giving him a Frostbite. Winter's Wail from giving him a Frostbite.
And it is a Frosty 4 being offered here. Hamilton pulling forth that Tilling. They're just going to blunt 2 damage, and the Frostbite is going to come through.
Curious if we might even see the Frozen to Death be played. What's going to be the best use of Michael Hamilton's action point on his turn? He's got no Go Again. Maybe just sending that Spinal Crush from the hand.
Channel Lake Frigid mercifully hits the graveyard. You feel let loose when that card goes away.
Just going to be the Spinal Crush coming down. Extra resource necessary, but extra resource is available. 2 blues in the pitch zone once again for Michael Hamilton.
And now we're ready on that Rootbound Carapace as well. No disruption, no Channel Lake Frigid to go ahead and make it inefficient as of right now.
And this Spinal Crush, like the last Spinal Crush we saw turn prior, this one's honest. Honest player's Spinal Crush. 9. Still threatening that Crush to lose the Go Again, but Easton has much more choices, optionality in how he wants to defend. Block 3 and actually just going to bring it back with the Electromagnetic Somersault. Maybe because that Tunic looks like it's about to hit 3 and that Crippling Crush might be able to also be played a little honestly.
It's a fine time to have access to a 4 block as Hamilton does. Tunic does go up, and it is going to be the Crippling Crush deployed. 11 damage headed the way of Hamilton.
This is a little more Guardian-like from these Bravos. We've seen Spinal Crush be played and Crippling Crush be played. No Dominate, no Go Again. Just honest from the hand. But their on-Crush effect no less relevant, just a little easier to deal with. Maybe that Rootbound Carapace going to really change the math for Michael on these blocks.
Yeah, it opens a lot facing this Crippling Crush. You could look at things like 2 equipment and the Carapace if you have a full hand that you really want to keep. Don't know that we have the Fuse over on Hamilton's side, so it seems like we're going to commit a few cards to the defense here.
Bringing him back. We're going to go Eisen, Autumn's Touch, and the Rootbound Carapace begin the decomposition train. And this is a great first decompose because now the Felling of the Crowns will be able to get their +4 effect. Once you decompose a second time, you'll have those 4 Earth cards in the Banish Zone. And I love the application of these new decompose cards in Starvo, in the Jarl, because you don't have to worry about getting to 8. Once you get the 4, all the cards with those relevant effects are online. It's so much easier to kind of complete the minigame in these decks. Frosty Hammer going to be the follow-up from Michael Hamilton. 28, playing 25 here. Taking some big licks, but the game's slowing down some as the players look to find their next big Starvo activation.
Yeah, Hamilton just looking to set up an arsenal. Does have that Tunic at the ready, able to use it to make a 5-card hand should he want to, do a little bit of filtering. I think just a weak card going to be put in arsenal here, so we expect to see that on the next turn cycle, and maybe Hamilton can use that to go ahead and take some initiative here. Start trying to seize that tempo lead, but of course it's all going to be about Easton Douglas's hand. Can he play through the Frostbite? Does he just want to defend? There's so many macro strategy considerations going on from both these players at the same time. It's not just about turn-to-turn value. It's about where's this game going? When do I need to go ahead and find my spike?
Easton here going to go ahead and utilize a card from the hand for that Crown of Seeds. Most of the times in this top 8, we've seen the Tunic resource being used. Did he find the fuse? Kind of looks like he did.
I think he did, yeah. I think he's got the bingo.
Got the bingo there. It's going to be non-disruptive, but it is going to be powerful. The 1 prevention and the 3 block eating up the Winter's Wail, so no frostbite. Push that hero card forward. Let's see James's signature turn sideways as we see Earth, Ice, and Lightning revealed. Now it's time for the Fruits of the Forest to come in. 9 more. Dominate. Go again. And the Blizzard.
Yum.
The bigger yum here as the Blizzard can power up the Winter's Wail as well. Only 10 minutes so far elapsed in this finals. Both of these players looking to cement their place in the lore of Flesh and Blood, the first ever living legend calling champion. For Michael, another trophy to add to the rack. For Easton, a premier finish on an already decorated career. Still searching, though, for that championship trophy. Can he take down the GOAT?
Expect some follow-up here. Yeah, I think this is a really vulnerable time for Easton when it comes to the availability of this stalagmite.
What's interesting is I think if you're Easton, there are worse cards to hit the arsenal than a Blizzard. It's still an option to be played.
Sure.
It's still a way to try to close something down, but I agree that for Michael Hamilton, even though he's seen the Blizzard because it was revealed for the Starvo, this is still a good way to make sure you're not going to get a frostbite from that Frosty Hammer. But here's that Turn Timber like we've been talking about.
Yeah, Hamilton just going to go ahead and preserve life here, does so very effectively, and I think is going to come back with a Starvo fuse of his own. So the Turn Timber immediately showing its value in this matchup.
Saving so much life for Michael. Here comes the Starvo activation, back-to-back for our players, Earth, Ice, and Lightning, and it's another Red Fruits of the Forest. Here's 9. Dominate, go again.
Yum, yum.
Now, Easton here, because of the Blizzard in the arsenal, is able to deploy that to stop the go again, making Michael Hamilton put a Winter's Bite in the arsenal. I don't think he's as happy to do so.
Yeah, if you're Hamilton, you will certainly live with that exchange. I'm going to be honest, I'm now waiting the rest of this game to see if we can have a Fruits of the Forest played under Pulverize, so I can make the small Fruits of the Forest.
Yeah, because you've had the little one,
Yeah.
you've had the big one, and then we'll have, what I can only assume would be like a medium one.
Yes, just a standard.
You said yes.
That's a yum yum.
Oh, okay. You spoiled it.
No, but the small one you haven't seen.
Oh, I see. Because it would be reduced.
Folks at home are waiting with bated breath.
Yeah.
Can't wait
They're
to
right with
develop.
you.
Yeah.
They're following this
100%.
perfect. They're right with
Yep.
you. We're all behind you, Brian. Let's take a look at the hand here. Can see, is that the Awakening in the hand
It
for
is.
Easton Douglas?
That's an opportunity.
Does he have an Earth card? He does not. It's Starstruck and 2 Lightning cards. So maybe that Awakening is going to hit the arsenal. To go ask a question to a judge away from the table. Don't want to give any information over to the opponent here.
I will say just the fusion on this Awakening, not super important. You can go ahead and just get the value from the Awakening. If you take 9 here, your life total is significantly lower. Now you are starting to play with your life as a resource, and that's a really big deal. And I think it's the type of intricacy that we're going to see develop as this matchup goes on and on and on. Can you afford to make those type of swings? Because there is this Dominate specter looming over the game. You can just get caught where you're going to be unable to defend. For Michael Hamilton, you have a few more options. However, we have already seen 2 of the 4 D-Reacts used now. There is one more Turn Timber, there is one more Rootbound Carapace, and there is also a single Trip the Light Fantastic that can be applied as kind of additional prevention when it comes to a Dominate effect. Of course, the equipment is still at the ready as well. So we're not at that point yet where Dominate starts to talk about being a guarantee. But it's a point we're going to track very carefully as this match goes on, starting to understand when the vulnerability creeps in for both of these players.
Trying to figure out when and how Michael Hamilton is going to utilize those defensive pieces, because you can do the dance with Starvo, you can trade back and forth, you can survive the non-dominated attacks, and then as we've seen time and time again, if you're too low, the Dominate might just close the game, where the Go again doesn't even matter. I'm curious, man. There's a reason Awakening is restricted. There's a reason there's only 1 copy allowed, even in this, the most powerful format. Easton finding it off the top, maybe before Michael Hamilton. That was the story of our semifinals. Michael Hamilton found it the turn before Lucas and was able to parlay that advantage into some consistent, offensive pressure, and then won the game, not necessarily off of the back, but maybe off of the pivot point that turn represented. Easton found it before our first world champion here. Will that story repeat itself?
Look, these things influence the game. They don't determine the game. They give you a path. They give you a road you can follow to try and go ahead and weaken your opponent. And this is about just weakening your opponent over time, finding that vulnerability window. But the equipment availability is going to be a big point as well. When we got down to that late game, Michael Hamilton versus Lucas Oswald, it was really about tunic advantage. It was about having the block left
Armor,
on
yeah.
specific steps. Like, it just felt, despite players being at 1-1, Hamilton got to play a different game than Oswald, and that was on the base of the early lead. Got to look to keep that early lead. And if you're Easton, well, am I actually getting the payoff from dropping low when I face this dominated damage? Do I want to go ahead and let the Awakening rip and find how explosive I can be on my next go-around?
Yeah, similarly, I think tunic advantage, like you just mentioned, so important in the Starvo when we are at the highest level, finding the most value and the most advantage that the tunic resource can give you. We saw it utilized for the crippling crush in this game just to make sure he could actually have a big play. So often we've seen it every 3 turns. Pop the tunic, utilize the Crown of Seeds, do a little bit of filtering, prevent the damage, and get either another card to block with or another card to fuse it when these players activate that tunic. And who can kind of make it better the most over any given game, that could be the difference.
It's so funny because we talk about these things like they're obvious and they're certainties. The person who made these things appear obvious and who made them certainties is Michael Hamilton.
Yeah.
This is a person who has leveraged tunic advantage throughout his career, who has made us start contemplating the game in different ways.
Yeah.
The grandfather of the value play, just going ahead and getting those 3-for-8s, and now he's playing a deck loaded with 3-for-8s in the form of the Earth cards, the Decomposed cards, and he's working on tunic advantage again. He's right back where he belongs, very, very comfortable, in his lane, flourishing, although he did just make a top 8 on CYB new at the last World, so he can probably just do anything he wants.
Yeah, and from Easton's side, I had the chance to talk to him last year before an event I was working on, and I was actually struck because I hadn't had the chance to talk to him like face-to-face, one-on-one too often, but I was really struck by his passion. He is a passionate player, loves the game. I know you and him have talked about, some codexes in the past, but this is a dude that absolutely loves Flesh and Blood and has been competing at the highest level for years. He is trying to take down the first world champion and absolutely add that first photo finish to his record books.
You got to root for the guy for sure. He's been such an important part of Flesh and Blood for so many years now. Love to see him hoist that trophy up.
9 damage, dominate, and go again. On the combat chain. The large Yum out of the varieties presented here. Easton here has some thinking. The Awakening has to be changing what he's considering for his future turns, because just the amount of options it presents to you beyond anything else in this list. Virtually your entire attack action pool available on the next turn. If you go low enough, Easton's already 4 life lower, and there's 9 more damage on the combat chain here with Dominate. We know it's a blue ice card in the hand that can go into the Frosty Hammer. See if the Stalagmite is brought forth. The answer is no. 6 damage over the top. Easton Douglas down to 19.
9 potential seismics on offering. Here is the Winter's Whale, as we suspected.
Interestingly, if he does have that blue, he can get rid of the Frostbite just by playing the Awakening with a blue here. But then by doing so, he's now a significant amount lower than Michael Hamilton. Will that life advantage be the difference that Michael Hamilton uses to ride himself to victory?
We have the same one. Now this is a
Easton is just going to accept this Frostbite here, and you called out exactly why, Sam. It is the Awakening. Typically cost 2, moving up to 3, paid for efficiently by a blue. And 10 seismic surges join the fray here. Easton going a searching, and it is the Pulverize.
Big old Pulverize coming down. If Michael Hamilton draws that Fruits of the Forest, your wish would be answered. But this one is extended art. It's signed by Federico. And it's going to be coming in for 14, and not a card will be in that pitch zone. All 10 of those seismic surges, discounting that card. Awakening just doing nasty work here in both the semifinals and the finals. And I'm sure many players out there can attest to nasty work all weekend long. Tunic up to 2 for Easton Douglas. All 10 seismic surges pop. And here comes the Pulverize. 14 damage, and of course threatening -4 to the next attack, even if it just tickles over the top for 1. No arsenal to speak of for our first world champion. No turn timber available from there. It's looking like he's just got a bunch of 3 blocks here. Maybe he blocks 9 and keeps an Oakenold. Yeah, I was going to say.
That's totally fine. Like, yes, you hate to give up a little bit of life here, but you're set up with a nice arsenal. Easton is going to go ahead and get to play a 5-card hand with Tunic up the next go-around when Hamilton just does nothing.
But you're putting the onus on Easton to find the powerful effects, to find the Starvo.
To find the triple element. That's what you're really saying. Good luck.
I'm seeing there's the Pummel, and there's the Electromagnetic Somersault, and there's the Blizzard. So the Pummel here potentially complicating things. He might have to fish for the Earth card with the Crown of Seeds. See if he does it quickly. There goes the Tunic up to 3. We can see the Somersault. We can see the Pummel. Here goes the Blizzard. That gets rid of the Ice card in the hand. 2 floating. Here goes the Crown. Card to the bottom of the deck. What are we going to rip off the top for Easton Douglas here? It's a blue Tilling, which means can he play out everything, including the Pummel?
Will have access to the Starstruck for sure. And there is no float here, so that means Pummel's going to go ahead and head to Arsenal. This is just a vanilla Starstruck here. No Dominate, no Go Again, none of those accoutrements.
Buys another 3 cards blocking. New card from Rosetta, Current Funnel.
Hamilton shifting a bit in these turns, getting into that more defensive posture.
I think Easton's putting him into it. He's like, listen, if you've taken a bunch of damage now to present to me these big threats, I will preserve my own life total and wait for you to stumble. And if you stumble at the wrong time, all of a sudden all that damage you took is going to feel a whole lot worse when you've got Dominate on
Hamilton
some big scary
does
effect.
have that Oakenold rolled up, though, and it's such a good spot to be in. That is the power card, and it works off of a smaller hand as well. If you find a tiny fuse, like the type that Easton Douglas has right now, by the way, I believe picking up Pulse of Eisenloft, some of those 2-card hands with Oakenold are really, really good.
Looks like they're going to go have another little discussion here away from the table. Frosty Hammer for 4 on offer. We haven't seen exactly. You said there was a Pulse in Easton Douglas's hand. I don't know the rest of the hand. I don't know if we've got the other elements, but this is all of a sudden, again, similar to some other mirrors. Big attack, slow down in the mid-game.
Yeah, it's just this very variable pace up and down, and a couple judge calls also having an effect on the pace of the match, and it really feels like it's starting to bring this tension to a crescendo. It's
absolutely.
Just making us very, very tuned in, and it feels like every single inch matters. Unsure exactly what we were doing with the judge call there.
Thinking about whether or not I wanted to take like the on hand or something like that. Take the 4 damage or realistically it would have been
listening in.
Potentially like a crown activation that happened at some point in the turn, but that makes sense. It's okay.
Something about how Frostbites and Seismic Surges work.
I don't think there's anything we can do to fix the situation at this point. If y'all agree, then I'd like to get y'all restarted. I just want to make sure he knew that if it came up again, we weren't
We're talking about Frostbites and Seismic Surges, but I thought the Frostbite was broken when the Awakening was played.
It was my belief as well.
Two rules. We looked it up, but there's 2 rules that are like back to back, and
Well, it sounds like the players are satisfied with the conclusion of the call and just trying to go ahead and set up knowledge for the future, making sure they're operating under the same expectations.
Both players seemingly happy with the outcome, just getting some info, and now we're back to this Winter's Wail for 4, threatening that Frostbite, given the hypothermia is in the pitch zone.
Check in on Easton Douglas's hand here.
Does he have the Lightning?
We're missing the Lightning side of the equation. We do have Crown up.
Pulse of Eisenloft, something Michael Hamilton would be happy to see on his side of the table now that he's got that Oakenold in the arsenal.
I wonder if Easton's thinking about a gamble here.
Go ahead, search through his own graveyard. Michael Hamilton doing the same.
Yeah, so Easton can go ahead, use that Tunic resource on the crown, defend with 1 card, and if he hits a lightning card off the top, he is rolling. But it's a gamble.
It's a gamble, and I mean, the card in your arsenal is freaking Pummel. Like, that's a cool card and a really effective one in a matchup that it's one of the ways that Easton might be looking to break the axis, right? Michael Hamilton has some more defense, but Easton brought the Pummels in for a reason. It's because he wants to resolve them. They block too, and they're not an element. You have to imagine Easton wants to play that card, and it sits in the arsenal ready to go.
And it is going to be the Autumn's Touch here, paying for the Frostbite. That's a pretty good Pummel disguise, honestly, but you know, Hamilton's thinking about it. Hamilton knows the deck list, knows the Pummels are present.
Might be thinking, oh, could it be a Fruits of the Forest? What is the
It
instant
could be a
speed
Fruits.
play, right?
Yeah, there are plays here, but I think this is a somewhat predictable Pummel. Now the question is, how much does it matter?
Yeah, Michael Hamilton here. It's still an attack for 7. That is a break point. Interestingly enough, the Gauntlets of Iron Will would have been super relevant from Michael's side of the table if he was able to present it and actually block an additional point from its own effect. But that's on Easton's side of the field. It's just the Gauntlets of the Boreal Domain, probably just there for the filter potential, as we saw Lucas Oswald do a game prior. But it's also Earth, able to be decomposed with once it's blocked with twice.
Yeah, certainly the most important feature of that card. Starvo seemingly picking that up by the bucket full.
Pummel here in the Living Legend Calling Finals.
Another appropriate call out to Flesh and Blood's past for sure.
There's too many things going on.
Too many things going on, Easton. He's like, dude, I can't even think about the stream life total. Michael's been here plenty of times. Block for 3.
Block for 3, take 4. I'll do the most obvious pummel in the world.
Yep.
As Easton says, I'll do the most obvious pummel in the world. Even Michael Hamilton
It's
said,
not the most obvious.
No,
Easton.
no.
Like, there is a small amount of camouflage, but it's a pretty obvious one.
Should have been the most obvious pummel in the world.
Oh, listen to Hamilton. Maybe a little caught off guard there.
yeah, Michael Hamilton saying it should have been, but however, a little shake of the head. Michael Hamilton was thinking about other plays. I don't think the pummel was on his radar. And yeah, deck lists were reviewed before the game. Maybe Michael Hamilton thought this was not in for this matchup, didn't think it'd be coming in because of what it represents, but now instead of taking 4, taking 8, all of a sudden life total is going to be equalized and a discard is represented from this pummel. Oh, and there's a Crippling Crush in the hand with the Tunic up. Michael Hamilton was hoping to resolve that card on this turn.
I don't think Hamilton was playing around the pummel here. I think he was being genuine when he said it should have been the most obvious one in the world, but I think he set up his hand in a very different fashion. Is going to discard that Crippling Crush.
And a big old nod of the head there from Easton Douglas. Happy to see a Crippling Crush hit the graveyard. And Hamilton looks up to the sky. Just a bit of a look of consternation as that Winter's Bite comes in, but the Tunic is up, so maybe Easton Douglas is going to respond, activate the Tunic, and pay the 1. I do think it's maybe another Winter's Bite in the arsenal. Not sure if it's been filtered away with the crown for Michael Hamilton.
Sam, I think Easton got the world champ there. I think that's a big deal.
Absolutely. I think he did. I mean, Michael Hamilton wouldn't have said it should have been the most obvious pummel in the world if he didn't mean it. What a cool moment in this finals. Pummel coming in, still showing its merit. Easton Douglas showing his deck building skill. Now it's just a Wormhammer. What a difference on this turn cycle because of the way that pummel has changed things. We've gone from take a card, present non-relevant damage, and now because of the floating, Easton is able to just crown with the floating resources, way more efficient than just pitching the card. I feel like you're stunned.
I honestly am.
Yeah.
I mean, you just don't expect Michael Hamilton to be caught unawares. And it didn't feel, a lot of times when you're facing a pummel, you kind of find like a hedge block. You go, okay, if they have the pummel, this is what I'm going to do. It's not the best, but I still have a good plan for this spot. But if they don't have the pummel, I'm going to find spot and everything's rolling. And I don't think there was a hedge at all with that. It was just all in on the idea that that was not a pummel. And this turned very ineffective. Now, Hamilton does still have the life lead, sitting at 14 to Easton's 11. But Easton coming back with a big attack here. It is just a Spinal Crush. No fusion here. No go again. No plus. No dominate. So coming in for 9. We know Hamilton very happy to defend in these scenarios quite often, especially with the life lead, with Tunic up.
The hedge block there was just to not block. If you expect the pummel coming, you maybe IP yourself, but you just lose the card you would have blocked with.
Yeah.
However, we're now on to subsequent turns into a Spinal Crush coming in 4-9. Michael's got to think about this one, but no dominate. One more pummel left floating around in the list. Not sure if it's brought in or maybe.
Here's the problem. There's Tunic up, and there's also Resource floating. So, again, Hamilton maybe just got caught by a pummel. Is it now going to play tricks on him? Does he overcommit in this scenario?
Imagine it's just back-to-back pummels. Easton
Is it
Douglas.
just a pummel?
The guy, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's got the Tunic, like you mentioned. That's a great call. He's so sick. 9 damage is the offer on the combat chain. Easton Douglas at 11 to Michael Hamilton's 14. Still only 27 minutes, basically, have elapsed in this game. They're playing at a fine pace.
Psychic damage perhaps been done here by Easton Douglas, as well as the real damage of a pummel.
So sick. What a game. This game is so good.
It's pushed Hamilton back to the tank here.
With an Awakening in hand and an Earth card to fuse with it. If you expect the pummel, all of a sudden, you can go quite low and still fuse that Awakening. Both of these Starvo mirrors, we're seeing Awakenings pretty close together. It's not like the bottom of first cycle for either of the Starvo matches we've gotten to see. And just like we saw with Easton, Awakening presenting so many options, Michael Hamilton really having to give this one a think.
Hamilton has the option to go ahead, Tunic, draw that card off of the Crown of Seeds, and potentially look at Awakening plus Fuse.
Awakening plus Fuse. Now what's interesting is if you take all the damage, you also take the Spinal Crush effect, which means that you wouldn't be able to even utilize the Go Again off of the Starvo ability.
Yeah, but Dominate 16?
For sure.
It's interesting.
Crush effect is trigger. Down goes Michael Hamilton 2-5.
Does just take it here.
Starvo activation. Shows the Earth, the Ice, and the Lightning. Current funnel winners, Biting Cadaverous Tilling. Here goes the pitch. It's just going to be the Oaken Old coming in, keeping that Awakening for the Arsenal most likely because there can't be Go Again here, given the Spinal Crush's effect. It's just 11 dominate and threatening to take 2 random cards from the hand of Easton Douglas to the bottom of the deck. This is a moment where Michael Hamilton is looking to utilize the advantage gained off of just such a powerful play and parlay that into victory on the next couple turns. Put Easton on the back foot and keep him there.
Yeah, and Hamilton taking a huge IP penalty on this turn, but just saying this Oaken Old matters so much. I have to go ahead and get this off. It is worth playing slightly card inefficient here.
I wonder if he just rips the Awakening like in reactions. Makes a bunch of Seismic Surges, still confuse it. He's down 6 life for his next turn.
It's interesting.
Oh, that'd be sick.
That looks like a fine line.
11 damage.
It is an instant. You don't need the action point.
Dominate on the chain here. Oaken Old. Maybe old him that graces the art, but the Elemental Guardian actions are open to any who can wield them. And this is as devastating as the class can offer. +2 from its own effect, +2 from the Starvo at the top of your screen. Dominate would have Go Again, but the Spinal Crush, the turn cycle before, having something to say about it. But that on-hit effect, not an on-crush effect like the Spinal Crush, just an on-hit. 2 random cards from the hand on the bottom of the deck. Looks like we are activating the Tunic once again. Here comes the Crown of Seeds.
Picking up a big defensive hand here.
Let's see. Oh, we could almost see what Easton is working with.
There we go. Gives us a peek.
There's a Pulse of Candlehold. Does he have that ice card in the very back? He does.
Does have a potential fuse available, but we know Oaken Old's going to have something to say about that. Trip the Light, fantastic. That interacts well with the Dominate. It's not going to be enough, but if you want to preserve life total, it's a good option to have.
So Electromagnetic Somersault is on Chain Link Resolution. Is that after an on-hit effect? On-hit effects in Resolution. Chain Link Resolution's in Link Step. So maybe you can get the cards back with an Electromagnetic Somersault?
So Chain Link Resolution is not in the Link Step. It happens before that, particularly in the Resolution step.
Then it all happens at the same time, meaning...
Hamilton, I believe, gets to stack the triggers as the active player, so he can set it up to be most punishing for Easton.
option then no longer available to Easton Douglas. Was never there to begin with. He's got to figure out a different way to deal with this Oakenold.
Had a small Josh Scott in my head for a moment. Thinking of all the lectures he's given me over the years. Hopefully I got it right, Josh. Hopefully I did you proud.
I guess I just don't get the link step then.
It's okay. It's a tricky one.
Yeah. I'll talk to Josh.
It is drawn on the wall of the development room.
Really?
At LSS Studios.
That's cool. Looks like it's going to be a block with the Pulse of Candlehold.
And some equipment being moved forward.
Gauntlets, of course, affecting the next time it would gain power, not acting like the Stonewall Gauntlet. That would trigger here. And the Civic Steps coming in as well.
Josh Scott in chat giving me the thumbs up. Love to hear it.
Currently blocking 2, 4, 7 out of 11. And the Tunic coming in.
Reaching for the Tunic. We've got the Crown of Seas prevention floating as well.
Does have Dominate. So maybe it is a Trip the Light Fantastic line that he's looking towards.
Are we there yet?
Questions?
9 and 2.
Questions we asked the school bus driver and the finalists of this calling finals. Are we there yet? Let's see. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 with the Crown of Seeds prevention.
So you're blocking 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 1 from the crown, 9 currently.
Yeah, and
Really,
we have the trip in hand. We can cover up this Oakenold. There is that trip. We talked about Easton's lack of defense reactions, but has the perfect card to go ahead and cover up here.
3 cards left in hand. Michael Hamilton did just kind of shake the head and lean back. Maybe wasn't expecting Easton to be able to get around this one.
Hamilton does have more to offer, though, in the form of Awakening.
Awakening coming out in the reaction step. Still lower in life. Not fusing it. Just going to go ahead and make those 6 seismic surges to get a Spinal Crush for his next turn.
Cleanest attack available. Hamilton hoping that Easton doesn't have the fusion here.
What a game here in our calling finals. Passing priority after the Awakening has resolved. Equipment advantage now squarely in Michael Hamilton's favor, though the life advantage favors the challenger to our first world champion. He's got a Quicken as well as the seismic surges, meaning depending on what Easton's able to throw down, maybe he doesn't even need Starvo to go wide on this combat chain.
The level of commitment Easton has shown to defense on that last turn cycle, though, Hamilton has to be fearing a big fusion turn here. And it is Starvo being moved forward. We see the triplicates, and it is just a blue Fruits of the Forest here.
Blue Fruits of the Forest. This is coming in for, of course, 7 Dominate and go again. But there's no way to follow this up with that Winter's Wail. You can Electromagnetic Somersault from here to bring the fruits back to the hand, either for the Arsenal, for the Crown of Seeds, or just for 2 more life in the graveyard. Or the Electromagnetic Somersault just hits the Arsenal to try to play around Dominate. Utilize, or not play around Dominate, but just be able to utilize it for its defensive capability. Block with a couple cards, and then use Somersault to get them back into your hand.
Deep breath here from Hamilton. Looks a little flustered right now, does Michael Hamilton. Look, unquestionably, the greatest flesh and blood player we've ever seen. You do see some occasional momentary overwhelming emotions from him. It just seems like he can occasionally, he's so precise, so critical that if he does misstep a little bit, he takes it really hard, as you would expect from the GOAT.
5 block currently presented. Heaven's Claws, Civic Steps. Quicken would be relevant for Easton because there won't be a follow-up from here offensively. Thinking on the somersault here is
Considering whether he
Easton.
wants to somersault.
He is going to go ahead and somersault the Fruits of the Forest, valuing that card back in the hand versus the somersault in the arsenal. Just to come in for the hammer for 4 because it does threaten the Frostbite thanks to that blizzard in the pitch zone.
No threat. And this is just a warm 4. This is just damage.
Oh, you have
here.
to pitch the ice card
Correct. It
to
has
the
to be
Winter's
pitched
Whale.
To the Winter's Whale.
This is just 4 damage now.
But that shows you where this game is at. Easton
Yeah.
smells a little bit of blood in the water, and this would be lethal. That means it can go ahead and get some more equipment here. Hamilton again with Tunic advantage. And Hamilton falls to 1.
Falling to 1, 6 seismic surges, and a quicken token. Can he ride them to victory?
Hamilton needs to get cards out of Easton Douglas's hand. Presumably for the rest of the game, having sitting set at 1, a fusion would be the worst possible outcome for Hamilton. And I think Hamilton has a felling of the crown, and that means we're looking at something like 9 into 8 plus disruption.
Just a huge moment here from our first world champion. What does Easton Douglas think is the follow-up? You can see him literally asking that very question, looking through the graveyard, trying to find the relevant threats left in the deck. I'm not seeing much in the way. I think he blocked with 1 felling maybe earlier.
And talk about Tunic advantage. Hamilton is able to find this line because of the existence of that Tunic. Otherwise, the Stalagmite will represent far too much of a threat. However, Hamilton can always go ahead, activate that Tunic in response, and get that resource floating, and that means the turn is clean no matter what Easton does here.
Both players taking huge licks to resolve an awakening. But the difference is, when Michael Hamilton did it, Easton's at 11. When Easton Douglas resolved the awakening, Michael was at like 30, 28, 27 life, so was able to just block with a bunch of cards and finally utilize that life disparity that Easton Douglas had after taking the awakening to use the same card, put Easton a bit in the blender.
You know, I said this is safe. It is certainly safe into the Stalagmite. Something like a Blizzard could potentially be quite a piece of disruption from Easton. It's just like a hand of current funnels.
Winter's Grasps.
Kind of a nonsense hand at first blush.
Hypothermia, the final card, I think. Blocks 3s and block 2 in that hand. A total block value of 11 on the turn. And the felling of the crown, of course, threatening to take that last card out of the hand if Easton just blocks with all 3 of these.
And you know what, Sam? I think Hamilton has found the line. I think he's gone ahead and seized the tempo here. He's going to get these 3 block cards. If the follow-up is felling of the crown, that's going to take that last card from hand, and 8 is going to be the offer. That means Easton will fall down to 3-ish, depending on how he wants to use equipment. Does have 2 block value left, potentially. But the trouble can just mount from there, and should Hamilton be able to find a fusion with just a clean draw and a reset on that draw with the combination of Crown of Seeds and Tunic, we might be looking at our first Living Legend calling champion.
9 damage. Go again, thanks to the Quicken. Felling of the Crown, such an impactful follow-up here. Armor advantage has been whittled down, but Michael does still have his Tunic. 2 block left, 2 total blocking opportunities with that Stalagmite for 3 total life. When is Easton Douglas going to try to cash in that shield? How disruptive can it be? Michael was able to stop a full Winter's Whale with his.
And Easton now reaching for 2 cards. This is actually a much better outcome for Easton if he finds this block.
Maybe sniffing out the felling. Thinking he wants to still get...
Just looking for a Winter's Whale. If you can go ahead and attack on the next turn, you at least take 1 card from Hamilton in that scenario.
Big block here from Easton Douglas. The game has come down to the wire. As soon as a player hits 1 in Flesh and Blood, alarm bells start to ring. It is going to be the Stalagmite heading forward, maybe with 2 more cards.
Okay.
Here come the Civic Steps as well.
I like this too. I think taking that Tunic counter away from Hamilton is going to yield dividends in terms of what the next turn's outcomes are.
You choose when Michael Hamilton uses the Tunic rather than Michael Hamilton getting to choose when to use his Tunic for the most impactful turn.
Yeah, force your opponent to make decisions.
Now it's time for the felling of the crown to come in. Another good use of that Quicken token here for Easton Douglas because
This one will be wasted. Decomposing. 2 earth cards and an action card. Oh, there are the 2 fellings in there. Earth, and action, that channel.
I think Easton found a good block here, though. I think only losing a single card here to the felling and being able to potentially send back Hammer or set up an Arsenal, I suspect it's Hammer is your best play in this scenario. You also got the Tunic counter off. That's not to say you're safe. It's not to say things went well, but I think you've mitigated harm. You've given yourself the best chance to go ahead and find an out.
Felling of the Crown, such a powerful Majestic from Rosetta. Showing its power in this, the most powerful format as well. See Brodie Spurlock doing a little dance there in the background. He knows how important these turns are. What's the card on the bottom of the deck for Easton Douglas? Still has 1 more block on the gauntlet. Civic Steps will be done after this. He'll have 1 block left on the Bastion. Currently at 11 life, but Felling of the Crown is going to change that in a hurry. Michael Hamilton, head in the hands. He has fallen down to 1 to make this play. He knows the wrong sequence of events. A timely dominate from Easton, and his run is over. A Calling Championship trophy rests on these next few turns.
I'm going to be honest with you, Sam. I could watch elite Flesh and Blood players play Starvo mirrors all day long.
This is sick. Objectively, such good, high quality, exciting gameplay. I mean, the players are doing some busted things while also having to make micro, infinitesimal blocking decisions, extracting all the points of value they can. Differences in deck building, showing off their creativity, pummels, turn timbers. Probably the hypothermia, or if he wants to use the Frosty Hammer, yeah, he's just going to take 8. He's keeping the hypothermia. You called it out, Brian.
Yeah, Frosty Hammer offering the best chance to impact Hamilton's turn here. Should get a card.
Hamilton does have 3 different equipment pieces. Here comes the Frosty Hammer. What has Michael Hamilton found? He's going to lean back and take this one in. I think he might have Earth, Ice, and Lightning in the hand.
He does, Sam.
Didn't quite see what that arsenal is. There is a potential Starvo activation.
The problem is he drew it with a defense reaction here.
I think he can give all 4 pieces of equipment. You can see Easton.
Yeah, he says, no, please, not like this.
He has all 4 pieces. This is why you've bought the armor advantage for this moment. A Quicken token being created, a Frostbite token presented. But it's not the tokens on Easton's side of the field we have to wonder about. It's the card in Michael Hamilton's arsenal. It's the dominate that he is able to represent. Is this the Starvo activation that will carry him to a Calling Championship?
Move to the front, 3 cards down.
Can see here cards from the history of Flesh and Blood, and it's present in the Cadaverous Tilling. Here comes. This will, if he can decompose.
I'm going to decompose, but I'm going to get the dice out.
He is going to decompose, and that means 8 dominate coming through. Easton at 3 has gauntlets, has stalagmite, has no arsenal. I think has a Pulse of Eisenloft in hand.
If he has a Pulse of Eisenloft in the hand, that would change everything. We're taking a look here. Frozen to death. He's at 3. Pulse of Volthaven.
Oh.
That's the wrong pulse, Easton.
No fruits, no trip. Reveals the hand and gets the handshake. And the living legend of Flesh and Blood himself, Michael Hamilton, has taken down this calling on Bravo Star of the Show.
He adds another Calling Championship to what is already the most decorated list of achievements, list of accolades in Flesh and Blood's history. What more can you say about Michael Hamilton? He heard James. James called out the GOAT on that stream, on that celebration, or on that Dev Talk, and he responded with a World Championship top 8, and now another title, another trophy for the case.
Gotta fear this guy in this upcoming Player of the Year race. Now off to a fiery start. and maybe having found that passion, maybe getting dedicated one more time and just ready to go on another historic tear is Michael Hamilton. And, you know, this just feels right. This just feels right to have Michael Hamilton win this event. Like, I hadn't really considered it going into this, but really, you're talking about the first living legend calling. How could it not be the man himself, the man who sits atop the all-time money lead in Flesh and Blood, the man with all the accolades, 2 World Championship top 8 appearances, a victory, so many calling wins, U.S. national champion. The guy has done it all, and now he adds living legend calling to his roster of championships.
And you know, for Michael Hamilton, the only time I think he's now won 2 callings with the same hero. He just has been doing it with all these different heroes. A lot of them use the ice talent, which is interesting.
Yep.
But this is the first time I think we've now seen 2 different times with Starvo. He's been able to take down a calling championship. That's what the living legend format offers you: the chance to return to an old favorite and maybe take it to the promised land once again.
It's got to feel good for him to see an old friend down there in front of him on his playmat again. Certainly, they shared many good times together. They were brief. Let's be honest. Starvo was not around for a long time, but he was there for a good time, and him and Michael Hamilton had some good times together, and they've been rekindled here in Chicago.
I had a good time watching that game. I had a great
Hell
time
yeah.
watching all these games all weekend long. Oh my goodness, the Living Legend format, it just means so much for Flesh and Blood's longevity. It symbolizes so much to the players, right? You have the opportunity to play with your favorite heroes, your favorite cards, your favorite strategies. Again, it's such a gift for the community that the format exists, and to see it not only receive the support at something like this calling, but see the quality of games and honestly the badassery of these players and sequences all weekend long. Nothing short of a treat.
Speaking of gifts, what a gift from MinMax Games putting on this event, going ahead and making sure the Living Legend format does have a home, inviting us to their beautiful hometown of Chicago, and also just giving out gifts. And Sam, it would be deeply irresponsible of MinMax Games to go ahead and sneak alcohol into the venue and present it to us.
Deeply.
And particularly this alcohol called Malort, which apparently a very important part of Chicago culture. So they didn't do that. But if they were to have do that, I feel like we should just simulate
what would have happened.
What this is, which is just a prop version of a Malort.
Facsimile.
And we'll give it a shot, because so many folks throughout Chicago have been telling me you can't leave Chicago without having sampled a Malort. And you know, in celebration of Michael Hamilton's incredible living legend win, we are going to go ahead and do that right now. We're going to simulate it.
Okay, let's simulate it. Yeah, a little simulation here. Just imagine what would be happening if we were trying this, whatever it is. Malort liqueur. I'll just.
Oh no.
Yeah,
oh no.
The symbolism of that is the idea of that not very good.
Yeah, if that had actually happened.
Yeah.
It would be continuing to get worse, I assume.
Yes, I would agree.
Somehow.
Yeah, the depth of flavor would be traveling, like somehow I'd be tasting something in my throat.
And it would become different every few seconds.
Wow.
But somehow more horrible the whole time.
Wow. Actually, I mean, and I mean this with all the respect in the world, like rubbing alcohol. Like I took something medicinal and put it down into my body, but I don't feel like I'm getting better like a medicine should do. I feel like I'm getting worse. Yeah, I feel like I'm getting worse.
Sam, I was a bartender for about 10 years, and I have drank all of the foulest swill that the world has to offer. I've tried many horrible concoctions. You know, I was a bartender in the early 2000s when, you know, flavored everything was in vogue, flavored rum, flavored vodkas, and some of them were just the most disgusting thing you could ever imagine. Until now.
Oh.
I've imagined something more disgusting. It's this imaginary Malort that we just enjoyed.
Yeah.
And if that was real, I am confident it would have been the actual worst thing I've ever tasted.
Yeah, pretty much nothing left in there. Well, I think I can imagine something so much better than whatever on God's green earth just went into my gullet. I think I can imagine a chance to talk with Michael Hamilton, our living legend calling champion. I think you've said it best. Couldn't be more fitting to have this individual at the top of the heap here. We're going to go grab him for an interview. I'm going to let you two chop it up, talk it out. Don't go anywhere. We've got the champ himself right after this.
Hello, folks. Brian Gottlieb here, joined by the living legend himself. It is Michael Hamilton. And Michael, I have to say, when I was thinking about this tournament, I wasn't necessarily putting together the storyline of the absolute perfect winner of this would be Michael Hamilton. But now that it's come to fruition, it just feels right, man. The all-time money leader, the GOAT of Flesh and Blood, winning the first Living Legend calling. Tell me about your experience over the last 2 days and how it's felt to go ahead and revisit an old friend in Starvo.
Thank you, Brian. I have a lot of fond memories of Starvo going back from the first calling in Indianapolis when I won with a more controlling version of Starvo.
First time we met.
Yeah.
Yep.
True. This weekend, it's been great playing Starvo again. I think that the hero is definitely really, really powerful. It feels very powerful. And it got a lot of upgrades in Rosetta that make the deck way better than it was the first time when Oakenold and Crippling Crush got restricted.
Yep.
Yeah, I had a lot of really close games, especially Starvo Mirrors. I had a close game against a Prism where I think I fused more than half of my turns, which is really important when you're in what I think is an unfavored matchup. But Starvo's bad matchups aren't like he has a good fighting chance into everything because sometimes you just like draw the really, really strong Starvo hands. So.
Sure. Yeah, you go to the casino, you hit the 3 of a kind, and you just roll from there.
Yeah.
If you had to do anything in the aftermath of this event with your Starvo list, can you think of anything you would change, or do you think you just kind of nailed it for this tournament?
I think I might have. I respected Kano and Fatigue Oldheim quite a bit. I have an Evergreen and Expose that I was only playing. No, Expose I play against a couple other Rune Chant stacking decks, but I had an Evergreen that was basically only for CYB Oldheim, and then I had. What was the other deck I just said? Sorry.
Kano was the other deck you were respecting.
Heart of Ice, Shock Charmers, and Arcane Lantern.
Okay.
And
they're pretty prepared.
The Shock Charmers were actually good for me because I played against Nacilio, and they let me turn off a Surge at one point.
Yep.
So I played them against Nacilio, but Heart of Ice and Arcane Lantern I never got to use. So
okay.
Maybe you can trim a little Kano respect and play some other cards.
Any other heroes over the course of this tournament that stood out to you as surprisingly good in this Living Legend format, or is it kind of chalk and you played the matchups you were expecting?
I wouldn't say surprisingly good. I think the Rune Blades, Viserai and Chane specifically, are both really strong. I played against less Zen than I expected, though I think Zen kind of has a little bit of a tough matchup into Starvo. Stalagmite's really good. Winner's Well, just swing for and a Frostbite's really, really strong against Zen. Though Zen did win the Battle Hardened not that long ago, and I lost to the Zen that won, so it was like fresh in my head.
I understand that. Let's talk about the actual final versus Easton Douglas. Easton at one point presented to you what he called the most face-up pummel ever, and your reaction was, well, it should have been.
Yeah.
What went on that turn? Did it catch you unaware, and were you worried about how it affected your position in the matchup at that moment?
Yeah, I think when he attacked with it was an Autumn's Touch, I believe, something for 7, and pitched 2 cards, had 2 floating. I was like, what could possibly be in his hand that would lead this to be the correct line instead of just blocking the Winner's Well and attacking? And I had just looked at his deck list, and I was counting the D-Reacts and counting some other stuff. And I remember the pummels. I'm like, yeah, there's pummels. And I was going to try to figure out if he kept them in against me or boarded them out. And one of the cards that I wasn't sure if he would keep in his deck or not was Blizzard. And I saw Blizzard, and that was in my head that he had Blizzard, so he had to cut some other stuff to make room for the Blizzards, or to keep the Blizzards in. And when he had the 2 resources floating, I was just trying to think of anything that it could be. And I just couldn't think of pummel for some reason. It just wasn't in my head. I think I played a lot of Starvo Mirrors this weekend, and he was the first opponent that had pummels. So in Swiss, yeah, I probably should have made that. I probably would have made the same play in Swiss, but in the finals, I think it's just just a pretty big mistake not to play around pummel there.
Interesting. Can you think of anything about the Starvo Mirror that you feel you did better than your opponents, or did you just get lucky? What was your key to success when playing that matchup?
So I really like my configuration of the deck, where it's more focused on 3 blocks and less of the cute somersault stuff. A lot of the Starvo opponents I played against had 6 or even more.
Lucas had 8,
yeah. And I just have the 3 blue ones. The card is really good when it works out, but it doesn't work out a lot of the time. And if your opponent's dominating with Starvo, then somersault can be a pretty big liability in spots like that compared to Triple Light Fantastic, which usually they're not cutting that one for somersaults, but it can be pretty nice in that spot. And then I was just playing. If you want to play a bunch of somersaults, you don't really get to play all the 3 block blue ice cards because they're not attack actions. There's 12 blue ice block 3s, and 9 of them are non-attack actions. So I got to play all 12 of them, which I think just your deck being a higher percent 3 blocks ends up saving you a lot of life in the mirror.
Okay. Talk about one more point of distinction that I saw throughout the Starvos on the weekend. You mentioned Somersault, but also a lot of contention around these Decompose cards. How are the Decompose cards for you? Why do you lean in that direction when it comes to Starvo?
So I think the Decompose cards are just very, very good. And I think it's probably a mistake not to be playing Felling of the Crowns. And that's that's my opinion. I think Felling was extremely good all weekend when my opponents played it against me. It was very good. And when I played against my opponents, it was very good. And to support Felling of the Crown, I think you really want Cadaver Stilling, which the blue Cadaver Stilling is just great. A lot of the time it's 1 point higher than the other Earth Blues would be.
Sure.
And I think the red is just good on its own too.
Wait, are you telling me you like a 3 for 8?
I do like a 3
Wow,
for 8.
I am blown away right now. I had no idea.
And it's an Earth card. It's a 3 for 8. You can Starvo it, attack for 10, which is +1 compared to Fruits and Autumn's Touch, which are the other red Earth attacks. I tried Earth Form, which is another new card.
I saw it occasionally throughout the weekend.
Yeah, I like it, but I didn't want to cut Fruits for it because I was trying to decompose so much, and I didn't want to cut Cadaver Stilling because Cadaver Stilling is just the +1 that you're probably getting from Earth Form hitting, just already face up or front loaded.
Sure. Yeah, makes sense to me. Well, it obviously all worked out in your favor, and we have some gifts for you as well to get in the holiday spirit. It is Balance of Justice to add to your collection, and of course, yet another Calling Championship trophy. What's next for you, Michael? What's the next event on your agenda? Are you going to go after some more Player of the Year points?
So I'm not committed to flying to all the callings for Player of the Year. I think it'll be cool to go to what I'm excited to go to and play in them. I am really excited for Prague. I love world premieres. I love sealed callings. So I have already booked my flight for that.
Awesome.
I'm looking forward to that.
And you've got your ticket, right? Because it's sold out. Hopefully I'm not.
I bought my tickets.
Okay, just making sure. There's been several people who I've told that, and they've been like, oh no. So now you know it's sold out. Michael Hamilton, always prepared with a great deck, always prepared to dominate a tournament. Once again, congratulations to you, my friend. It's always a pleasure to watch you play. And like I said, I cannot think of a more fitting champion for this event.
Thank you very much, Brian.
Very welcome. And thank you to all of you at home. It's been a blast sharing this format with you. I hope we can do it again in the years to come. We will do it again in the years to come. We're going to play a lot more Living Legend throughout the years. Maybe you can come to the next one and hopefully stop this guy. We can't let him win every tournament. Please, someone stop letting him get away with this. But we'll be back in the future with more Flesh and Blood action. Thank you to all of our partners, MinMax Games, LSS, everyone at the Convention Center here, everyone in Chicago, everyone here, Savage Feats, for putting on another beautiful production, bringing the action to all of you guys at home. Thank you once more to everyone, and please have a great holiday season.